Chapter 76. Evil Spirit. After finishing sweeping the floor, Nurarikuo put the broom back. When he was thinking about when Shinamahiru would come back, he caught a faint demonic energy. The owner of this demonic energy was not strong, and the intensity of the demonic energy was only the level of a little demon. Could it be that Yunwei Jing? Nurarikuo thought of the urban legend Shinamahiru mentioned before, and that today was her 16th birthday. Nurarikuo was worried, so he followed the evil spirit to the girls' bathroom. Fortunately, it was already after school, and there were basically no girls here. Otherwise, Nurarikuo who broke in might be regarded as a pervert. The moment he entered the women's room, Rikuo Nura saw a cloud mirror in the mirror installed above the sink, pulling Mahiru Ashina and trying to swallow her into his mirror-like body. Rikushin. When Rikuo Nura discovered Mahiru Ashina also saw Rikuo Nura outside in the mirror while struggling. Yunwei Jing noticed that Nurarikuo could see them in the mirror with his eyes, and said suspiciously, "Hey, this kid can see me, is he also a monster?" Rikuo is a monster. Listening to Yunwei Jing's words, Shinamahiru's first reaction was that it was impossible, because she had always been in the same class as Nurarikuo, so it was impossible for her to be a monster. But he immediately realized that this is the mirror world created by Yunwei Jing. Ordinary people must not be able to see it, right? So why can Nurarikuo see it? No matter what, I'll swallow you first. Even if this guy is a monster, he's probably just a lowly little monster. I can eat him in one bite. In Yunwei Jing's view, the Nurarikuo outside the mirror was of the same kind as him, but his strength was only at the lower level. Otherwise, how could he stay in the 4 or 5-0 in the human world? After saying that, Yunwei Jing's cloud-like hand kept pulling Shinamahiru away. B. Shinamahiru looked at the boy in front of the mirror in fear. Regardless of whether he was a monster or something, she was sure that she really had a crush on Rikuo Nura. "How dare you, a mere Yunwei Jing, steal a woman in front of me?" Nurarikuo's voice was cold, and he was extra domineering compared to usual. The powerful demonic energy rushed straight towards Yunwei Jing in the mirror world. Yunwei Jing was shocked and let go of Mahiru Ashina. It turned into a substantial impact and hit the wall. Then under the gaze of Shinamahiru, Nurarikuo changed visibly to the naked eye. His body grew by nearly 20 centimeters, and his originally handsome face became colder and more handsome. His short brown hair extended to the left rear, and the color increased. She has a unique hairstyle with white under black, and the pupils of her eyes also show red light. The school uniform on her body has also transformed into a black kimono with a flowing blue haori draped over it. Because Nurarikuo's demonic energy was emitted, the generated wind blew the blue feather fabric on his body. However, this feather fabric was as if welded to his body. No matter how strong the wind was, it was only as silky. The sleeves and sides of the clothes are blown smoothly, and they are not blown off the body at all. And the long white and black rectangle was also blown up and down like waves. It was not the back of the head after all, but did not fall apart, and the hairstyle was fixed very firmly. Nurarikuo jumped forward into the mirror world constructed by Yunwei Jing, and stood in front of Shinamahiru. Shinamahiru stared at Nurarikuo's handsome boy look with a blank expression on his face. It was very different from what he had seen before. If she hadn't seen Nurarikuo transform in front of her, she wouldn't have been able to recognize that he was the same person. It's like the seal has been lifted, whether it's height, appearance, temperament, etc., they have all improved by several levels. Could it be that Nurarikuo is really a monster, but why does this monster look different from what he imagined? In Shinamahiru's thoughts for a moment, Nurarikuo might really be a monster as Ungaging said, but the monster's appearance is like the one in Kaiden with its tongue sticking out, one eye, big horns, strange skin color, etc. It has anti-human qualities. The aesthetic appearance is strange, just like that cloud mirror. But I never thought that after Nurarikuo's transformation, he would look like such a heart-stirring handsome man. Moreover, just standing there, Nurarikuo gave people an intimidating feeling. You are the general. The Sandame. Yunwei Jing stood up and looked at Nilayong Lushan who had broken into his mirror world. After seeing the other person's stern appearance clearly, Yunwei Jing was so frightened that the mirror on his chest almost broke. Isn't this the third-generation general who has succeeded the Nuragumi? Oh my god, it's over. He's going to die. He actually provoked the third-generation general and even wanted to steal his woman. No one can save him today. General? Third generation. Listening to Yun Weijing's address to Nuliang Rikushan, it seems that Nuliang Rikushan has an unusual origin, not like an ordinary monster, but like the leader of monsters. You know me. Regarding Yun Weijing's recognition of him, Nuliang Rikushan was a little surprised that such a little monster actually knew him. Nuliang Rikushan has not been out all the time in these years, so there are not many monsters who have seen him. Now a little demon actually recognized him. Yun Zhongjing hurriedly said, "Yes, I am a little demon of the Lingjing group under the Nuliang group, because the leader of the group has handed down the image of the third-generation general to all team members. They all got to know the Sandame, so I also saw the Sandame's portrait." Nura Rikushan thought about it and said, "The spiritual mirror group? Is it one of the groups under Prujna of the resentful spirit group? It has 31 monsters, all of which are formed by the gathering of monsters such as mirrors. The Wraith group, this organization mainly brings together many members who have urban ghost stories, campus ghost stories, and workplace ghost stories. Some of them are real ghosts. These ghosts are completely different from ordinary ghosts." Yun Weijing said quickly, Yes, the general is wise, but I didn't expect that this Mahiru Shina is the general's woman. I am blind, and I beg the general to spare my life." Talking about society, Yun Weijing knelt down and begged Nuliang for mercy, unable to think of any resistance at all. Nuliang Lushan had no expression on his face and said in a cold tone, 31 monsters. It seems that there is one less spirit mirror group today. Let's make up the 30. Ah! Yun Weijing raised his eyes and looked at Nuliang Lushan. Is there anyone who can do this? He even begged for mercy and wouldn't let him go. Before Yun Weijing could say anything else to beg for mercy, and before Nuliang Lushan made any move, Yun Weijing's body was ignited with blue fire, and he was burned to evaporation in the blink of an eye. As soon as Yun Weijing died, the world in the mirror he built based on the mirror collapsed. Nura Rikuo grabbed Mahiru Shina's wrist and took her out, back to the sink in the women's toilet just now. Baronet B. Shina Mahiru was grabbed by Nura Rikuo's wrist and stood in front of him with a nervous expression on her face. Nura Rikuo is a yokai, and his status is not low, and he is powerful. This is something that Shina Mahiru could not have imagined even in her daydreams, but it actually happened. Nura Rikushan nodded and said, "Well, it's me. You're not hurt, right?" Mahiru Shina shook her head, "No, I was just a little scared and my heartbeat didn't calm down." Mahiru Shina was really frightened when she was caught and swallowed by Ungaging just now. Now that she learned that Nura Rikuo was not a human being but a monster, she was even more dizzy and did not react. The experience just now will indeed make ordinary people feel scared. In that case, I will send you home first and have a good rest. With that said, Nura Rikuo held Mahiru Shina around the waist with one hand, and picked up the princess with one hand through the calf of the black pantyhose she was wearing. Ah! Suddenly being picked up by Rikuo Nurao, Mahiru Shina was even more frightened and curled up in Rikuo Nurao's arms. Hygiene in the classroom. I will send monsters to complete it. Don't worry about this. Let's go. Nura Rikuo strongly held Mahiru Shina and jumped out of the window, and then flew up in the air, the blue feathers on his body making a sound. It's flying. Nura Rikuo looked down at Mahiru Shina, lowered his head and smiled and said, "Of course, monsters cannot be treated with common sense. Wherever you live, we will be here soon." In that direction. Shina Mahiru pointed in a direction and then retracted her hand, then looked up at Nura Rikushan Zhang Junyi's face. Shina Mahiru unconsciously said, "Rikushan, do you still remember? 8 years ago, I was often ostracized by other classmates in the class and played pranks. After I cried, you took me to find those classmates who bullied me, and you treated me cruelly. Taught them a lesson. Is this happening?" Nura Rikushan couldn't remember. 8 years ago, he helped Mahiru Shina teach a classmate who bullied her. This small thing may have happened, but he didn't take it to heart, so naturally he wouldn't remember it all the time. With a serious look on her face, Shina Mahiru affirmed, "Yes, although it seems to you to be just a trivial matter and not a big deal, but as the person being helped, it helped me solve a problem. It's a big problem and it's something that I will remember for the rest of my life. Is that so? But you don't seem to be afraid after knowing that I am a monster." However, this is also what Nura Rikuo expected. His appearance as a beautiful man after a monster does not scare people at all. On the contrary, it is more eye-catching, unlike other abstract monsters that make people scared. Therefore, the first thing that gives people the first impression is their own image. Handsome is easy to talk about, and ugly is out of the question. This is true not only in the human world, but also in the world of monsters and even on the plateau where gods live. Shinamahiru lay in Nurarikushin's arms and whispered, "Because I know that you are who you are, and this will not change, and this appearance is not scary." In less than a quarter of an hour, Rikuo Nura and Mahiru Shina landed at the door of a room on the 5th floor of a luxury apartment. "Here we are, this is my home." Shinamahiru has a rosy face and is very cute and good-looking. She is a cute type like Shiraki and Rinko and Yukiana are cold. The difference is that Shinamahiru is a gentle and healing type, Heikaki and Rinko is a arrogant and kind-hearted person, and Yukiana is lively. They are active, each with their own characteristics. Shinamahiru landed with her feet on the ground, opened the door, turned around and invited Nurarikushin, "Rikushin, come in and sit down, I'll make you a cup of coffee." Nurarikushin glanced at the sun that was gradually setting in the west. It was still early, and then nodded and said, "Okay, then I'm welcome." "Great, come in now." Mahiru Shina had gone away from her mechanical angelic posture that was quiet and polite to everyone in school. Now her agile appearance seemed to be her true temperament. Nurarikuo followed Mahiru Shina into the room. Looking at the spacious space in the room, he said, "Mahiru, your family is quite rich, and you live alone in such a large luxury apartment." Rikuo Nura knew nothing about Mahiru Shina's family situation, because the two of them had not had much contact before, so it was normal to not know. Shinamahiru's face darkened when she mentioned this, and she didn't answer because she didn't want to mention her parents. Mahiru Shina brewed coffee and then changed the subject, "That Kuman Geikai Yokai just called you General, Sandame, do you think you have a high status in the world of Yokai, Rikuo?" Nuliang Lushan sat down without any courtesy. He stood on the sofa, looked at the furnishings in Mahiru Shina's house, and then said, "It's not bad, my territory is only the entire Kanto region, and I only manage more than 10,000 monsters of different sizes. That Yun the outer mirror is just one of those little monsters that cannot be put on the stage." After hearing Riku Nura's seemingly indifferent words, Riku Nura's hand stopped making coffee. "The entire Kanto region? Manage more than 10,000 monsters?" Shinamahiru felt like she was listening to a book from heaven. Is this something that an ordinary person like her could know? With such a large sphere of influence, no wonder he is the general. As for the Sandame, he is the third-generation leader of this organization. "Lu Sheng, you and I have been in the same class since elementary school. Your age should be the same as mine. Isn't it a lie?" Mahiru Shina knew that the age of monsters is different from that of humans. A monster can live for hundreds of years. Generally speaking, those who can achieve this status should be very old. But as far as she knew, Nurarikuo was the same age as her, only 16 and 5.5. Nurarikuo looked at Mahiru Shina and said with a smile, "What if I said I am hundreds of years old?" "Ah!" Shinamahiru was shocked, "How many hundreds of years are you?" But although she was surprised in her heart, Shinamahiru didn't feel anything, because the lifespan of monsters is that long. Seeing that Shinamahiru was convinced, Nurarikuo continued, "Just kidding, I'm only 16, and I'm just an adult in the world of monsters. That's it." Shinamahiru said that he and Nurarikuo have always been in the same class, and they can be regarded as growing up watching each other. Nurarikuo never wants to experience human life, but also puts himself getting smaller starts in elementary school. "The coffee is good, did you grind it yourself?" After drinking the coffee brought by Shinamahiru, Nurarikushin tasted it and found that it was indeed good, not a polite word. With a smile on her face, Shinamahiru said, "Yes, I like to do it myself. Whether it's coffee, biscuits, or cooking, I do it all myself." The smile on Shinamahiru's face is not a perfunctory fake smile when facing other people, but a sincere and natural smile on her lips. Nurarikuo praised, "Really? There are not many girls who are as capable as you. They have good academic performance, excellent athletic ability, a clean room, and can bake pancakes for themselves. Dish, the key is that you are good looking. I don't know who will be lucky enough to marry a virtuous wife like you in the future." Listening to Nurarikuo's praise, Shinamahiru lowered his head in embarrassment. Nurarikushin felt that his talent for freeloading had awakened, and he couldn't help asking, "Is it your craft?" Mahiru Shina said without hesitation, "Of course, I have a few days' worth of ingredients in the refrigerator, so I'll start making it now." Chapter 77. Nurarikuo leaned his shoulder on the wall next to the kitchen, looking at Mahiru Ashina who was chopping vegetables. Her knife skills were simply breathtaking. There was no trace of a 16-year-old girl chopping vegetables. Just looking at the technique, I would have thought it was a star chef. Lu Sheng, is this your true form as a monster? Why doesn't it look much different from a human? What Mahiru Ashina said about not changing much was not referring to her appearance, but that her appearance after transforming into a monster was still no different from that of a human being. This is what I look like as a monster. My human form is also my original appearance. I am not afraid to tell you that I am a half-demon. My father is a monster and my mother is human. So I have two states, human and monster. I can be in two states. Switch to self-resident. Although the two bodies are somewhat different, the body is still me and the soul is also me. There is nothing to hide about his identity as a half-demon, Nurarikuo. Half-demon. Shina Mahiru didn't expect that Nurarikuo's mother was actually a human being, and that this was his true appearance. It was incredible. About half an hour later, 3 simple dishes and 1 soup were served to the table by Mahiru Ashina. Just smelling the aroma makes people's fingers twitch. Nurarikushin picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the sweet and sour pork, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's delicious. It's as delicious as the one made by Yuki Ono, but the taste is different. I like them all. Shina Mahiru was also very happy when she heard Nurarikuo's words and satisfied expression, but she paused slightly when she heard the word Yuki Ono. 3 generations. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, and Nuliang Lushan calmly finished the food in his mouth before getting up. Shina Mahiru also heard this voice and was curious if this was a monster from Nurarikuo's organization. Opening the door, 3 monsters with a pair of black wings on their backs and crow-like faces were kneeling at the door. Nurarikushin looked at the 3 tall human-shaped crow Tengu in front of him, leaned a little lazily on the edge of the door and said, 3 feathered crow, change your face, don't scare people. Shina Mahiru also followed Nurarikuo to the door, and was indeed a little frightened when she saw 3 21-meter 8-meter yokai with crow faces. Because she had just come into contact with monsters, she naturally didn't adapt. Feel sorry. Sanfiya glanced at Shina Mahiru behind Nurarikuo, and immediately realized that this was the 3rd generation of Kanyuhu Zhangjiao. I was in such a hurry that I forgot that they were now in their true form, and then I quickly replaced my crow head with a human-looking head. It was much more pleasing to the eye now, 2 handsome men and 1 mature woman. What's up? Kura Hanmaru immediately replied, it's Counselor Bodhidharma, who asked me to come and look for the 3rd generation, and remind the 3rd generation not to come back too late, and don't forget the business tonight, and you need to preside over it. Nuliang Lushan said, that old fellow Bodhidharma really loves to worry. Don't worry, I know what's appropriate and will go back after dinner. Then the 3 of us will wait nearby for the 3rd generation. As you wish. After saying that, Nurarikushin closed the door and continued to eat where he was just now. After finishing the meal, Shina Mahiru didn't ask what the 3 feathered crow was talking about just now, and Nurarikushin didn't say anything either. They just ate simply. Nurarikuo came to the door and turned to Mahiru Shina and said, Mahiru, thank you for your hospitality. I'll go now. You're welcome, you are welcome to come again next time. Good. By the way, Lu Sheng, I don't know what kind of monster you are yet. Can you tell me if it's convenient? I want to know a little more about you. There's nothing that can't be said, and it's not a secret. I'm a slippery guy. See you at school tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Nurarikuo opened the door and walked out. The 3 feathered crows are flying in a triangular formation in the sky on guard. Although there are no enemies, it is normal to maintain such vigilance, which is also their responsibility. Nurarikuo stepped on the wall on the corridor and flew out. The 3 feathered crow followed behind him and gradually disappeared from Shina Mahiru's sight. Today's experience was really bizarre. I didn't expect there to be monsters in this world. Mahiru Shina muttered to herself, then withdrew her gaze and returned to the house. Under the night sky, Nuliang Lu Shen Fei was flying in front and asked, how are the faction leaders in the group gathering together? Jig Wan flew up and replied, back to Sunday, when we came here, 70% of the cotters were already here. They should all be here when we go back. Very good. Nurarikushin nodded, then accelerated his flight speed, and returned to the Nura group about 20 minutes later. At this time, there were 8 treasure ships flying in the sky above the Nura group. These treasure ships were used by the Nura group for transportation. The monster ship is also considered a monster. The treasure ship is large enough to allow thousands of monsters to land. Now there are indeed a large number of monsters standing on these treasure ships. In the Nuliang family, the leaders of various organizations are gathered here. There are over 100 demon generals, a dozen demon commanders, and the Nuliang yokai from outside the family. Under the current situation, there are none who are not demon generals. Once you are qualified, go directly to the demon ship and wait. Sandame. General. There are two different names for Nura-Rikushin. You can call them either one. There is no uniformity for Nura-Rikushin. They can call them whatever they want. Nura-Rikushin landed in front of the monsters and stood in front of the monsters. He looked at the monsters in front of him who were named and powerful. He looked at the Crow Tengu on the side and asked, "Are all the Crow Tengu here?" At this time, the Crow Tengu was no longer the little one who was only 2 circles bigger than the crow. Instead, he had regained his height of 1.8 meters. He respectfully said to Nura-Rikushin, "The third generation, the Nura group has stayed in various places. There are a total of 11,318 monsters in the organization. The unscrupulous monsters do not participate in this battle. Among them, there are 114 monster generals and 14 monster commanders. All the middle and high-level combatants are arrival. At first glance, it seems that there are more than 100 demon generals, but you must know that these are more than 100 demon generals among the more than 10,000 demons of the entire Nura group, and these demon generals are hundreds of demon generals since the creation of the Nura group. With years of experience, which one of these guys is not a monster that has lived for more than 100 years? Good. Although the Shikoku 88 Ghost Night Parade is much inferior to the Hyakuki Night Parade, it is still a large-scale monster organization that has been established for hundreds of years. It cannot be underestimated. So Nura-Rikuo is planning to destroy it all at once. Muya Bodhidharma also said, in the third generation, the 88 ghosts of the 4 countries walked at night. According to me, the total number of their monsters is more than 7,000, of which there are more than 70 monster generals and about 8 monster masters. Their martial yin shenzingbu tanuki, it's the demon king. Except for the fact that we don't have the demon king, we have completely stabilized the 4 countries in other aspects. The battles between monsters are not like those in ancient human countries, which can easily involve tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. The battle between Nuliang Lushan and others is only in one area, and the monsters themselves are not as fertile as humans, so 1,000 monsters broke out. The battle between them is already a large-scale battle, let alone the battle between tens of thousands of monsters, which has definitely not happened once in hundreds of years. Nura-Rikuo didn't pay attention to the demon kings of the 4 countries. He said, "I can kill the demon king, not to mention Madara will also go. Crow Tengu, have you made arrangements for the demons who are staying in my house?" Crow Tengu said, "Not yet, Sande can arrange who will stay in the family." Nura-Rikushin didn't think much and said directly, "In that case, Crow Tengu, you and Sanyo Crow will stay at my house, and my grandfather will be here, so you don't have to worry about other monsters taking advantage of our emptiness to attack." "Hey! Sande, I haven't done anything for 300 years. Why don't you give me a chance to kill some monsters from the 4 countries?" Hearing Nura-Rikuo's arrangement, Crow Tengu was immediately discouraged. He was also a demon commander, and he hadn't fought in so many years. Now he was looking forward to fighting powerful enemies from the 4 countries, but now he has to stay behind. The main family? Nuliang Rikushin Zai was moved by emotion and said rationally, "Crow Tengu, my family is the top priority. Although Grandpa is here, he doesn't know where he has escaped now, so he has to guard against it and find a reliable demon to carry out the operation." "Stay behind, do you know?" The Nura group's movement this time was so loud that it had already been noticed by other monster organizations, so for the safety of our family, we had to take precautions. Even though Nura-Hwagyo was there, the other monsters didn't dare to move, but the Crow Tengu was left behind just in case. Crow Tengu was moved to tears listening to Nura-Rikuo's words, the 3rd generation has entrusted me with such an important task. I, Crow Tengu, hereby promise that I will definitely look after my family with my 3 idiot sons. Please rest assured, Sande." Nuliang Rikuo looked at the cadres of the Nuliang group in front of him, and he said loudly, "The monsters from the 4 countries saw that our Nuliang group has been quiet for a long time, and thought that we were in decline and easy to bully. They coveted our status as white ghosts at night and invaded our Nuliang group. The group wants to take away Weha's territory, what do you think we should do? Kill. Destroy those bastards from the 4 kingdoms and let them know how powerful our Nilayong group is. A mere 88 ghosts on the night dare to challenge my status as 100 ghosts on the night. I don't know whether to live or die. Kill them, seize their territory, and expand the scope of our Nilayong group. Till death. Listening to the answers of the monsters, Nurarikushin nodded with satisfaction, then tightened the haori he was wearing, walked forward, and said, let's destroy the 88 ghosts of the 4 countries at night tonight, and let the monsters all over the country. Everyone knows what I mean by the night walk of 100 ghosts. As Rikuo Nura walked forward, behind him, Yukianasumu and others who had drank the Yaming sworn wine with him followed closely. Madara also followed Rikuo Nura, his face filled with anticipation. As Rikuo Nura boarded the demon ship, other demon generals and commanders also boarded each demon ship, and then the army set off and flew towards the 4 countries. Using the demon ship as a means of transportation, you can reach Shikoku in just a few hours. Rikushin and the others are gone. In Nurarikushin's backyard, Begui Yuan Linling Butterfly and Kikyo looked up at the treasure ship flying straight away in the sky. They could see countless monsters on it. The momentum was majestic, and the monster energy was not concealed at all, flowing in all directions like a tide. He rushed over and did not avoid his whereabouts at all. Begui Yuan Linlindi crossed her arms in front of the airport and sighed, Lu Sheng doesn't agree for us to go, otherwise I would like to see it too. Kikyo said regretfully, he is also worried about our safety, but it's fine if you stay. As a Miko, I have spiritual power to restrain monsters. No ordinary monster commander is my opponent, so I was left here by Nilayong Rikuo. Sister Platy Kodan, I find that sometimes your mouth can be quite poisonous. The corner of Begui Linlindi's mouth twitched. Kikyo's words didn't mean that she was better than him, and Nurarikushin seemed unwilling to leave her behind. Kikyo smiled slightly and said, just kidding, speaking of Linlindi, you have already given it to Lu Sheng, right? Did Lu Sheng tell you? No, I saw that the way you walked was a little different from usual this morning. I'll understand after a little thought. I see. Sister Kikyo, you are so smart. Speaking of which, Lu Sheng is so awesome that I feel a little overwhelmed. Sister Kikyo, I wonder when you will feel his power. Among the women that Lu Sheng admits now, you are the only one. It's better to be together. Kikyo recalled the development process with Nurarikushin in her mind. Although it was not long, it was very warm and happy. Moreover, Nurarikushin was really kind to her, and even forced her to take the elixir. All signs showed that Nurarikushin was sincere to her. And Kikyo has also identified with Nilayong Rikushin. Since she has sincerely exchanged her sincerity, it is really hard for her to continue to hold on to him. So she said, what you said 060 is right, then let's wait until he comes back. Begui Yuan Linlindi smiled maliciously, if you can't stand it, you can ask me to join you. Go, I have no such interest. I was joking too, hee. Shortly after Nurarikuo's treasure ship set off, a lion carried a beautiful blonde woman wearing silver-white armor. The lion followed the treasure ship carefully, and she said, Miss, are we going to help Rikuo-sama? I think he and his Nura group should be fine and don't need our help. After all, it is a fierce battle between 2 super large monster organizations. It is easy to dodge open guns and hidden arrows, and Lu Sheng is very powerful, but if you are accidentally attacked in this kind of melee, what should you do? Li? So I have to follow him to protect him. Bishamon sat on the lion and followed the treasure ship in front of him some distance behind. She already knew that the Nura group and the Shikoku monsters were going to war, so she came here to protect her man secretly. As she said, in such a melee, no matter how strong Nurarikuo was, it would be bad if he was accidentally attacked by surprise, so she followed him secretly to prevent any accidents. The whip artifact Renba stroked her forehead, and she said, Master Bishamon, you are probably worrying too much. The monster guards around Master Rikuo are not jealous. I'm afraid we didn't take action. Opportunity. Bishamon shook his head and said, you have to be just in case. Anyway, I will have nothing to do while staying in Gao Tianyuan. Ramba, who turned into an armor artifact, said excitedly, I didn't expect that Oni-sama would use me to go out. After so many years, I can fight side by side with Bishamon-sama again, wow. Bishamon consoled him, Lamba, you won't cry. As my sacred weapon, I will naturally not forget you. It is better to choose a heavy armor like yours for this monster melee. Ramba regained his energy and said, "Yes, Lord Bishamon, my armor can help sister-in-law defend against any attack, please believe me." "Then it's up to you." 2 hours passed quietly. At this time, the headquarters of the Shikoku monsters was located in the Matsuyama Pass Mouth Hall. This was a forest. Most of the monsters in Shikoku are civet cats. 300 years ago, the number of civet cats in Shikoku once exceeded the number of humans living in Shikoku. It was a battle in a similar city, but humans didn't know where to take out a sword that could kill monsters and continuously make the sword stronger, and almost defeated the raccoon girls of the 4 countries 10 times. At this point, the raccoon demons of the 4 countries did not dare to continue to act recklessly, and returned directly to the headquarters to continue to reproduce. Although there are still a lot of raccoon demons now, there are not many that can actually be put to use. Moreover, the yokai headquarters of the 4 kingdoms is not only the raccoon demon clan, but also has other yokai, but they are headed by the raccoon demon, just like the cotters under the Nura group. Chapter 78. A raccoon demon with the strength of a handsome demon was restless and said, "Marshal, because of the unauthorized actions of the group leader Sheng, the Nuliang group thought that the monsters from the 4 countries were trying to snatch their territory and fear. It is said that the new 3rd generation head of the Nura group summoned all the cotters yesterday, and I am afraid he will come today." There was a monster that was very similar to Inu Phoenix who was killed by Yukiana. It was Inu Phoenix's father, an Inu Phoenix with the strength of a demon marshal. He said, "Definitely, that's why the marshal summoned all the monsters of our 88 ghost nightwalkers to gather together. Tang Kao, it's just to deal with the Nuliang group. I guess my idiot son has died on the Nuliang group's territory. You idiot, can the Nuliang group just go there casually?" The monster thunder beast with golden hair standing on end, 6 lightning-like tails behind its butt, and a head like a badger sighed, "Hey, the Nura group was still in its heyday before the 2nd generation died, and the 2nd generation died only 10 years ago. Without the leader of Hyaki Yaka, the Nura group is in decline, but it is still strong. On the other hand, the monsters of our 4 countries, although they are only the 88 demons Yaka under Hyaki Yaka, are too far behind in strength." Far. Futakoki, who looked like a human woman and had a mouth on the back of her head, gritted her teeth and said, "Marshal, team leader Sheng is confused. He is trying to bring down our Shikoku 88 ghost nightwalker. These powerful monsters are either monster generals or handsome monsters. At this time, they are complaining like talkative women. In front of the Nuliang group, they can't stop their 88 ghosts at night, so they are all worried. Very, but I am worried about my sorrow, so I can't just sit back and wait for death." In front of these monsters, a very conspicuous big civet cat, 30 to 40 meters tall, was sitting cross-legged on the ground wearing its own uniform. It was bigger than the surrounding trees and very conspicuous. This is none other than the marshal of the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms at night, hidden god Xingbu Tanuki. 300 years ago, he led the monsters of the 4 kingdoms to invade the human city. As a result, he was defeated by the humans with the devil's hammer. He also suffered a lot of injuries, which made the hidden god Xingbu raccoon look older. His skin was not as shiny as other hidden god Xingbu raccoons, and even his eyebrows and beard were snow white. Yin Shen, seeing Buletin Li felt something, stood up and said, "Okay, shut up, I didn't summon you here just to listen to your complaints here, now that things have happened then we can only bear the wrath of the Nuliang group. Get ready, the Liang group is coming." "What? Coming so soon? Look to the sky." Hiss, it turned out to be an air raid. The Nuliang group has a treasure ship that can fly in the sky. Ah, here, Captain Yu Zhang's head is hung in front of the bow of the ship. Team leader Yu Zhang is dead. The yokai from the 4 kingdoms all over the mountain were extremely nervous. This was a matter of life and death for them. If they could beat them, the yokai from the 4 kingdoms would become famous. If they couldn't beat them, they would go on the road together. Nu Liang was standing at the front of the treasure ship, looking at the monsters from the 4 kingdoms all over the mountains and plains below. They were all already waiting. This is also the reason why Nura Rikuo did not conceal all the actions of his Nura group, just to enable the monsters from the 4 countries to gather to resist. Exactly 10 cases were resolved. Nura Rikushan saw the huge figure of the hidden god Xingbu raccoon at first sight, and felt the surging demonic energy on him. He was indeed not weak at the level of the Demon King, but he looked old and frail, and the demonic aura was barely stable. Demon King. But no matter how bad things get, he is still the Demon King, not something that ordinary monsters can touch. Niu Gui stood in the air, looking at the monsters of the 4 kingdoms below, and said loudly, "The 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms at night, your team leader Yu Zhang secretly led the team members into the territory of my 100 demons at night, and attacked and killed my cadres of the 100 demons. If you want to rob me of the territory and territory of the 100 demons at night, today I, the 3rd generation general of the Nilayong group and the lord of the 100 demons at night, have arrived in person. I will reciprocate as courtesy and seize your territory in the 4 kingdoms. Destroy you monsters from the 4 kingdoms." Listening to Ushiki's murderous words and the head of his son hanging on the bow of the ship as a demonstration, Yin Shenzing Butanasai clenched his fists, looked at Nilayong Rikuo standing in front of the treasure ship, and replied loudly, "Nu Liang Yu Zhang, the 3rd generation of the Liang group, is my son, but I didn't know about the fact that he entered your Nilayong group without permission and committed mischief. I'm sorry for his behavior, but now that you have killed him, there is no need to set off a quarrel between the two. How about we, the 4 nations, give compensation to your Nilayong group for the battle of the big monster organization? If you can avoid taking action, the Hidden God Punishment Club will try not to do it. The Nura group is already strong. Now that there is a 3rd generation, Hyakuki Yaka has a leader, and they are no longer leaderless. In addition, the 88 demon Yaka itself is weaker than Hyaki Yaka. Gui Yexing would be very disadvantageous to them if a fight broke out. It would be great if they could resolve it peacefully." Nura Rikushin sneered, "You don't even know a word and you want to cover up the matter. If someone wants to invade our Nura group in the future, send a team of monsters to assassinate them. After being caught, you don't even know a word and want to end it. This matter? Innocent, 100 ghosts walk at night. Exist." The tens of thousands of monsters behind Nilayong Lushan shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and fields. "Kill." Nura Rikuo stood on the bow of the ship, and the word "kill" fell. He was wrapped in black fear and disappeared on the spot. The next second, he led the charge and landed on the ground. In an instant, the little demons around him were killed by Yamakamaru, including himself. I don't know when he was hit. Sande. Jayatamaru, Matamaru, Jyoki group, charge with me. Ushiaki saw that Nura Rikuo, who was standing next to him just now, was the first to rush over, and he did not dare to delay. When he jumped down, he revealed his true body, with a cow face and a large monster with a tien spider body. Ichimoku knew that it was time for him to show off, and said to his team members, "Come on, follow the footsteps of the general and kill the monsters of the 4 countries. Kill." The cadres of the major Nilayong groups did not wait for the treasure ship to dock on the ground, and jumped from the ship one after another. More than 10,000 monsters rushed to kill them like dumplings. Although the monsters from the 4 kingdoms were scared in their hearts, they immediately adjusted to resist and fight with the monsters from the Nura group. At this time, Riku Nura walked forward with calm and regular steps. The monsters around him who wanted to attack Riku Nura were blocked by Riku Nura's cronies. "Don't even think about getting close to the 3rd generation, the cursed blizzard snow makeup." The snow girl blew out a breath of cold air. The cold air was filled with cold wind and heavy snow, which froze several bighorn monsters with the strength of monster soldiers and then exploded. String kill. Spiral blade. Xiao moved in unison, waving the black string with his mouth to spread his strings, holding the black string with both hands, then returning his head to the body and pulling the black string hard. The black string rose up like a spiral and tied up all the monsters on one side. The fear attached to the black string was very tough and sharp, and it strangled all these monsters to pieces. King Tianfeng's powerful fist was directed at the chest of a demon soldier, and shouted, "Sandame, just go forward, the martial raccoon demon opposite is your opponent, leave these little minions to us to deal with. Come on, hey, let's compare who can kill more monsters from the 4 kingdoms. Ha ha ha, little monk accepts your challenge." Kuritabo flicked his sleeve with his right hand, and Bai Lai used his weapon to PK the monsters that came up to him into hedgehogs. Nura Rikushin felt the movement beside him, and confidently carried the demon-repelling knife and headed towards the Hidden God Punishment Club Tanuki. At this moment, a monster flying in the air, with red flames all over its body like a phoenix, shocked everyone. He said loudly to Nura Rikushin, the 3rd generation of the Nura group, "I am Inu Phoenix. Although I have the idiot son followed Yu Zhang to the Nilayong group and was killed, and it was his own fault. Since we have started a war, as his father, I should avenge my son." Nilayong Lushan raised his head and squinted at the turkey in the sky, and said disdainfully, "Revenge? Just because you are a BD chicken and you have the courage to call yourself a phoenix, you will be wiped out in ashes." Nilayong Lushan stretched out his left hand, and blue karma fire shot out at the dog phoenix above. The karma fire cut through the void, evaporating the moisture in the air, and the temperature instantly increased. Inu Fenghuang didn't expect that Nilayong Lushan could also play with fire. Since they are all playing with fire, let's see whose fire is stronger. The flames on dog phoenix's body were restrained, and the whole body emitted red light, and then a mouthful of flames spurted down like a meteorite falling from the sky. Two flames of different colors collided in the air, attracting the attention of a large number of monsters. Boom! The moment the two flames collided, the flames spread out like a wall of fire, but strangely, the two flames did not collide equally, but the blue flames directly assimilated the red flames and continued to press towards Dog Phoenix. What? My flame was actually assimilated by his flame. How could there be a scene where the flame was assimilated? Chuan Fenghuang watched the blue flame rising visibly on his flame, and wanted to stop spitting out the flame, but it was already too late. Because the karma fire assimilated the red flame too fast, it burned the source of the red flame in the blink of an eye, which was the mouth of Dog Phoenix. Then his whole body was burned by the blue karma fire, and he let out a shrill scream in the sky before falling to the ground. In mid-air, it completely turned into flying ashes and died without any body parts. This scene directly shocked the monsters of the four countries. You must know that it was Inu Phoenix, a big monster that controlled fire. The leader of the 88 ghosts of the Four Kingdoms Nightwalking Fire Phoenix group, with great strength as a demon commander, was burned to ashes by the third generation of the Nura group at a devastating speed. It was simply terrible. Your karma fire is still as domineering as ever. It can actually burn monsters of the same level to death in one go. Tisk tisk. Madara, who was standing on Nura Rikuo's shoulder, couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. The same handsome monster could not block Nura Rikuo's fire move, and the opponent was a fire attribute monster. That's enough, the third generation of the Nilayong group, I will be your opponent next. The thunder beast with its golden hair standing on end is flashing with golden thunder light. He can control the big monster of thunder and lightning. Of course, this thunder and lightning is not the thunder of nature, but the thunder of his own attributes. You want to find me, the third generation of the Nilayong group, but you are not qualified, so I, the Niu Gui, will fight you. A black wave of fear came from Nura Rikuo's right side, attacking the thunder beast with a substantial force. The thunder beast's body sparkled with golden light, and golden thunder and lightning was released from its body and collided with the black fear. What a powerful fear, Niu Gui! You are the most powerful faction leader of the Nilayong group, Niu Gui. The thunder beast looked at the figure coming out of the darkness. He looked like a middle-aged man, with a lot of black fear wrapped around his body, which scared the little monsters around him so that they did not dare to come close. Earlier, Niu Gui followed Nura Rikushin and jumped out of the treasure ship, killing 5 demon generals of the opponent one after another. Nilayong Lushan looked back at the visitor and chuckled, Niu Gui, then I'll leave this guy to you. After that, Nura Rikuo carried Yamakamaru and continued to move forward. Don't even think about leaving. Thunder Beast stretched out his right hand, and just as he was about to release a lightning strike to attack Nilayong Rikushin, Yukiyuki stepped forward and cut off Thunder Beast's right hand. Ah! The Thunder Beast let out a heartbreaking cry of pain. His entire arm was chopped off, which naturally caused heartbreaking pain. Niu Gui pointed the knife at Lei Xiao with an expressionless face and said domineeringly, I said, I will fight you. Since you know that I, Niu Gui, dare to be distracted and do not know whether to live or die. Damn it, Niu Gui, I want you to pay. The golden lightning of the Thunder Beast kept flowing on the body, and then the lightning like golden lightning struck like a cow ghost. Snort. Niu Gui snorted disdainfully with a sound. Several strands of fear on his body crossed and turned into defense in front of him, blocking the golden thunder and lightning from the fear. The figure teleported, and in the blink of an eye he appeared on the right side of the Thunder Beast and slashed with a knife. The Thunder Beast was protected by lightning in an instant, but it still couldn't withstand the power of the bull ghost and was struck in the chest by the knife and flew out. As expected of Mr. Niu Gui. Sumo, Yuki Onna and Kappa and their party have solved the small monsters that were not strong but could not withstand the large numbers and came here. Now they saw Ashiki steadily suppressing an enemy monster of the same level. Monsters of different abilities showed admiration. I have long heard that Niu Gui is the strongest among the cadres of the Nilayong group, and it is indeed true. He can completely suppress the Thunder Beast before even revealing his true form. The mountain forest at the headquarters of Shikoku 88 demons at night can be said to be blooming on all sides, with monsters fighting everywhere, but they are basically one-sided massacres. The middle-level forces of the Nilayong group, that is, the strength of the demon generals far exceeds those of the four countries. Even the high-level cadres with the strength of the demon commanders are the same. The game was doomed from the start. Poor Tamaki was still thinking that his Shikokus would not be afraid even if they were attacked by the Nura group, because the Shikoku's 88 ghost nightwalkers were only inferior to the 100 demon nightwalkers, and the strength of the two sides should be it's not much different, and they definitely won't mess around. The final result, Li Hao, is that both sides will suffer. He had a high opinion of the Shikoku monsters and a low opinion of the Nura group. Since the first generation of Nurong sliding, the Nurong group has laid the foundation for the name of the Master of Monsters and the Knight of Hundreds of Ghosts. After the second generation, it has been carried forward and dominated an era. How dare the Shikoku Raccoon Demon Clan do this? Run away quickly, we are no match for the Nilayong group. Oh my god, there are so many masters in the Nilayong group, we can't stop them at all. The monsters of the four countries are finished. They will be annexed by the Nilayong group for use. As the cadres of the Nilayong group and the faction leaders solved the cadres of the four countries and then entered the ranks of killing the little monsters, it was completely like opening a wushuan, which was not a level at all. Ramba, who transformed into Bishamon's armor, could still see the battle ahead. She sighed, "Sister, I didn't expect that this Nura group is really powerful. It can actually defeat other big players. The monster organization is suppressing all aspects." Renba, the whip artifact on his waist, said, "After all, it is Hyaki Yaka and the strongest monster organization. The word strongest is not something we use casually. Originally, the earrings were nailed to Bishamon's ears, but now they were nailed to his clothes because of Nura Rikuo's words." He said helplessly, "Although the Nura group has only been established for more than 400 years, but it is stronger than many monster organizations that have been established for far longer than them. And this Nura group is the foundation of Rikuo-sama's grandfather and father, two powerful slickers, so it is naturally very strong, and now Rikuo-sama has become the third-generation general. The new leader of the 100 Demons, the strongest monster organization Hyaki Yaka, deserves the title." Bishamon said slightly proudly, "After all, he is my man, so his status and strength cannot be compromised. It's best if everything is fine. I'll just watch him here. It's still early anyway." She came here because she was worried that Nura Rikuo would encounter some kind of accident, but now it seems that her worries were in vain. The strength of the Nura group is really powerful. No wonder she once had a chance to win the battle with God during the meeting. At this time, let the gods not provoke the hundreds of ghosts in the human world. Chapter 79. Oh, I didn't expect that my Shikoku 88 Ghost Night Walk would end up in this situation. I knew from the beginning that the defeat was certain. What's your name, the third generation of the Nura group? The 30 to 40 meter long Yin Shen Xing Buledantan stood up. It could be seen that he was extremely fat. In the human world, he was probably classified as a fat man. After all, Yin Shen Xingbu Tanuki has lost his fighting spirit since he was defeated by humans with the Demon King's hammer 300 years ago. He has been staying at the yokai headquarters of Shikoku to eat, drink, have fun and enjoy life. His wife has hundreds of houses. Yu Zhang is also one of his hundreds of children. The difference is that he has inherited all his power and will have the opportunity to surpass him in the future and take the monsters of the four kingdoms further. But unfortunately, instead of being able to wait until that time, he was dragged down by Yu Zhang, which led to the complete defeat and destruction of the 88 ghost nightwalkers in the four kingdoms. It was really fate. Nu Liang Lu Sheng. Yin Shen Xingbu Li nodded his round face, as if he were an ordinary old man, and said, "Nuliang Lushan, Nuliang Huapiao's grandson, you are very good. It is said that you are only 16 this year, and you are still only a quarter. In all the years I have been alive, I have never seen someone with monster blood at this age and with monster blood achieve this level of achievement. It is not an exaggeration to say it is a miracle. Even your father is like this. He dominated the entire Edo period as a half-demon. Is it because the blood of monsters and the blood of humans are mixed to give birth to powerful heirs?" Nuliang Rikuo stood in front of the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki and said calmly, "Sa, who knows, you can give it a try if you reincarnate as a demon in your next life." "Ha ha ha, you're right. I do want to try, but it's not the next life. Your grandpa isn't here. Do you think you can beat me?" The aura of Yin Shen Xing Buledantan was fully displayed, and strong winds continued to spread outwards with him as the center. When he opened his eyes, which had been half closed before, he looked completely different from the amiable look just now. Don't be fooled by his current fat, round and cute appearance. It would be a big mistake to think that such a raccoon demon is really harmless to humans and animals. Hundreds of years ago, the Yin Shen Xing Buletin Tanuki killed people without blinking an eye, and did a lot of things to destroy villages and cities. More than 1 million people died at his hands. But in the end, the boat capsized in the sewer, and humans found a weapon that could kill demons and make them stronger. The Demon King's small hammer almost killed all the raccoon demons, and even the leader Yin Shen Xingbu raccoon was injured. In the end, he became it looks like this now. The powerful fear of the Demon King of the Hidden God Punishment Club Tanuki oppressed the entire mountain forest in 830, inspiring the hearts of the monsters from the 4 countries who were struggling and retreating steadily after being suppressed by the Nuliang group. It's the marshal who is about to take action. Nuliang group and the others don't have the Demon King present, so Master Yuan can turn the tide of the battle around alone. Haha, I can finally relax. Only the Demon King can fight against the Demon King. Although the monsters of the Nuliang group are strong, there is no Demon King present. In this way, as long as the 3 generations of the Nuliang group are killed, they will definitely be defeated. Hold on, as long as their 3rd generation is killed by the marshal, we can counterattack. The demon generals of the 4 kingdoms and the 2 or 3 remaining demon marshals seemed to see hope. No Demon King came from the Nuliang group, but they had the strongest marshal present. A Demon King was enough to reverse the decadent situation. Lu Sheng, leave this raccoon to me to deal with. I haven't really done anything for a long time. Standing on Nurarikuo's shoulders, Madara took the initiative to ask for a fight. He also wanted to show his own strength, not just a mount. Nuliang Lushan did not refuse, and immediately said, "Okay, you can come up if you want, but don't get defeated, otherwise you will be punished for shaking the morale of the army and you will be punished to abstain from drinking for 100 years. Humph, don't worry, Lu Sheng. I am a powerful monster after all. Facing a monster king whose strength has been compromised is not something that can be easily captured. On the contrary, if I win, you have to let me drink until I fall asleep." Madara jumped forward from Nurarikuo's shoulder, and then the Demon King's aura was revealed, and he transformed directly from the image of a fat cat into a fox demon with a graceful body, about 7 meters long, and different from the image of a lucky cat. At this moment, he was very divine handsome. Another Demon King. Didn't it say that only the 1st generation Sly Ghost Nuliang Huayao of the Nuliang group is the Demon King? Why is there a Fox Demon King? Oh my god, the situation in the battle is not good now. The marshal's body is no longer in good condition, and the Fox Demon seems to be still in its prime, which is not good for the marshal. It's over, the Nura group is indeed well prepared. It is worthy of being the monster organization that bears the name of 100 Demons Yaka. In addition to Nura Huaxiao, there are other monster kings. The monsters of Shikoku were immediately poured cold water on them to calm down from their excitement. The smiles of the Shikoku yokai now transferred to the faces of the Nura group yokai. They were really frightened just now when they felt the tide of demonic energy from the hidden god Xingbu raccoon. After all, Demon King level demons are not on the same level as other demons, but now they also have Demon Kings here, this victorious Libra. Isn't it still completely on their side? It's Madara. It's said that the Demon King was a demon recruited by the 3rd generation, but it still has a master-slave relationship. It's incredible that 3 generations can drive an uninjured Demon King, not in his old age, but in his prime. Ichimoku's fists were full of blood, but they were all monsters from the 4 kingdoms. He took a deep puff on his cigarette and loudly said, "Ha ha ha, guys, it doesn't matter if there are monster kings in the 4 kingdoms. We also have monsters here, and they are stronger than theirs. Continue to press in, and destroy the monsters of the 4 countries. From now on, the monster territory of the 4 countries will be taken over by our Nura group." The leader of the Sky Demon Bird Team, Yujin Zhentian, is a bird demon with a size of more than 10 meters. He waved his wings, and a large number of feathers were like flying knives, instantly piercing hundreds of raccoon demons to death. The group of demon birds he guided were mostly birds, capable of flying in the air and attacking. They were also demon commanders in their own right. They had previously eliminated 2 demon generals and were now clearing them out. Not only him, but other team members such as Centipede, Baboon, Yin Demon, Luogui, Sanmu Bayman, etc. are also cleaning up those little monsters. It is true that there are too few monster generals and monster commanders in the 4 kingdoms, and there is simply not enough. So they only can be reduced to the point of cleaning up little demons and demon soldiers. I didn't expect that in addition to Hualao, your Nilayong group also has a demon king. This is a mistake. I thought I could hold on for a while, but it seems, well, fight. The Hidden God Punishment Club didn't expect Nurarikushin to come with other demon kings, and this was not good for him. However, he could see that he had lived for so many years, and he had experienced good times and bad times. It was not a loss. Then come on. Madara was the first to take action, showing off his extremely sharp claws and rushing towards the Hidden God Punishment Club Tanuki. The Hidden God Xingbu Tanuki stretched out his hands to fight against him, but despite his size, his strength was not as good as Madara's. He was immediately pushed out by Madara, who was smaller than him. His huge body continued to retreat, crushing every tree. Banpu retreated from the Divine Punishment Department and jumped to the side with the help of his strength. A white gold energy ball condensed in front of his mouth when he opened his mouth, and then he released it forward in one breath. Hee hee. Yin Shen Xing Buletin Li roared loudly, and mobilized the demonic power in his body. A strong wind was controlled by him, and then a large number of green leaves formed a defensive wall in front of him. Madara's energy attack hit the defense of the Hidden God Tortoise, and exploded after a stalemate for a few seconds. The aftermath of the explosion directly knocked all the monsters within 100 meters away, leaving a big hole in the ground. The Yin Shen Xing Buletin Li was shaken back for more than 10 steps by the impact of the explosion. After he stopped, he covered his chest with his hands, feeling very uncomfortable as blood surged in his body. On the other hand, Madara's 4 feet were clinging to the ground, and the impact of the explosion only caused him to move backwards a few meters. Just one blow to make a difference. After Yin Shen Xingbu Li stood up again, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Oh, I am really old and useless. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. You fox demon is really powerful. Even if I was not injured 300 years ago, can't take any advantage. The Hidden God Punishment Club smiled bitterly. He could tell who was stronger and who was weaker from the previous fight. He said bluntly that he was not the opponent of that kind of fox monster. 300 years ago, he might have been able to confront him head-on, but now, there is no chance. Haha, CCDJ, is also a demon king when he is old. You are not unjust if he dies in the hands of me, Madara-sama. Madara's strong demonic energy rolled around, and his whole body emitted a strong white light. A pair of fox eyes looked at the big tanuki in front of him fiercely. The Hidden God Punishment Club's eyes were solemn, and black fear wrapped around his body. The ground beneath his feet exploded and sunk into a pit. He stared at Madara closely. The next second, the two of them moved at the same time. 2 lights, one black and one white, collided at one point and then passed each other. Well. The old face of the Yin Shen Xing Buletin raccoon was full of pain, and his eyes were staring hard. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Half of his originally very fat belly was now missing, and blood was spraying around like rain. Nurarikushin took out a blue umbrella from nowhere to cover himself. The spilled blood fell on the umbrella, so that Nurarikushin's clean body was not stained with blood. As for the others, it would be miserable. If they didn't block it in time, they would be spilled with blood. As expected, this Hidden God Punishment Club raccoon's body was not white, and it also had a lot of blood. The victory has been decided. Nurarikushin threw the umbrella aside and looked at the half-body of the Hidden God Tortoise in front of him that was torn apart by Madara. The end of the Demon King. Sure enough, no matter what kind of creature gets old, it will go downhill, and the same goes for the Demon King. His body functions, demon power, physical strength, fear, etc. all decline, far from what he was when he was young. Against Madara of the same level, he was obviously no match. Madara was still young and his strength was still at its peak, while the Hidden God Punishment Club Tanuki's strength had already dropped by 56/10. Of course, Nilayong Huayao was in the same state before, but now, Nilayong Huaxiao's heart has recovered, his body functions have fully recovered, and he is immortal. His body will always remain in his current prime, so he will never die due to old age. Downhill. Marshal. It's over, even the Marshal wants to got killed. The 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms are walking at night, and they will be eliminated from tonight. It's all the fault of the Hidden God Punishment Department Ridamajong. If it weren't for him, how could the monsters from our 4 countries have suffered this disaster? The remaining monsters in the 4 kingdoms are completely in despair. Even their leader has been defeated. What suspense is there now? Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then spat out a mouthful of blood, which was his own and that of the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki. However, he was only slightly injured and was not in trouble at all. However, the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki and Madara tore off half of his body in one bite. Even if the god came, he could not save Song Tanuki. The body of the fox demon quickly shrank, and Madara, who had once again transformed into the image of a lucky cat, sat at Nura Rikuo's feet, licking his paws with his tongue, and said, "How about Rikuo, how can we deal with this half-baked demon king? What you have is so easy to grasp, are you impressed by me?" Nura Rikushin was amused by Madara's words, and he said, "Amazing? It doesn't exist at all. If you can't even beat the demon king you talk about half-heartedly, then I even doubt whether you are a loser who only knows how to drink and eat meat. I can only say that the result this time was expected." Madara crossed his arms in front of him dissatisfied, turned his head and said, "Tch, it's not interesting, so what if you praise me? Okay, stop being so cute, let's go back to the treasure ship." Nura Rikuo turned around and left. Originally, he wanted to do this battle with the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki by himself, but since Madara was so interested, he gave this opportunity to Madara. As Nura Rikushin said, this result was completely expected. Regardless of whether it is Madara or Nura Rikushang, this is the result. After the death of Yin Shen Xingbu Tanuki, the 88 demons yokai under his command were also completely defeated. They were hunted by the monsters of the Nura group. This lasted for several hours. The 88 demons yokai were hunted down. After all the slaughter, the 88 ghosts from the four kingdoms were eliminated at night. The yokai territory of the four kingdoms was taken over by the Nura group, and the specific distribution will have to wait until we return. After the battle, Ryo Rikushin stood on the plywood of the treasure ship and asked Muyu Takamo about the casualties of the Nura group. The Nuliang group lost 8 demon generals and none of the demon commanders this time. After all, in terms of middle and high level, the Nuliang group had the advantage. Most of them were besieged. The demon generals who died were either unlucky or unlucky. It's just that they are not strong enough. As for the number of demon soldiers and little demons below, there are too many, and about 1,500 people died. For this number, it is still within the acceptable range. Okay, I understand. Let the injured ones be treated by the monsters from the medicine hall. As for the dead ones, compensation will be given depending on the situation. You can just watch half of these Bodhidharma. I'll leave first. You guys go back by yourself, no need to wait for me. After Nura Rikushin finished speaking, he ignored the dissuasion of Muyu Bodhidharma and other monsters and flew directly away from the treasure ship. They didn't know where Nura Rikushin was going. But there is nothing to worry about. With Nuliang Lushan's strength, there will be no problem when encountering the Demon King. Since they have to leave for something, they have no choice but to let them go first. Song Dirang Bao the boat returns. After leaving the treasure ship, Nuliang Risheng flew straight to a huge tree that was more than 50 meters high. Nura Rikuo stood on a 1-meter wide branch and shouted, "Bishamon, stop hiding, come out, I know it's you. How did you know I was here and still hide here?" Bishamon walked out from behind the tall tree wearing a heavy suit of armor. She didn't remember that she had exposed anything and was hiding it. It's also very good. It shouldn't be discovered by Nura Rikuo. The unique smell of you. When Bisha heard this, his face turned ugly and he said, "The smell on my body? Impossible. I bathe every day. How can it smell?" Nura Rikushin explained, "You seem to have understood something wrong. I am not saying that you have any peculiar smell, but that I have remembered a special smell that only belongs to you. You have followed it from the beginning. Me 11 so that's it." After hearing Nura Rikushin's explanation, Bishamon's expression softened. She thought she really had some peculiar smell, but Nura Rikushin smelled it. That would be really embarrassing. Chapter 80. Nura Rikushin stepped forward and naturally took Bishamon's hand and said, "I know you followed me all the way because you were worried about me, but you have also seen that the 88 Ghost Night Parade is not my 100 Demon Night Parade at all." Opponent. Bishamon looked arrogant and said, "Humph, your men are really powerful. They destroyed the Overlord monster without even seeing you take action. It's me who is meddling in other people's business. How can you be nosy? I know your thoughts and I am very happy. Let's go. This is not a place for romance. Go to your place." You want to use my teleportation ability to skip the 2-hour boat ride and go back directly. Bishamon had already seen through Nurarikuo's thoughts. The reason why he came to her was because he wanted to save more than 2 hours and go home directly. Isn't this treating her as a work god? Did you see it? Nurarikushin had a smile on his face and didn't feel embarrassed, because that was exactly what he thought. As a god of war, Bishamon can teleport anywhere she can see in the human world. Once she has an idea of where she wants to go and the places she has been, she can teleport there. However, teleporting once requires a lot of energy. Divine power. Another point is that you cannot be distracted and teleport during combat, just like in the game, you can only return after leaving the combat state. The gods who can teleport are basically martial gods like Bishamon and Yato, who have excellent combat power, so most of the 8 million gods cannot teleport, and only a handful of martial gods can. Moreover, this ability cannot be used in Jiao the world where God lives. It can only be used in the human world. Therefore, as long as it is not a big deal or it is far away, the god of war will not be so bored as to waste his divine power on teleportation, just in case something happens. The fighting situation was very unfavorable for the martial god who had just teleported. That's natural. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I have already understood you thoroughly, in every sense. Bishamon said fiercely, and then did not refuse, taking Nurarikuo to teleport to a nearby shrine, then enter Gao Vikang's mansion through the shrine as a transit point. It was already dark in Takamagahara at this time, and it was almost 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was very late, and most of Bishamon's artifacts were asleep. The flow of time in Gao Tianyuan is the same as that in the human world. It can be said that they live in one world. The difference is that Gao Tianyuan lives in a huge island above the clouds. After returning to his home, Bishamon announced directly, "Don't leave tonight, sleep in my place. My bed is bigger than yours, and it's enough for you to sleep with me." The artifacts following Bishamon were all speechless. Can they listen to this? Their master is really informal. Nuliang Lushan did not shirk, and responded, "Since you said so, I won't be polite." Nurarikuo and Bishamon went to the bathroom first. Now Bishamon didn't need to take a bath to relieve his pain, he just simply took a bath. Nurarikuo returned to his human form at this time. After turning into a monster, he always felt that his hair would get wet, which would make him unsightly. Then he entered the bathtub naked. The water in this pool can really relieve fatigue and relax people. Seeing Nurarikushin's satisfied expression, Bishamon asked with a smile, "How about it? Feel comfortable? You can also swim here, this pool is very big." Nurarikushin yawned and said sleepily, "Forget about swimming, I'll just soak in the water for a while, and then I'm going to sleep." Yet, Bishamon was a bit arrogant after listening to Nurarikuo's words. "Do you want to sleep without doing anything while staying here?" Humph, wishful thinking. In the past, Bishamontan always looked overworked when she entered the bath. She did not come to enjoy the bath, but to heal. Because she had to eliminate filth and endure the pressure brought by the artifacts, she did not want to move at all. But it's different now. The barrier between her and the artifacts has disappeared. There is no such pressure, so now she comes to the bathroom purely to relax and enjoy. Looking at Riku Nura who was taking a bath seriously with her eyes closed, Bishamon suddenly felt bored. She stood up and got close to Riku Nura. Her perfect figure made people feel that her nose was so warm that it would cause nosebleeds. She bumped Nurarikushin's shoulder with her shoulder and said, "Rikushin, in order to thank you for helping me solve the problem with the artifact, so I can unlock some embarrassing postures, what do you think?" Hearing this, Nuliang Lushan raised his eyebrows. "You sure?" Bishamon stood up, and the holy light shone on her tall and straight peaks. She put her left hand on her hips and waved her right hand, saying confidently, "Of course I am sure. As long as you can imagine, there is nothing I, Bishamon, can't do." Nurarikuo scratched his head. Although his interest was aroused, he still shook his head and said, "Well, it is very attractive, but it is too late today. I feel uncomfortable even if I move for an hour. I have to go to school tomorrow." "Well, let's do it tomorrow." "You." Bishamon looked at Nurarikuo who got up from the bath. "Why is this guy so bad tonight? Did he take the wrong medicine?" In fact, Nurarikuo really wanted to sleep. He was a little sleepy in the monster form, and now the sleepiness in the human state has doubled. What Bishamon said cannot be done at any time from now on, nor does it have to be rushed. After putting on his pajamas and lying on Bishamon's bed, a fragrance unique to Bishamon reached Nurarikuo's nose. It smelled quite good. It was either perfume or something, but Bishamon's own scent. A nice smell. Humph, I still don't believe that I can't arouse your desire. Bishamon stood in her room, looking at Riku Nura who was lying on the bed about to sleep. She walked to the closet nearby and started looking for a set of clothes that could reflect her charm and defeat Riku Nura's drowsiness. Hey, this dress is a cheongsam, a golden cheongsam with black edges. Although it is stored in the closet, I have never worn it. I just use it now. As for socks, men like silk stockings, so white over-the-knee shoes, red high-heeled shoes are good. Other gods only know that Bishamon is brave and powerful. He basically wears a military uniform all day long, or is possessed by a divine weapon, and has no other good-looking clothes. But in fact, Bishamon has a collection in her wardrobe, and she also has a girlish heart in her heart, but she never has time to wear it, and even if she does, she will be commented on, why does the strongest Valkyrie still wear such sexy clothes? Is this a filthy statement? So forget it. But things are different now. Bishamon has someone he likes. Even if she dresses nicer, no one will do anything to her anymore. After putting on the clothes he had just taken out, Bishamon stood in front of the mirror and looked pretty. After holding up his long golden hair with his hand, he sat next to Nurarikuo and stretched his hand across Nurarikuo's face. What are you doing? Nurarikuo, who was about to fall asleep, felt Bishamon's movements and looked at Bishamon, who was wearing a cheongsam. His eyes were really bright. Since Bishamon had already taken the initiative, it would be a bit shameful for him to refuse again. It seemed like it was going to be another sleepless night. The next day, Nurarikushin was on his way to school with Begui and Rinlandi with a pair of panda eyes. He didn't sleep much last night and was really sleepy. Lu Sheng, where did you go after leaving the army last night? Why do you look so depressed? Are you okay? Begui and Rinlandi saw that Nurarikuo seemed very tired. He didn't know where he went after leaving the monster army in Shikoku last night. He didn't come back until the morning, and he seemed to have been sucked clean after returning 10 times. Nurarikushin defended, I had something to deal with after I left last night, so I came back late. I kept flying when I came back, so I was a little tired and sleepy. If it was known that he left the treasure ship with Bishamon yesterday, wouldn't it be a bad image? So there are some things that cannot be said. Begui and Rinlandi held Nurarikushin's hand and said, that's it, then I won't go to class today and you can rest at home. Anyway, you will not rely on school to develop in society in the future. As far as Begui and Rinlandi knows, the Nuliang Group is not short of money at all, because the Nuliang Group has always supported many companies in the human world. It can be said that it has extended its hands into various industries, such as the hotel industry and the catering industry. Tourist attractions, real estate, mafia gangs, entertainment circles, etc. are all represented by the Nuragumi. They are more chaebol than chaebol and can cause a financial crisis in just 10 sentences. It is said that the police director, who has the highest police rank in the Metropolitan Police Department, was also promoted by the Nuragumi. There are also people in the army and even the state council. It is indeed the largest monster organization in the entire Kanto region. Now with the addition of the 4 major prefectures and surrounding islands in the Shikoku region that we just conquered, the sphere of influence has expanded even more. I don't know what Nurarikuo's grandfather, Nurahueto, saw in the Heikakian family back then. It couldn't really be money. Although Hakugian was rich, it was just the icing on the cake for the Nura clan. In addition, the cadres of the Nuragumi are also expanding into various walks of life in the human world. It can be said that the Nuragumi is a symbol of power, money, and strength. Compared to the Prime Minister of this country, he is richer and more powerful. At this moment, Nurarikuo, as the 3rd generation general of the Nura clan, has absolutely unique power. He stands above hundreds of millions of people and dominates the ups and downs. I still have to go to school like this. I really don't understand whether Nurarikuo is playing a game of going to school, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, or is he really going to school seriously? Nuliang Rikushin immediately refused, this is not possible. I have been attending classes every day for 10 years, and I have never asked for a day off. I can't let my persistence suddenly end. What's the use of insisting on this? Begui and Rinlandi complained speechlessly, insisting that this kind of wool is useless. Is it really so good to go to school, even if you are a half-demon, have human blood, and are interested in human society? But studying is definitely the most boring. I don't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, it's my hobby. People always spend this period of their lives in school when they are young. This is perfect. Begui Yuan Linlandi chuckled and replied, yes, yes, I don't understand. By the way, it seems like it will rain heavily today. Did you bring an umbrella? Nura Rikushin didn't even need to look at what was in his school bag, and said very confidently, of course I have a bag, and a cold lunchbox. Yukiana helps me prepare everything I need every day. Snow girl, you can't see what she means to you, right? Begui Yuan Linlandi saw from the beginning that Yukiana was interested in Nura Rikuo, but she didn't believe that Nura Rikuo didn't know. Of course I know that. You know you didn't take her in quickly, what are you waiting for? Sister Kikyo and I won't care, and Bishamon won't even care. Of course I have my reasons. Nura Rikuo didn't say much. Yuki Ono was a pure monster. He was burdened with the curse of the Hago Romo Kitsune. The Slit Ghost bloodline couldn't have children with monsters, so she and Yuki Ono couldn't have children. Nura Rikuo didn't want to give up his life. The cursed me combined with the Snow Girl, no matter what, I have to break the curse. The status of Yukiana in Nura Rikuo's heart is very special, so he doesn't want to marry Yukiana in his current state. He must wait until he is perfect. Okay, then we will separate at this intersection. I am leaving. After separating from Begui and Rinlandi, Nura Rikuo entered his own class at Sakura High School. 00 As soon as Rikuo Nura sat down, Eri Sawamura walked next to Rikuo Nura. She asked, Minister, didn't you say yesterday that after cleaning the class, you would go to the club? I didn't see you until I was in the club, and finally I came to the classroom to look for you but didn't find you. Finally, I waited until the club activities were over. Minister, don't you think you need to explain? Yesterday was supposed to be Rikuo Nura's first day as the director of the strange detective team when he took over from Kyosugu Aoi. He promised that he would come to the club after his duty, but the director just let them all go. A pigeon of a member of the club has been waiting for such a long time. Anyone would have a little temper. As Sawamura Iri mentioned this matter, Nura Rikuo suddenly remembered and said, I said I seemed to have forgotten something yesterday. It turned out to be something about the club. I'm sorry, it's my problem. Just admit it when you are wrong. Isn't Liang Lushan Yang Jizhong so arrogant that he dare not even admit that he has done something wrong? This is like this. Sawamura Iri saw that Nura Rikuo had such a correct attitude and said nothing more, but how could she forget such an important thing? After Mahiru Ashina, who was sitting nearby, heard this, she knew that it was entirely her fault. If she hadn't been targeted by Yoon Gaijing and Rikuo Nura saved her and sent her home, she would not have forgotten about the club. So Shina Mahiru stood up and took the initiative to speak. Sawamura-san, after cleaning up yesterday, I suddenly felt unwell, so Rikushin took me to see the school doctor. It was because of me that you kept waiting for Rikushin in the club. So I'm sorry, I'm sorry. After hearing the reason, Sawamura Iri quickly shook her head and said, it turns out that Shina-san is not feeling well. It's excusable. It's excusable. The minister is also kind-hearted. What I should say is that I'm sorry. I came to question without understanding the situation. Then Shina Mahiru and Sawamura Eri smiled at each other and let the matter pass. The classmates in the class were full of gossip when they saw this, especially when Shina Mahiru called Nura Rikuo directly by name. Generally speaking, even if they have been talking to each other for several years, if you are not familiar with your classmates, you can only call them by their last name, followed by the classmate. Direct calling by name is a title that can only be given when the relationship reaches friends or above. They had no idea when Nura Rikuo and Shina Mahiru had become very close, and they had never seen how close they were before. Some boys, on the other hand, looked at Nura Rikuo with a look of amusement. He has a good relationship with Shina Makoto, and is Sawamura Iri's director in the club. They are really enviable. But Hanake Nura, who was sitting in the back, didn't think so. Yesterday, she felt the evil spirit released by Rikuo Nura in the club. When she found a reason to leave the club and rushed over, Nura Rikuo's demonic aura disappeared again, along with Nura Rikuo and Shina Mahiru, so Hanake Nyuzu must have I don't believe the reason given by the promotion zone. But Kaiken Tora didn't say anything. All she needed to know was that Riku Nura revealed his identity as a demon at school after school yesterday, and Mahiru Shina probably also knew Riku Nura's identity. This chapter was banned before. I was so excited to write it for a while that I understood everything. Now it has been revised. Chapter 81. Classmate Nuliang, come to my office after class. During class, Kirisu Mafuyu looked at Nurarikuo sleeping, woke him up and told him to wait until he went to the office. It had only been a few days since school started, and she had already been reminded several times. It was still like this. She felt that she needed to have a good chat with Rikuo Nura. Oh. Nuliang Lushan responded indifferently, and then continued to close his eyes and rest, dozing off. Seeing this, Kirisu Mafuyu shook his head helplessly, hoping that he could really change Nurarikuo. If we continue like this, we will really fall. We will go from being the first in the grade to being at the bottom of the class, and from what should be an office job to a hard and tiring job. As a teacher and class teacher, Kirisu Mafuyu feels that she needs to change. This is also her responsibility as a teacher. She cannot let a student with the best grades become like that. Not only will the other student regret it in the future, but she will also regret it now. Failure to do one's duty. After class, Riku Nura followed Mafuyu Kirisu to a stairwell with his hands in his pockets. He saw a pair similar to Riku Nura, a female teacher wearing a white coat, followed by two teachers wearing white hair. Hoop, a mature woman with a tall figure, wearing black stockings and voluptuous curves. After seeing the female teacher, Kirisu Mafuyu said hello, teacher Hirotsuka. Hirotsuka Shizuka nodded and said, hey, Mafuyu-chan, what, did your classmate commit something that needs you to call him? Shizuka Hirotsuka is a second-grade teacher. She came 2 years earlier than Mafuyu Kirisu. Both of them are single and beautiful teachers, so they have a lot of topics to talk about. Over time, they became friends. Shizuka Hirotsuka is also taller. 2 years old, so she calls Kirisu Mafuyu Little Mafuyu. Kirisu Mafuyu replied, his name is Nurarikushin, and he got the first place in the high school entrance examination. However, I often found him dozing off when I was in class these days. The warnings are useless, so I decided to have a good talk with him. What about you? Hirotsuka Shizu said with a smile, what a coincidence, the student behind me is named Kazuma Jayakishu. She is also the first place, and she also likes to sleep in class. I was planning to ask her to go to the office to have a good chat. Well, let's just say goodbye. Good. Kirisu Mafuyu nodded, and then walked towards the office where she was. Nurarikuo followed her and glanced at the senior student behind Hirotsuka Shizuka. This woman also slept in class. It seems that I am not alone. And Kazuma Jayakishu also glanced at Nurarikushin, and had an initial sense of identification with this first-year student who had the same experience as him. Hirotsuka looked at the departing bodies of Kirisu Mafuyu and Nurarikuo, and said in wonder, Tisk, Tisk, he is the number one, and you are also the number one. Those of you who are the number one should not. You were studying at home very late at night, so you dozed off in class, right? Kazuma Jayakishu crossed her arms under her chest, which was bigger than the two older teachers, Hirotsuka Shizu and Kirisu Mafuyu. She said calmly, I don't know about him, but I must have my own reasons for sleeping, Hirotsuka-sensei, as long as my academic performance does not fall, you should be more lenient with me, okay? No, I don't have to worry about what you do after school. That's your freedom. But it's my freedom to care about you during class time. Whispering sound. What did you shout? Nothing. Following Kirisu Mafuyu to the office, Nurarikuo yawned and said, Teacher, just tell me if you have anything to say. If you want to not sleep in class, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. Kirisu Mafuyu listened to Nurarikuo's words, and the corner of his mouth twitched, and said, Nurao-kun, you are so confident when you say this. Since you come to school, you should focus on studying. You probably stayed up late playing games at home at night, right? Absolutely, but don't worry, my grades won't drop, so it's normal to sleep in class. It's not normal at all. As a high school student, you have grown up and need to think about your future. If you listen carefully in class now, you will be able to find a job where you can sit in an office, blow on the air conditioner and operate a computer. If you still live like this, if you go on day after day, you might have to go to the construction site in the future, you know. Nuliang Rikushin blinked his eyes twice and said, Work? What kind of work? I just came to school to experience campus life, so after graduating from school, I went home to inherit the family business. I don't need to go to the society to help others. Kirisumafuya frowned and said, inherit the family business? What does your family do? On your student resume, the only thing on your resume is that your father died young and your mother is a housewife. You don't have much financial resources. You will reflect the things in your dreams into reality. Bar. This can't go on like this. I think it's necessary for me to visit your home. I need to know from your family what you are doing at night, and then correct your attitude in class. Nilayong Rikushin kindly reminded, home visit? It's better not to do it. My family is a little special. I'm afraid you will be scared when you go to my house. What's the point? I, Kirisumafuyu, have never been scared by anything, so it's settled. Your home address should be the same as the address on the student's resume. Kirisumafuyu didn't believe that there was anything in Nurarikuo's family that could scare her, so when Nurarikuo tried to shirk her, she felt the need to find out more. The address is correct, but if you really want to come, you'd better call me when you get nearby, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way. Since Kirisumafuyu wants to visit her home, let her do it. After understanding her situation, she threatens her so that Kirisumafuyu will not cause trouble for her in class. It is perfect. Nurarikuo is not afraid that Kirisumafuyu will tell him later. After all, no one will believe Kirisumafuyu's words. Even if he goes somewhere, ordinary people can't find his home. Can't find the road? It seems that your family lives in a somewhat remote place. Okay, I understand. Kirisumafuyu thought that when Nurarikuo said he couldn't find the road, it must be because his family lived in a remote place with a poor geographical location and fewer people walking around. It must be that people with poor family conditions would live there. After all, it is written on the student's resume that Nurarikuo's father passed away, the backbone of the family is gone, and his mother has not remarried, so life should be very happy and miserable. In this way, Kirisumafuyu feels that he has to save Nurarikuo. Kirisumafuyu didn't look down on Nurarikuo because she was not the kind of person who disliked poverty and loved wealth. She herself lived in a small, dilapidated single apartment that was old and cheap. Okay, then at 7 o'clock in the evening, I will go to your place for a home visit. You can go back to the classroom now. Good. Nurarikuo turned around and left. Kirisumafuyu insisted, so he would help her. I hope she won't be frightened and faint. Walking on the corridor of the meeting room, Rikuo Nura looked out the window at the rain that was falling. The rain was moderate, and it looked like it would continue to rain all day. After another class, it was time to eat at noon. Rikuo Nura took out a lunch box from his bag. He had made it from the morning and put it in the insulated box, but the temperature was as if it had just been taken out of the refrigerator. It's because the person who made this bento is Yukiana, and she has a cold constitution, so everything she makes will have this cold look. It's delicious, but it's because the cold affects the taste a little bit. After thinking about it, Nurarikushin stuffed the lunch box back and said to himself, forget it, I'll go to the cafeteria to eat some hot food today. I don't know how the food in this cafeteria is. Rikushin, is this the bento made by Yukiana? Can you let me see it? Mahiru Shina, who was sitting on the left side of Rikuo Nura, noticed Rikuo Nurao's movements. Yesterday, Rikuo Nurao said that his food was made by the Yukiana. It tasted very delicious, no worse than hers, so there was something wrong. Curious. You want to see? Here it is. Nurarikuo took out his lunch box and handed it to Shina Mahiru. Shina Mahiru felt the cold as soon as she took over. It's so cold, how can she eat? Even if you are a monster, you have to pay attention to eating while it's hot. It's better to eat hot. Opening the lunch box, I saw that the dishes inside were quite rich, with 6 or 7 items in them. They were nutritionally balanced and smelled delicious, just like they were taken out of the refrigerator. Shina Mahiru returned the lunch box to Nurarikuo, and said a little shyly, Rikuo, what do you think if I am responsible for your lunch from now on? Nurarikushin smiled at him and thanked him, thank you Mahiru for your kindness, but that would be too much trouble for you. The Yukiana will get a little weird when she finds out about it, and I've been eating it for so many years, so I've long been used to it, but today if you want to eat something warm, that's it. I'll go to the cafeteria. Biddy. Mahiru Shina wanted to ask Riku Nura if he wanted to eat her lunch with her, but before she could say anything, she saw Riku Nura walking away. When we come to the cafeteria, there are quite a lot of students in the cafeteria. The school does not force students to eat in the cafeteria. They can bring their own lunches or go to the canteen to buy other food, but there are still many people who come to the cafeteria. Naturally, it is not free to eat in the canteen, and you need to pay for it yourself. There were a total of 5 windows for serving food. Rikuo Nura waited in line for about 5 minutes to get the food, and then chose an unoccupied table to sit down. I took a small taste of the food, I can only say that the taste is okay. After all, it is a big pot of rice. It is only for you to be full, and there is no guarantee that it will suit your appetite. It is far different from what Yuki Anna and Mahiru Ashina had eaten yesterday. But compared to the lunch box I brought, this hot meal was really good. There are many people in the cafeteria, and students are constantly entering the cafeteria. Everyone is talking and laughing in 2s and 3s. There are only a few people like Nura Rikuo. Junior Nuliang, can I sit here? When Nuliang Lushan was eating, a quiet voice came in front of him. Nura Rikushan raised his head, and what came into his eyes was a very outstanding beautiful girl. In addition to her beautiful face, her plump black silk thighs were undoubtedly the most bonus item. When others look at her, they will be attracted by her plump yet slender black silk thighs at first sight. In addition, her convex figure and quiet and mature temperament make people unforgettable. Many male pairs in the cafeteria looked directly at him. Isn't that Kazuma Jayaka senpai from the 2nd class of the 2nd grade of high school? She is so beautiful. It is said that she entered the school with the 1st place in her 1st year of high school. Her grades were also an unbeatable 10th place. She's Kazuma Jayaka's school girl. She's as beautiful as ever and has a good figure. She's the goddess of dreams. If I could date her, I'd be willing to lose 20 years of my life. Don't Kazuma Jayaka never interact with men? Even if a student strikes up a conversation with him, he will be ignored and even belittled with a vicious tongue. How come he takes the initiative to talk to other boys? Who is that person? Oh my god, what a breaking news! Kazuma Jayaka classmate actually took the initiative to find a boy, and even sat opposite the boy. Is this the flower of the high mountain, the elusive genius girl? The surrounding students of all grades, whether boys or girls, who were eating in the cafeteria, were very concerned about this. Because Kazuma Jayaka Shu is so famous in school, she is the favorite of boys and the admiration of girls. Most of the freshmen in the 1st grade have heard of such a senior. Nura Rikuo let Kazuma Jayaka Shiu sit wherever she wanted. She was free to sit wherever she wanted, but her arrival attracted the attention of many people around her. Unexpected. But Nura Rikuo is not afraid, let alone the looks of these ordinary students, facing the looks of thousands of monsters, this is just a trivial matter. Faced with Kazuma Jayaka Shiu's gaze, Nuliang Rikushin looked at her calmly and asked, I wonder if senior sister Kazuma Jayaka has any advice. Kazuma Jayaka Shiu and Nuliang Rikushin looked at each other. Seeing each other looking at him so calmly made Kazuma Jayaka Shiu more interested in Nuliang Rikushin. Because the boys she met before did not dare to look at her, as if looking at her would expose the dirty little juju in their hearts, so they basically looked away with a guilty conscience. And also feel restless. Nura Rikuo, on the other hand, could look at him openly without any embarrassment at all, which made Kazuma Jayaka Shiu become interested in Nura Rikuo. Kazuma Jayaka Shiu shook his head and said, guidance is not a big deal. I just saw that Nuliang, the junior student like me, was the 1st in grades this morning, and he was called to the office by the teacher because he fell asleep in class. There should be some common topics. Nuliang nodded clearly, I see, but I think we are not the same kind of people, so we shouldn't have many common topics to talk about. Really, what Junior Nuliang said is really interesting. Because I am so outstanding, no other classmates dare to challenge me, even girls, so they don't have many friends. On the contrary, Junior Guanyul Yang, the first impression you gave me is that you are different from others. Maybe we can become friends. 0.7 With a faint smile on Kazuma Jayaka Shiu's face, she once again looked at Nura Rikuo in a different light. Nura Rikushin nodded and said, friends? Speaking of which, I don't have many friends in school. Since senior sister Kazuma Jayaka wants friends, then I can make friends with you. Then thank you, Junior Nuliang, for your approval. You are indeed very interesting. Each other. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, then lowered their heads to eat and chat about something. Kazuma Jayaka Shiu found that Nura Rikuo was well informed and his tone of voice was gentle and elegant, so he had a lot of affection for him. The rain in the morning continued until school was over. Last week, after Kingza Kingji left, He handed over the position of club director to Nurarikuo, but because of something delayed yesterday so Nurarikuo even forgot to go to the club. After coming to the club today, I apologized and gave the members the respect they deserve. Since we are helping our classmates go to the doctor, it is normal for them to forget to come. We do not blame the minister. Both Yotsuya Maiko and Sakurajima Mai are also considerate girls, so they naturally understand Nurarikuo's explanation, not to mention the fact that Eri Sawamura testified. Mai Sakurajima stood by the window and looked at the rain that was falling continuously outside the window. She said, "Minister, I'm afraid it's going to rain until the evening today, so club activities won't be possible today." Bar. Nurarikushin sat on a chair and said, "Indeed, let's talk about tomorrow's itinerary for today's club activities. My understanding of monsters is not as good as Kiyasuga's. After he leaves, we can't find any useful place to explore, so let's discuss it together." Fraud. Hanakane Yura stood on the right side of Nurarikuo, looking at Nurarikuo with an expression like a liar. "You are the master of monsters yourself, and you said you don't understand monsters, you are the only one here monsters know best." Chapter 82. Noticing Hanakane Yura's gaze, the sharp-eyed Oikawa Hingrai blocked Hanakane Yura's front at the right time. Although Yuki Anna is afraid of onmyoji, she is standing next to the third-generation general. Who can hurt her? Hanakane Yura glanced at Oikawa Hingrai and didn't say anything. Sawamura Iri said, "It was originally the former minister who presided over the expedition. He was particularly dedicated to the Lord of Demons and wanted to find the Lord of Demons and Demons. But unfortunately, he went abroad for family reasons, so only a few of us were left to continue. This club, let's continue to search for the Lord of Monsters, and I also want to see him." Yotsuya Maiko curiously asked, "Sawamura-san, Minister Kiitsuji was saved by the Lord of Demons and Demons. It's okay to want to see him. Why do you want to see the Lord of Demons and Demons? Did Minister Kiitsuji say that you also wanted to meet him before? Have you ever seen a monster? Did you also see the Master of Demons and Monsters?" Hanakane Yura, Sakurajima Mai and Oikawa Hingrai also looked over curiously, especially the two girls, Hanakane Yura and Oikawa Hingrai, who knew Nurarikuo's identity, and were very gossipy. He kept glancing at Nurarikuo and Sawamura Iri. Sawamura Iri nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I have never had the opportunity to say before that I was rescued by a demon monster a month and a half ago." Mai Sakurajima also said curiously, "You were really saved by him. By the way, how did the Lord of Demons and Demons save you?" Sawamura Iri recalled, "It all started on a dark and windy night. I was still sleeping at home." Eri Sawamura vividly told everyone how Rikuo Nura saved her, and also showed everyone the picture album she drew. These paintings are very realistic and colorful. They look like a small comic book. They perfectly depict the handsomeness of the demonized Nurarikuo from all angles, holding a handful of cracked weapons. With the knife, he destroyed those monsters with snake heads like chopping melons and vegetables, especially the faint and scornful smile at the corner of his mouth was even more expressive. Is this the original appearance of the evil Lord of Monsters? Yotsugamiko took the picture album and carefully flipped through the pages. There were about 10 paintings in total, and each page was very delicate, which fascinated her. Is this the Lord of Demons and Demons? He is also a monster. Why is he so handsome and impressive? Yes, the person in the picture album was drawn one by one based on my memory of seeing him at close range. He is the master of the 25 demons himself." Sawamura Iri crossed her arms proudly in front of her flat chest. This is her proud work. Although she used to draw pornographic comics because of her hobby, now, Sawamura Iri has rediscovered the meaning of painting. Then he was born as a monster. Standing next to Yotsugamiko, Sakurajima Mai also looked at the album and praised, "It's so amazing, Sawamura-senpai, your painting skills are no worse than those of professional painters." "Hey, it's okay, Sawamura Iri said it was okay, but her nostrils were about to rise to the sky. Hanakane Yura and Oikawa Ire also came over. As for the client, Nurarikuo, he was looking at the rain outside the window with his hands in his pockets, showing no interest in it at all. Hanakane Yura turned around and looked at Nurarikuo. This guy is obviously a monster and the master of demons and monsters. Why does he save people over and over again? It's not even possible for him to save an onmyoji like her. It fits her knowledge of monsters. The third generation is so handsome." Oikawa Hingrai looked at the picture album carefully, then turned to look at Nurarikuo who was standing by the window. Seeing the girls around her looking at the picture album with eager eyes, she felt proud of it. Feel. Why would he, as a monster and the master of demons and monsters, take the initiative to save people? Don't monsters always harm people? Yuro, you are an onmyoji, have you ever heard of monsters saving people? Although Yotsuya Miko felt very enthusiastic after reading it, she still couldn't help but ask questions. From ancient times to the present, all the things that have been heard about monsters are legends about monsters harming people. I have never heard of monsters saving people. Or the Lord of Monsters. Hanakane Yura is an onmyoji, so what she says is more authoritative. Yuluo Hanakai Yuan thought for a while and said, I have never heard of this. I also want to know why the Lord of Demons and Demons wants to save people. To tell you the truth, just the night before yesterday, I met him during special training. There were some very strong monsters, so I rushed over to take a look and saw a dozen monsters fighting on both sides. One of them was the Lord of Demons and Demons. Because I was exhausted after special training, I was caught by a monster, and it was him. Save me. Yotsuya Mitsuko was surprised and said, What, Yuro, you actually encountered such a thing? What happened to the master of monsters and monsters? Even the onmyoji saved him. My god, aren't monsters scary? It's incredible that as the master of monsters, he can help so many people unconditionally. It's incredible. Mai Sakurajima also believed that the evil lord of monsters was too righteous. She didn't know what he was thinking, or he had some ulterior motives. At this time, Nurarikuo, who had been silent, came over, picked up Eri Sawamura's picture album, and said, the existence of monsters does not necessarily need to scare and hurt people, it can also be awe-inspiring, depending on different monsters. Sawamura Iri heard what Nurarikuo meant and seemed to know some secrets. She immediately asked, Minister, do you know anything? Nurarikushin explained, anyway, I am also the director of this strange detective now. Let me tell you that there is not much difference between monsters and human characters. Those harmful monsters want to get fear and other emotions from humans, making them human beings are afraid of monsters. This fear will make monsters stronger and acquire a kind of fear called fear. In addition to scaring and killing people to make humans fear, there is another way to gain fear, which is to make humans stand in awe of them. Awe is different from simple fear. Respect means respect, and awe means fear. The combination of the two is both respected and feared. He saves you while showing great strength, plus his identity as a monster, so he will be awe-inspiring. Since the monster who saves you is the master of demons and monsters, he is obviously a high-level monster. The way he collects fear is naturally different from those of low-level monsters. He does not bother to kill people or scare people, but has more methods to make people feel bad about him. This kind of acquired fear is essentially different from the fear that is simply frightened, and these fears are stronger. In the end, Nurarikushin concluded, to put it simply, the Lord of Demons and Monsters is not a bad monster, but he knows how to protect the weak monsters, and carries other monsters behind him to protect those weak monsters, and those monsters are grateful to him. The heart also protects the master of demons and demons, and the two-way protection creates the existence of Begui Yuxing which makes humans respect and fear him. I see, I didn't expect you to know so much, Minister. After listening to Nurarikuo's words, Yotsuya Miko felt that it made sense. Since they are all masters of monsters, it is naturally different from other monsters who become stronger by harming and scaring people. Instead, they gain awe from each other when they protect the weak. Heart, this is the most correct way to become stronger. So that's it. Sure enough, it turned out that he said that I was rescued by a member of the strange detective team that night. It was a lie and a liar. Huakai Yuan Yoluo's mouth bulged inadvertently, obviously dissatisfied with Kong Luniu's lie to her the night before. But then I thought about it, since Nurarikuo, the master of monsters, is not evil, but has great righteousness, this conflicts with the concept that the Hanakane family has always taught. Hanakane Yura has always been taught that monsters are evil and will be destroyed when they encounter them, and the monsters she encountered before were indeed evil monsters. The master of monsters, Nurarikuo, whom he met the night before yesterday, made Hanakane Yura confused, but now he suddenly understood after hearing Nurarikuo's words. Except for a few monsters such as Nurarikuo who may not harm people casually, most monsters still mainly harm people. Even many of the monsters under Nurarikuo's command are procedure. So she doesn't need to worry about it. When she encounters a monster that harms people, she can only destroy it. As for a monster like Nuliang Rikuo who doesn't harm people but saves them, she should ignore them first and wait until he wants to harm people. Mai Sakurajima touched her chin and said, it seems that monsters are also divided into two groups. One group mainly gains power by harming people, accounting for the majority, and the other group gains strength mainly by protecting people. Although this monster is the master of demons and monsters, but he is definitely not the leader of all monsters. After all, there are so many monsters, he should be the leader of an organization, so he cannot restrain other monsters, so he conflicts with other monsters and starts a war. You can understand that. As for Sakurajima Mai's words, Nurarikuo did agree. Although he is the king of all monsters and the leader of Hyakiyaka, he is not the real leader of all monsters. There are so many monsters in total, Nurarikuo doesn't care. Don't get on the heads of other monsters that don't belong to the Nura group. Eri Sawamura admired him, this is where his charm lies. He is worthy of being the master of demons and monsters. He has a big structure, and he is not something that can be compared with small monsters. Rumble. The rain kept falling in the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Time passed like this little by little, and everyone in the strange detective team searched the internet for any topics about monsters nearby. Finally, they found 10 urban legends that were nearby. It seems that there is a small alley. There will be sounds in this alley at night. As long as people passing by fail to call out the name of the owner of the sound in time, they will be eaten. As for what is in that alley, no one knows for several years. There are always people who do not believe in evil and will deliberately pass by. Of course, this is also one of the weird stories. Whether it is true or not, you need to go and verify it yourself after dusk. Sawamura Iri put away her picture album and asked, Minister, Yuro, in your opinion, is this true? In this strange detective team, there are two people who are really capable. One is Yura, the onmyoji of the onmyoji family, and the other is a person with superpowers who can defeat monsters that even onmyojis cannot defeat. With these two strong men who can truly deal with monsters and evil spirits, the strange detective team is the real strange detective team. Even if they really encounter monsters during their adventure, they can still save the day with their skills, which is really exciting. Hanakane Yura shook his head and said straightforwardly, I don't know. I need to go to the scene to see the details to judge whether it is true. Nura-san, what do you think? Wouldn't it be easier to get an answer by asking this demonic lord about this kind of thing? Nurarikushin and Hanakane Yura looked at each other, shrugged and said, I don't know either. Maybe I'll find out if I go see it tomorrow. Nurarikushin really doesn't know. Although he is the general of the Nura clan now, he doesn't know all the monsters. Moreover, even in the territory of the Nura clan, there are still many who do not belong to the Nura clan. Wild little monster. Nurarikuo looked at the time, even though it was just after 5 o'clock, and said, that's it for today's club activities. It's raining outside, so everyone should go back early. It's okay, for a club like ours whose main purpose is outdoor activities, we can only stare blankly when it rains. Mai Sakurajima stood up from her seat and stretched. Her model-like body curves were a feast for the eyes. Sakurajima Mai and Kazumi Akira Shia also wear black stockings, but Sakurajima Mai Shima's black stockings legs are very standard, long and straight, while Kazumi Jayaka's shoes black stockings are fuller, more sexy and fleshy than Sakurajima Mai's legs, and more eye-catching. Sawamura Iri touched her twin ponytails, she smiled expectantly and said, that's it, let's go explore that urban legend tomorrow. Sawamura-kun, you seem to be looking forward to it. The expectant look on Eri Sawamura's face was the opposite of Yotsuya Maiko's. Even though there were really two people in the club who could slay demons, they were still very unhappy. It's better not to be too happy when dealing with that kind of creature. No one knows what unexpected things will happen. Sawamura Iri nodded, yes, I look forward to every trip, thinking how great it would be to meet the Lord of Monsters, so I am very motivated. Sakurajima Mai seemed to smell something. She put her hands on her hips and said, Sawamura-senpai, it seems that you care about the Lord of Demons and Demons. Could it be that you were saved by him once and then? Do you like him? What? Yotsuya Maiko, Hanakane Yura, and Oikawa Hingrei all looked at Eri Sawamura in surprise and fell in love with the monster who saved them. Forbidden love? Nurarikuo stood aside without saying a word. Last time in the physical education class, he heard Eri Sawamura saying that she liked him as the demon lord who turned into a monster. It's also because he's too charming, too strong, and too handsome, the kind of person who charms people to death without paying for his life. Faced with everyone's gaze, Sawamura Iri did not hide anything and admitted directly, "Yes, I fell in love with him. After he rescued me from those monsters, my life changed. From now on, there will be no other colors in the world, only that one, so I want to find him." Although she is shy, Sawamura Iri feels there is no need to hide it. She really thinks about the monster lord day and night, who has the grace to save her life, is powerful and handsome. Face. Not only men like beautiful beauties, but women naturally also like handsome guys. No matter what era, they always look good. If Nurariko had grown up ordinary, Sawamura Iri, although grateful in her heart, would definitely not have fallen in love with Nurariko just because she saved her once. So, the appearance it's everything, it's justice, and the three views can follow the five senses. Mai Sakurajima stepped forward and patted Eri Sawamura on the shoulder and said, "I can understand you. If I was saved by such a powerful and handsome monster lord, what would I do? If you send it home thoughtfully, I will be moved." 17 Senpai Mai. Sawamura Iri looked at Sakurajima Mai, as if she had found a soulmate. But the other party is a monster. He lives in a world full of monsters. Sawamura-san, you don't know anything about him yet, so you'd better not reveal your inner feelings easily. Besides, he's still a monster. As the lord of monsters and monsters, there must be no shortage of monsters and beauties around you. You are only a human, don't be eaten up and wiped clean. Yotsuya Maiko didn't understand, could a handsome guy be used as food? Moreover, they all had a very high status in the world of monsters, and monsters didn't have human laws, so they would definitely not be like humans when marrying. Like the world. Sawamura Iri said thoughtfully, "I have thought about these questions, but I still want to see him, and he is not that kind of unreasonable barbarian. From the contact point of view, he is quite gentle. Although he is a monster, but he is unexpectedly considerate and gentle. Yuluo, you have also been saved by him. What kind of person do you think he is?" "Ah, me." Hanake Nura pointed at herself, then glanced at Nurarikuo, who shrugged, saying that you just need to be realistic. Hanake Nura will think of the way Nurarikuo saved him and said, "Well, I think he is a bit frivolous, and he likes people like people and is a bit shady, but overall, he was indeed a bit considerate. After I fell into a coma, he still waited patiently for me to wake up, gave me ramen to eat, and even sent me home." Recalling what Nurarikuo did to her, he was indeed considerate and gentle. Hanake Nura pursed her lips, he was the only one who was cared for so much by a monster. After hearing this, Eri Sawamura was happy that the monster she liked was such a gentleman. She said somewhat proudly, "Yeah, so I know he is definitely not a bad monster, and he is also a good person. A graceful monster." Chapter 83. After the strange detective team finished today's club activities early, Yotsuya Maiko came outside and found that the rain had stopped and she didn't need to hold an umbrella. However, the sky was still grey and full of dark clouds. "I'm afraid it will rain again soon. You can take advantage of this time to quickly go to the bus station to catch a bus." Yotsuya Maiko's home is not too far from the school, so she usually takes the bus to and from school. After leaving the school, she rushed to the bus station, but before Yotsuya Maiko arrived, the big raindrops in the sky fell in an instant. "Why is it raining so hard suddenly? I haven't opened my umbrella yet." Yotsuya Maiko hurriedly opened the umbrella she had prepared in her hand, but she was still a step too slow. The rain that just fell suddenly was heavy and fast. Her school uniform was soaked a lot. Hey, what bad luck. After opening her umbrella, Yotsuya Maiko walked cautiously. She looked to the right and side. A ghost with black hair all over its body was standing next to the garbage dump. No one knew what it was looking at. When will this ghost life end? Since she got the yin-yang eyes, Yotsuya Maiko can always see these scary ghosts, whether in the streets or at home, even in broad daylight. She doesn't know why there are so many of them, but they don't hurt anyone. They just stand in the streets. I don't know why they are thousands. Ordinary people can't see it, of course, but she has awakened the yin-yang eyes. Now she is very sensitive to this. She can only suppress her fear and pay attention to her eyes so as not to look at them. Hanake Nura said that because her eyes were awakened after birth, she couldn't practice yin-yang master and couldn't close her yin-yang eyes. "I'm afraid it will be like this for the rest of my life. Now whenever I think of Yotsuya Maiko, I want to cry. Do I really have to live like this for the rest of my life? No, it's so scary." Although there are a few talismans given by Hanakan Ura for self-defense, it's still too much to see so many ghosts every day, so Yotsuya Maiko has been keeping the talismans in her pocket and grabbing them when she sees a ghost, as if this can give her some sense of security. After walking to the bus stop, I don't know if it's an illusion, why is there no one around? In the past, there were at least a few people waiting for the bus. Is it because of the rain? Putting away the umbrella, standing in front of the bus stop and waiting, Yotsuya Maiko looked at her phone and thought, if I awaken the same superpower as Minister Nura instead of this kind of yin-yang eyes, how great it would be, I wouldn't have to sigh so much. Looking at the time, Yotsuya Maiko is still very clear about when the bus here will come. The last bus has only been gone for a few minutes, which means she will have to wait here for a few minutes. When Yotsuya Maiko turned off her phone screen and prepared to sit down and wait for the bus, she looked up and looked forward, but then she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, clenched her teeth and dared not move her body. Her hand subconsciously reached into the pocket of her school uniform. Because in front of her was a 2-meter-tall, fat body, empty eyes, and black hair scattered all over the body, spirit. The style of these ghosts is very similar to that in the movie, but even more terrifying, with black hair permeating and extremely terrifying bodies. If Yotsuya Maiko hadn't had a strong psychological quality, she would have screamed out in fear. Can you see me? The fat-headed and big-eared ghost looked at Yotsuya Maiko with his empty eyes, and his head came forward to stare at her. At this time, Yotsuya Maiko was extremely nervous, but she certainly couldn't answer him. Instead, she had to ignore him, so she continued to look up and pretended to be indifferent. Ah, it's raining so hard. Can you see me? The ghost standing in front of Yotsuya Maiko asked again. Yotsuya Maiko still ignored him. When will the bus come? I'm in a hurry to go home and take a shower. Hello, Yotsuya-san. Just as Yotsuya Maiko was pretending to be dumbfounded by the ghost's words, a familiar voice attracted her and the ghost's attention. Bus, why are you here too? Yotsuya Maiko looked around and saw that the handsome boy who walked out of the rain with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding a blue umbrella, was none other than Rikuo Nura. After being shocked, Yotsuya Maiko's heart arose with hope. Isn't Nura Rikuo a powerful superpower? Even Nura Hanakane, who is an onmyoji, can't defeat the monsters, but Rikuo Nura can easily deal with them with blue flames. Since Rikuo Nura is so strong, he can definitely defeat this evil spirit. So Yotsuya Maiko couldn't help but show a liberating smile, and she immediately walked forward a few steps. Bucko, you came just in time. I was scared to death just now. I saw this ghost while waiting for the bus. Minister, can you use it? Will the fire burn him? You can indeed see me. After hearing what Yotsuya Maiko said, the ghost who was standing in front of her suddenly became furious, and the black energy on his body became more intense. Nura Rikushin looked around in confusion and said, Ghost? Yotsuya-san, although I have superpowers, I don't have the same yin and yang eyes as you and Hanakaiwan-san, so I can't see ghosts. Since I can't see ghosts, how to deal with ghosts? 1 plus 4. Yotsuya Maiko really forgot that Riku Nura seemed to be unable to see ghosts. He didn't see any ghosts on the train last time, and everyone could see the monsters he saw in the temple. I was excited when I saw Nura Rikuo just now, so I didn't expect such a result. Since I can't see the ghost, how can I attack? That's it, it's over, this ghost is so pd off that it's going to die. Yotsugamiko's eyes were a little moist with fear, and with trembling hands, she took out the Hanakai Yuan and drew the formation paper given to her. Upon seeing this, Rikuo Nura stretched out his left hand to hold Yotsugamiko's right hand holding the talisman and pressed it down. Seeing that the other person seemed to be really frightened and crying, he said, the joke seems to be a little too big. Yotsuya Maiko glanced at Nura Rikuo holding her hand, but for a moment she didn't realize what Nura Rikuo meant. You deserve to die. The fat-headed, big-eared ghost standing in front of him looked at the two humans in front of him. He was full of ghost energy and opened his arms to rush forward. A look of disdain appeared on Nilayong Lushan's lips, and he said contemptuously, a mere ghost dares to be so presumptuous. Having said that, there seemed to be evil blue flames burning in Nura Rikushin's brown pupils, which was very touching. The ghost that originally wanted to rush forward was instantly entangled and controlled by the karma fire, and the 300-kilogram body suddenly floated out of thin air. This. Minister, can't you see ghosts? Yotsuya Maiko stared blankly at the ghost in front of her. At this moment, Brilliant blue flames erupted from the ghost's body, and it was controlled to fly 3 meters above the ground. Didn't Nurarikushin just say that he didn't have yin and yang eyes and couldn't see ghosts? So what's going on now? Can't he see clearly? Nurarikuo turned to face Yotsugamiko on his left and smiled, explaining, "Oh, I was joking with you just now. In fact, I can see ghosts. This joke is not funny at all. I was almost scared to death just now." Yotsuya Miko's voice rose a few decibels. God knows how frightened she was just now, and she almost suffered a cardiac arrest. "So you told me it was a joke?" Nurarikushin immediately said, "I'm sorry, I apologize to you, you shouldn't joke at this time, so now I will vent your anger." Nurarikushin looked back at the fat ghost, tilted his head slightly to the right, and the fat ghost controlled by karma immediately crashed into the bus waiting area on the right, breaking the chairs and glass. Amazing! Yotsuya Miko looked at this scene and marveled at Nurarikuo's superpower, which was more convenient than onmyoji using talismans and shikigami. Now that the crisis has basically been eliminated, Yotsuya Miko relaxed, and then noticed that her body was being bumped by Nurarikuo. This made Yotsuya Miko feel a little embarrassed. Men and women did not touch each other. Such a handshake should only be done by a close couple between male and female friends. But now Yotsuya Miko has no time to remind Nurarikuo and continues to look at the ghost. Unexpectedly, the ghost that frightened her to the point of suffocation would have no resistance in front of Nurarikushin, and he could be manipulated easily. He was really strong. If her future boyfriend is also such a powerful man, he can protect himself no matter what. I am no longer afraid that these ghosts will appear at home. In the end, the ghost was directly killed by Nilayong Lushan with karma fire, and his soul was scattered. Get it, this evil spirit is not of a high level and can be easily dealt with. After Nurarikuo destroyed the ghost, he looked at Yotsuya Mitani. Seeing that she was looking at him blankly, Nurarikuo waved his hand in front of her and said, "Yidani-san, are you okay?" Yotsuya Miko came to his senses and immediately said, I'm fine, thank you, Minister." "It's okay." "Well, that, Minister, hand." Yotsuya Miko looked at her hand, which was still held by Nurarikuo, with a blush on her face. This was the first time she had been shaken by someone of the opposite S*X for a long time, and a strange emotion filled her heart. "Oh, I forgot to deal with that ghost just now, sorry." Fine. Nurarikushin immediately changed the subject and said, "Are you waiting here for the bus home?" "Yes, the bus will arrive in about 5 minutes." "Minister, are you also taking the bus?" Yotsuya Miko was a little curious. If Rikuo Nura was also taking this bus, why had he never seen him before? "I'm not here to hitchhike, I just happened to be passing by here and wanted to go to the tram stop ahead. I happened to see you being targeted by the evil spirit just now. So I came to help you." Nurarikuo was indeed going to take the tram next door. When passing by, he met Yotsuya Miko and the evil spirit. He remembered that Pruchna, the leader of the Wraith spirit group, was in charge of these evil spirits that had not yet reincarnated. In the past 2 years, there had indeed been a lot of evil spirits doing nothing on the road. "That's right. Thank you very much, Minister, for rescuing me this time. You really helped me a lot. How about I treat you to dinner next time?" Yotsuya Miko sincerely invited her, although exterminating ghosts may be just a casual thing for Nurarikuo, but it was indeed a way to show her gratitude for saving her and inviting her to dinner. "Oh, sure. Very good." A few minutes later, the bus Yotsuya Miko was waiting for arrived. She entered the back of the bus and sat down, waving to Nurarikuo outside the window. Nurarikushin nodded to him, watched the bus go away, and thought to himself, "It's quite embarrassing to be able to see spirits but not have any means of self-protection. With the permanent yin and yang eyes opened, I can easily see things that ordinary people cannot see every day, and I have no ability to protect myself at all. Once I attract the attention of those things, my life may be in danger." However, Nurarikuo saw that Yotsuya Miko was quite calm before he came. Although he was just pretending to be calm, it would be fine as long as he could be fooled. Nurarikuo took the tram back to the area where he was heading to Nuragumi's family. He walked out of the platform and looked at the heavy rain drifting in the sky. He clicked his tongue twice and walked forward. Because it was raining heavily at this time, there were basically no pedestrians on the road. This seems to be a very artistic conception for Riku Nura. A person is walking on a one-way road with heavy rain falling continuously. Riku Nura has always liked this kind of beautiful artistic conception. Just when Nura Rikushin was walking forward, he heard the sound of climbing in his ears, and he looked forward intently. It was a climbing sound coming from a sewer ahead. It definitely won't be a staff member at this time. Since it's not a staff member, who will come out of the sewer at this time? It can't be Super Mario. Nura Rikuo was a very brave man, so he came closer to take a look. He was not afraid even if a monster or other weird thing popped up. As Nura Rikushin approached, he saw that the circular manhole cover of the sewer was shaking constantly, as if someone below was trying to move and climb out. Nuliang Lushan squatted down curiously, stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand to clasp the opening of the manhole cover, and then slowly opened it. What caught his eye was a small figure, wearing a white coat, with wavy red hair, dirty all over, and his face was green but very cute, but he could still tell that he had grown up. She is definitely an outstanding beautiful girl. Who are you? Nura Rikushin frowned slightly. Heibara AI? Mayano Shiho? Although Nura Riku didn't like to watch love dramas in his previous life, he still watched 200 to 300 episodes of the famous Detective Conan. He is also very fond of Heibara Yuan, who is not the heroine in the film but is as popular as or even surpasses the heroine. Interested in? Rikuo Nura had heard about the high school detective Kudo Shinichi a long time ago, but he didn't expect to meet that girl today. Mayano Shiho stepped on the ladder of the sewer. Just now, she used both hands to push the manhole cover and climb out. However, her body became smaller and her strength also became smaller. In addition, she was not feeling well and was in a high fever state. In this state, it is still difficult to remove the manhole cover. But before she could grit her teeth and exert her strength, she saw the manhole cover being lifted from the outside. He thought he was someone who was chasing him. When Mayano Shiho felt desperate, he saw clearly the person who opened the manhole cover. He was a boy about 16 or 17 years old, with a gentle and handsome face. At this time, he stood up looking at myself with an umbrella. After seeing someone who was not from the organization, Mayano Shiho felt relieved. Her condition at the moment was really bad. She was imprisoned by the organization, and she felt uncomfortable after taking drugs that can make people smaller. She ran into the sewer and was soaked by the rainwater that washed down. Being able to get here depends entirely on my own perseverance and survival instinct. Nura Rikushin extended his right hand downwards. Mayano Shiveo, Chien Nyazeo, did not hesitate and stretched out his small hand for Nura Rikushin to grab. Then Nura Rikushin used his strength to hold Mayano Shiveo to him with one hand. Pulled up. Because of taking the drug APTX4869, which degenerates all cells except nervous tissue to childhood, the body of an 18-year-old adult has degenerated to that of a 7-year-old. There is no damage to the memory and spirit, and they are still the same as before the degeneration. Thank you, thank you. After being pulled up, Mayano Shiho finally relaxed completely, showed a smile to Nura Rikuo, said thank you, and then passed out. Nura Rikuo activated his ability to make the still rainy weather clear up. He closed his umbrella and touched Mayano Shiho's forehead. It was absolutely terrifying. I didn't expect to pick up a fake Lolita on the spot. Nura Rikuo picked up the comatose Mayano Shiho. It was really unexpected that he would pick up the goddess Mayano Shiho, who had been a otaku in the past life, and the shrunken Heibara AI. It was really fate. Then Nura Rikuo returned to the Nura group with Mayano Shiho in his arms, and Katsumi stood in the yard and walked up immediately. Sande, where did you kidnap a child from? Is it an orphan? Sumo looked at Mayano Shiho in Nura Rikuo's arms, unconscious in clothes that didn't fit him at all. It was also dirty and smelly, as if it had been found in a trash can. And he also believed that Nura Rikuo would not just abduct a child from his family, so he guessed that 99% of the child was an orphan. That's right, Xiao Wu, call the poison over. Sande, Mr. Zhen ran out of medicine last night, so he took his cronies back to Yaokang Hall in the afternoon to refill the medicine. He will probably come back in the evening. Isn't Zhen here? Forget it, I'll take her to Platy Kodon's place first. By the way, my teacher at school is coming to visit my home at 7 o'clock tonight. You tell the monsters in the group not to scare her. Shamu exclaimed, ah, the third generation's teacher is coming to visit our home. What should we do if we hide all the monsters in our family? In his mind, only by hiding all the monsters in his family could he not scare Nura Rikuo's teacher. Chapter 84. There's no need to hide it, as long as you don't show your face to scare her. Just go tell the team. I'll leave first. After that, Rikuo Nura carried Miyano Shiho to the courtyard where he lived, Kikyo's room. Sumo stood there with a headache and said, "It's a big event that Sanday's teacher is coming, but Sanday said there is no need to hide the monsters, as long as they don't scare them intentionally, forget it, let's talk about this to others first." Bar. At this time, in Platy Kodan's room, she was teaching her sister Xiaofeng how to practice spiritual power, how to control it, how to use it, etc., and wanted to teach her to become an outstanding witch. Platy Kodan. Nura Rikuo opened the door and walked in with Miyano Shiho in his arms. Kikyo looked at Nura Rikushin who walked in and the child in his arms, and asked doubtfully, "Rikushin, who is this child you are holding?" It seemed like a trafficker had abducted her and escaped on her own. "I happened to see her crawling out of the sewer on the way back." Naturally, Nura Rikuo couldn't tell the origin of Miyano Shiho at once, so he gave a random reason, and this theory was indeed very similar to her experience at this time. When Xiaofeng heard that this little sister was abducted by human traffickers, she sympathized. Abducted by human traffickers. It's really abominable. Kikyo came to Nura Rikushin, looked at Miyano Shiho's small appearance, and said with a look of pity, "She was abducted by human traffickers when she was just a child. Fortunately, she was able to escape." Looking at her face, it was obvious that she was abducted by human traffickers. "She has a high fever, Lu Sheng. Then leave her to me and I will take care of her." "Excuse me, Kikyo. No trouble. Kikyo is undoubtedly kind." Seeing such a child facing such an encounter, she felt very distressed. She carefully took it from Nura Rikushin's arms, and then started to deal with it. First, she put hot water on it and let her take a bath, to get rid of the coldness on his body, and then asked his hairy Prstu to get some antipyretic medicine for humans. Nura Rikuo left Kikyo's room, leaving it to Kikyo. There would definitely be no problem, and he didn't have to worry about anything. After coming out of Platy Kodan's room, Nura Rikushin went to find Nura Wakana. "Lu Sheng, I already know about the teacher's home visit. Please tell me honestly. Did you get into trouble at school?" Nura Rakarai doesn't care about Nura Rikushin's studies, but she still cares about life. The lesson she taught Nura Rikushin since she was a child is not to bully others and not to bully the weak. Although Nura Rikuo is now the third-generation general, in Nura Wakana's eyes, he is always her child. As long as he is not in front of the monsters, if his son does something wrong, he can still teach him a lesson in private. Nura Rikushin quickly explained, "Don't worry, Mom, I didn't cause any trouble, I just slept in class. As you know, we monsters are of night nature. If we go out at night, we will be sleepy during the day, so the teacher felt that I was not doing my job properly and wanted to come home. Understand the situation?" 5:30. Nura Wakana nodded and said clearly, "So that's it. As long as you don't bully people and get into trouble at school, don't worry, my mother will tell the teacher. Well, by the way, I'll give you a jelly bean like this." Nura Rikushin took out the elixir of immortality and handed it to Nura Wakana. "It smells so good, but it's not a jelly bean." Nura Wakana pointed out. "Mom, you eat it first and then I tell you what it is. It can't be something that will harm you." "Yes, what can my son do to me? Lu Sheng is so kind and only gives good things, so my mother will eat them. Eat quickly." Under Nura Rikushin's gaze, Nura Wakana put the elixir of immortality into his mouth, and then the medicine began to take effect. "After taking this pill, I seem to have become much more relaxed." "Lu Sheng, what on earth is this?" Nura Wakana asked curiously. After taking this pill just now, she felt a little ecstasy and very comfortable. All the physical burden and pressure on her body was swept away. She felt relaxed as never before. Nura Rikushin said with a smile, "You know Grandpa is recovering from his youth, Mom, this is what he eats. Not only can he recover from his injuries, but he can also live as long as the sky and live forever. This is the immortality I got in Penglay, the fairy island." "Medicine? What? So precious." Nura Wakana covered her mouth with her hands. She didn't expect that what she just ate was so precious and could live forever. Nura Wakana said in disbelief, "Isn't immortality something that only appears in movies?" Although it was her son who said it, it was too unbelievable. The elixir of life has always been only in legends. I have never heard of anyone actually getting the elixir of life. Nura Rikushin replied, "Don't monsters only appear in movies? Although the elixir of life is rare in the world, I was lucky enough to get a few. Grandpa, Platy Kodon, Linlandi, you and I all took it. There is one more for Bingley. You got so much? It's unimaginable that you can get so much with just one. Nurawakana opened his mouth in surprise, feeling more dreamy than the existence of monsters. This is the elixir of immortality. Nurarikuo was able to get so much at one time. It's okay. Once you get it, you need to use it. If you leave it, it will get moldy. Okay, I'll leave first. After walking out from Nurawakana, Nurarikuo came to the courtyard and stretched his waist. Sunday, I heard that your teacher is coming to visit your home. If we don't have to hide, what will you do in school if the teacher finds out that we are monsters? Yes, Sunday, I think we should avoid it first or transform, CFBJ, into the appearance of a human mafia organization. If the third generation's identity is known to a human teacher, he might be feared and left out. 3 generations, maybe we can recruit the forces from the human world to deal with it. Nurarikushin's cronies came to Nurarikushin one after another to ask Nurarikushin not to reveal his identity in front of the teacher, as that would probably be troublesome. Nurarikushin crossed his arms and faced the Crow Tengu, King Dianbo, and others' suggestions without wavering at all. He said calmly, "Don't bother me. She is just a human being. Why do you let me, Hyaki Yaka, avoid her? If she is attacked by other organizations, if the monsters know about it, wouldn't it become a joke in the monster world, saying that the Kualayong group is afraid of human women? She has to insist on a home visit, and I just want her to be afraid of me, so that she won't dare to worry about me sleeping in class in the future." Good guy, this last sentence is the main purpose, right? To make the teacher scared, and then he won't dare to meddle in his own business, and will let you sleep in class? The dignified third-generation general of the Nuragumi has fallen to this level? Crow Tengu said helplessly, since the third generation has decided, let's do it. Anyway, he is just a human being. Even if it is spread in the school that the third generation is a monster, no one will believe him. Don't worry, my teacher is not so stupid as to spread this fear that he will not die quickly enough. Based on Nurarikuo's understanding of Kirisumafwiu, this woman looks like a beautiful teacher with a baby face, but she is very strong inside and will definitely not be frightened by the monsters here. In this regard, Nurarikuo is still confident. Otherwise, he would not directly reveal his identity. The Nulayong group has 2 canteens. One is a large public canteen, where hundreds of little monsters in the family eat together. The other is a conference room, which has also become a small canteen. It is not only a place for cotters to hold meetings, but also to eat. At this time, Rikuo Nura was sitting in the C-seat in the center of the conference room in the small cafeteria of the conference room. In front of him, Crow Tengu, Jioki and other cotters were sitting on the left and right sides. They discussed the distribution of the land of Shikoku. Shikoku is also called Shikoku Island. There are 4 major counties in total. Each county has jurisdiction over several cities, counties, and towns, with a total area of 18,800 square kilometers and a population of more than 6 million. It has been ruled by 88 ghosts that walk at night. When allocating territory, Nurarikushin was mainly allocated based on military merit. The territory allocated to the 4 kingdoms was mainly based on the local monsters of the 4 kingdoms, and they parachuted into the leadership. Just like when dynasties changed in ancient times, the royal family and loyal ministers were all wiped out, but other grassroots officials remained. The same reason. Aji. At this time, Nurarikuo's phone rang. Nurarikuo looked at the time and saw that it was already 7 o'clock. The call was from his homeroom teacher, Kirisumafwiu. It seemed that he was nearby. Nurarikushin listened to the demon cotters discussing below, raised his hand to ask them to be quiet, and then picked up the phone. After explaining where Kirisumafwiu was waiting, Nurarikuo stood up and said, "Everything that should be allocated has been allocated, Mwita Bodhidharma, you can continue to add the details. Just give me a summary at the end." Mwita Bodhidharma is the consultant of the Nulayong group, which is equivalent to the secretary. He handles many matters of the Nulayong group. Mwita Bodhidharma immediately stood up and said, "Yes, the third generation." At the entrance of a convenience store about 10 minutes away from Nuragumi's home, Kirisumafwiu, dressed in a professional teacher's uniform, was waiting quietly, forming a beautiful landscape that attracted the attention of many people. Kirisumafwiu is very beautiful. Although she is about 26 years old, her face looks several years younger than her actual age. I don't know where Nurasan's home is. I looked around and couldn't find it. It's really strange. Kirisu Mafuyu looked around. Just before she called Nurarikuo, she had already walked around based on the home address on Nurarikuo's student resume. But they never found it. Rikushin Nuliang said that his home was located in a remote place, and it was true. It was so remote that even people who asked passers-by would not know it. Teacher Kirisu. After Kirisu Mafuyu waited for a few minutes, Nurarikuo found Kirisu Mafuyu standing in front of the convenience store. This was where Nurarikuo asked her to stand for him, so that she could find it easily. Kirisu Mafuyu turned around and said with a smile, "Nurao-kun, you are here. I have just searched around, but I really can't find your residence. It seems that what you said about living in a remote place is true." Kirisu Mafuyu looked at Nurarikuo wearing a black kimono with a blue haori draped over it, and felt that he was more handsome than wearing a school uniform. Nurarikushin gave a kind reminder for the last time, "Teacher Tong, let me ask again, are you sure you want to come to my house for a home visit? It's not that I'm scaring you, but that you will really be scared when you arrive at my house." Kirisu Mafuyu flipped up her long pink hair and said confidently, "Will you be scared? Nora-san, I am also a teacher after all. It is useless for you to scare me not to go to your house. I am not that fragile yet and will not be scared. Nothing scares you, so just don't worry." Nurarikushin chuckled, nodded, and said, "Okay, since you are so persistent, I hope you won't regret it later." Listening to Nurarikuo's words, Kirisu Mato was really curious about why Nurarikuo repeatedly told her not to be scared. It was just a home visit. No matter how bad the situation was, she would not be frightened. After all, she was an independent woman for so many years, and her courage was not frightened. Immediately, Nurarikuo walked in front, heading towards a dark place with no one. Kirisu Mafuyu followed behind Nurarikuo, looking around and said, "Nurarikuo, there is nothing here. Come on, there are no pedestrians and no housing. Do you really live here?" Looking at the dark scene ahead, Kirisu Mafuyu felt a little confused. Although he had just walked not long ago, he seemed to have left the lively crowd and was walking on an endless road. Just in front. As he walked, Kirisu Mafuyu noticed that 2 rows of long walls appeared on the left and right. Then he saw 2 lanterns hanging at the door in front of him, and then a huge old house stood in front. Just looking at the 2 gates and the endless wall, I felt that this house was really big. Kirisu Mafuyu blinked twice and said, "There is such a big house here? And it doesn't look like a building of this era, more like a retro-style house from hundreds of years ago." Nuliang Lushan said, "Yes, this house has a history of at least 400 years. My grandfather moved it from other places 400 years ago." Nurarikushin heard Nurahuadiao say that this house used to belong to Tono and was a monster house. In fact, it was a house controlled by the monster master. Sunaguchi is a monster that is as white as a snowman and only as tall as a palm. But Sunaguchi is the landlord of the entire Nuragumi family's house. He can control the house to change it, and can use fear to create a huge maze of infinite houses to trap people. Sunaguchi had already followed Nurahuaxiao before he formed the Nurai group. 400 years of history, so amazing. Kirisu Mafuyu looked at the retro-style building in front of her that was different from the bungalow. It turned out to be an old house with at least 400 years of history. It still looked very new and showed no signs of aging at all. "Wait a minute, your grandfather moved here 400 years ago." Suddenly, Kirisu Mafuyu noticed the second half of Nurarikuo's sentence. "His grandfather moved from another place 400 years ago? Are you sure you said the right thing?" Nuliang Lushan said matter-of-factly, "Yes, so I told you not to be frightened. This house is full of monsters and all kinds of ghosts and monsters, and I am the master of monsters and monsters." The corners of Kirisu Mafuyu's eyes twitched a few times. "Evil, the master of demons and demons. You want to tell me that you are a monster?" Kirisu Mafuyu swallowed, feeling a little nervous. From Nurarikuo repeatedly reminding himself, and the fact that he couldn't find Nurarikuo's home when he wandered around before, to now such a retro old house inexplicably appearing in this empty land, it all revealed something strange. "Now that you're all here, teacher, welcome to the #1 monster organization in the Kanto region, the Nura Group." Nurarikushin gave him a mysterious smile, and while he spoke, his body began to transform into a demon. Kirisu Mafuyu looked at Nurarikuo in front of her. She was still familiar with his appearance, but now in front of her, she watched Nurarikuo grow taller and look more handsome and evil. The brown eyes turned red, and the originally short hair gradually lengthened to the left and back, changing from brown to white at the top and black at the bottom. The aura completely changed from gentle to domineering. As Nurarikuo's demonic energy dissipated, a gust of wind blew up at the scene, making Nurarikuo's clothes rustle and his white and black hair swaying up and down. Nu Liang, you are really a monster. She watched in disbelief as Nurarikuo changed from one appearance to another. Is this a monster? But why doesn't Kirsumafwida feel so scared? It stands to reason that when he sees a monster, Kirsumafwida feels that he will definitely be frightened. But now that I see Nurarikuo's changes, although I am a little surprised, I don't feel really shocked. Kirsumafwida knew that this was because Nurarikuo's appearance was not scary. Although he changed from his previous appearance to his current appearance, he just became more handsome, more charming, and evil, not that ugly and scary look. Let's go, Teacher Kirisu. Since we have arrived at the door of our house, let's finish this home visit to the end. Nurarikushin stepped forward and calmly reached out to hold Kirisumafwida's hand and pulled her into the Nura clan's mansion. Kirisumafwida saw his hand being held by Nurarikuo. Isn't this the behavior that an ordinary teacher and student should do? But now that I think that Nurarikuo is a monster, I definitely can't understand it according to common sense. Following Nurarikuo in the Yi residence today, Kirisumafwida's mind is still groggy at the moment. Oh my god, her student is a monster, and now she has entered the monster's home? When she came back to her senses, she found that there were monsters of different heights and strange shapes standing in the yard in front of her. OMG! Kirisumafwida was so frightened that her soul almost flew out of her mouth. Fortunately, Nurarikuo held her hand and gave Kirisumafwida a sense of security. Chapter 85. The Snow Girl Heir stood in front of the monsters. When she saw Nurarikuo and Kirisumafwida, she immediately said, "Look, the teacher from the third generation in the human world is here. Say hello and say hello." "Hello, teacher." XN as hundreds of monsters in front of them all called out to the teacher, Kirisumafwida was even more confused. These were the monsters she knew. Why were they all so obedient, standing in a row and saying hello to the teacher? In an instant, the nervous and fearful emotions in my heart relaxed a lot. Even Nurarikuo didn't expect that the monsters in his family would show up like this, but after seeing Bingley, he immediately knew the reason. It must have been Bingley who caused this fight after he went out. Unnecessary. Kirisumafwida stared at the monsters in front of her, some were ugly, and some looked like humans. She couldn't help but ask, "Nurao-kun, are they, all monsters in your family?" Feeling the slightly trembling hand, Nurarikushin smiled at it and comforted him, "Yes, I have reminded you many times, but teacher, you insist on coming. Now that you are here, then accept this reality calmly. And you don't have to be afraid, you are my teacher, they won't hurt you." What do you mean? Seeing those monsters standing in a row in front of her saying hello to the teacher, it really didn't seem like they were doing anything against her, but Kirisumafwida still felt that her legs were a little weak. After all, these monsters in front of her were real monsters. She actually saw a real monster. It was very rare for others to see just one, but Kirisumafwida saw hundreds of them at one time. If she didn't have the mental endurance, she would probably be so scared that she would sit on the ground. Fortunately, Kirisumafwida is not too timid and can bear it for the time being without being so embarrassed. Nurarikushin waved away the monsters in front of him and said, "My teacher is here to see the parents, not you, so please disperse." "Yes, Sandame." The monsters just went through the motions and appeared in front of Kirisumafwida from the beginning, so that they would not be frightened one by one later. After the other monsters left, the snow girl Bingley trotted up and said, "Sande, Mrs. Wakana is already waiting in the reception room." Nilayong Rikushin nodded and said, "Okay, I know, I will take the teacher there now." Kirisumafwida looked at the cute and beautiful girl wearing a white kimono in front of her. Is she also a monster? She looks no different from a human being. "Sande? Why do they call you Sande?" Hearing Kirisumafwida's question, Oikawa Eire replied, "Because Rikuo-sama is the third-generation general of our Nuragumi." "General, you mean the leader, right? Nilayong-san, you actually command so many hundreds of monsters." Kirisumafwida looked at Nurarikuo in disbelief. "You are a monster yourself, and there are hundreds of monsters under your command. Compared with the chaebol in the human world, the army is a more untouchable existence. You said you are not at home at all. If you were to lead the monsters, what kind of education would you have if you went to the human world?" If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have done any more home visits. Seeing that Nurarikuo was being looked down upon, Oikawa Hingrai promptly reminded him, Teacher, you are wrong in saying this. The third generation he has commanded is not just the hundreds of monsters just now. Our Nura group, the entire Kanto region, no, now the entire Shikoku region is also included, which is our sphere of influence. The total group adds up to more than 10,000 large and small monsters, 72 groups, all under the leadership of the third generation. In the human world, our Nuliang group has people in the military, politics and business, and its sphere of influence covers the entire Neon Kingdom. Otherwise, how can we be called the strongest monster organization in the entire Kanto? Outrageous! Kirisuma Fuyu could only think of these two words, and could not think of anything else at all. Nurarikuo's identity was so awesome. She didn't want to do a home visit now, she just wanted to go home. Nurarikushin stretched out his hand and rubbed Oikawa Hingrai's head and said, Okay Hingrai, I will take the teacher to see my mother first. The home visit is important. Okay, then I should retreat first. Oikawa Hingrai happily accepted Nurarikuo's touch, then resigned and left. After Kirisuma Fuyu saw Oikawa Iire leaving, he asked curiously, Nura-kun, is that girl just now also a monster? Now Kirisuma Fuyu has adapted a little bit. Although this is the base camp of monsters, these monsters don't seem to be as scary as imagined. Maybe he has a relationship with Nurarikuo as a teacher in the human world. Nurarikuo walked forward with Kirisuma Fuyu and said, She is a snow girl and a monster, but there are also a few humans living in my family. There are humans here too. When Kirisuma Fuyu heard this, his heart moved. This is the base camp of monsters, and there are actually humans living there. Who on earth would live in the home of the monster organization? I will take you to see my mother. She is a human being. Your mother is human? How is that possible? Nurarikuo explained, Nothing is impossible. My grandfather is a monster, my grandmother is a human, my father is a half-demon, my mother is a human, and I am also a half-demon mixed with monster and human blood. What you saw in school was my human form, and the monster form I have now. Although the two appearances are a little different, they are still me. Kirisuma Fuyu was held by Rikuo Nurao's hand all the way. After hearing this, she looked at Rikuo Nurao's profile. Although it was quite different from what she saw during the day, she could still see a trace of daytime. What it looked like at that time. It's incredible that your grandma and mother are both human beings. At this time, Kirisuma Fuyu seemed to be listening to a book from heaven, refreshing her various common sense. Can monsters and humans combine? There is really forbidden love. What's the matter? My woman is also human, and she is also a witch. Nurarikushin said proudly, It is also very incredible to use the body of a monster to pick up a powerful Miko who is naturally opposed to monsters. You have a woman, or a human Miko. Kirisuma Fuyu blinked a few times. It was both unbelievable and reasonable for Nurarikuo to have a woman. After all, she is a monster. Monsters have a long lifespan and are not like humans at all. Hey, Lu Sheng, your teacher is here. From the right side of Riku Nura, a handsome man who looked very similar to Riku Nura came over. He was dressed similarly to Riku Nura, but the color was different. He wore a purple kimono underneath and a black feather fabric outside. His appearance is 70% similar to Nurarikuo's, and his hair is almost exactly the same, except that the color of the upper part of his hair is compared to Nurarikuo's white. His is golden, while the lower part is the same black, and the length is longer. With a rope tied at the end. Kirisuma Fuyu looked at the person coming, was she coming to the monster den or not the senior brother's den? Hello, I am Nuliang's teacher, you are his brother, right? From Kirisuma Fuyu's point of view, Nura-Kaname and Nurariko look so similar, but they are more mature in temperament and appearance, so they should be the older brothers. No, I'm Lu Sheng's grandfather, the big monster Nuliang Huadiao. Do you want some candy? As he said this, Nuliang Huadiao took out a few pieces of candy from his body. Okay, I've seen you before. I'm going to take the teacher to see my mother. You'd better keep this candy for yourself, yay. Nurarikuo pulled Kirisuma Fuyu forward. Oh. Nurarikuo touched his chin and looked at Nurarikuo and Kirisuma Fuyu who were walking forward. He said loudly, Rikuo, the teacher is a good cosplayer and she is beautiful. Do you want to take her down? After hearing this, Nilayong Lushan twitched the corner of his mouth and said without turning his head, "Shut up and eat your free food." Kirisumafwiu is really confused. He is so young and handsome, and looks so similar to Nurariku, but it is his grandfather. What he said just now is also very disrespectful. What do you mean by taking her down? Even though I know you monsters are informal. But she is Nurarikuo's teacher, and it's not a role play, she is really a teacher. All the way to the reception room with Kirisumafwiu, Nurawakana had already prepared cakes and was waiting. "Mom, I brought the teacher here. Bring it in quickly." After receiving Nurawakana's reply, Nurarikushan took Kirisumafwiu into the reception room. The reception room was not too big, but the furnishings were exquisite and antique, completely different from those modern houses. Nurawakana took the initiative to say hello, you are Rikuo's teacher Kirisu. I am Rikuo's mother, Nurawakana. Facing Nurawakana, if he was just a normal student parent, Kirisumafwiu would talk to him calmly, but now, he learned that Nurarikuo is a monster, and this is the most powerful monster organization in the Kanto region. The woman in front of her was Nurarikuo's mother. Kirisumafwiu seemed a little nervous when facing Nurawakana. She cautiously said, "Hello, my name is Kirisumafwiu, and I am Nurasan's teacher." With a smile on her face, Nurawakana stepped forward and took Kirisumafwiu and said, "Stop talking, standing up and sit down. These are the tea and cakes I prepared." "Thanks." After sitting down, Kirisumafwiu was obviously a little restrained, as if she was the one being visited by the teacher, not the one who came for a home visit. Seeing Kirisumafwiu's nervous look, Nurawakana poured her a cup of tea, then sat down and said, "Teacher, I have heard from Rikuo about the specific situation. You think it's because he often falls asleep in class and doesn't listen carefully to the teacher's lectures. Angchi Buletin Sheng just came to visit her home. Teacher Tongsu is really a good teacher. If you don't study hard now, you will only have to work hard in society in the future." Kirisumafwiu said, "This is what I should do as a teacher. Nura's grades are not only the first in the class, but also in the entire grade. I saw him sleeping in class. Even though his grades are very good now, over time, you will continue to fall behind. Therefore, I think it is wrong to waste my limited precious time on meaningless things. I want to guide students to the right path that can bring out their talents, so I came to Nilayong for a home visit and wanted to know more about him. Guide him to make corrections, but now." Kirisumafwiu smiled bitterly. These words and practices of hers were only suitable for real students. Monsters like Rikuo Nura, who were also the masters of monsters, could not delay their future lives because of their studies. Moreover, Yukiana had also said before that the Nura clan not only had a high status in the world of monsters, but also interfered in the military, political, and business affairs in the human world, so this time it was entirely her own fault. Mainly because I didn't expect that Nurarikuo would have such an outrageous identity, which was more difficult than daydreaming. Nurawakana could see what Kirisumafwiu was thinking at this moment. She said to Kirisumafwiu with a soft smile, "It doesn't matter. After all, Rikuo is only 16 years old. He is indeed a student. You want to understand and care about yourself. The student's idea is correct. If there is anything wrong with Mr. Lu, you, as a teacher, should teach him. I wholeheartedly agree. Don't let him go just because he is a monster. And teacher, don't be afraid. We land creatures don't eat people. On the contrary, he inherited the advantages of his grandfather and father to protect the weak monsters and act with the entire Nura group of monsters on his back. Unlike other monsters, over the years he has also saved many humans. Is that so?" Kirisumafwiu looked at Rikuo Nura who was sitting next to him with his legs crossed and eating cakes. Judging from the image alone, Nurarikuo is indeed not a monster that makes people feel scared. On the contrary, he is a monster that makes people feel safe and warm. When Rikuo Nura pulled Mafwiu Kirisu to face those monsters just now, it was indeed because of the sense of security that Rikuo Nura gave her that she could hold on. Did he carry the Nuragumi on his back to protect the weak monsters? He also saved many humans. At this moment, Kirisumafwiu had a deeper understanding of Nurarikuo. Nurawakana looked at his son, chuckled and said, "Yes, the reason why he sleeps in class is because monsters basically go out at night. Lu Sheng, from now on, give the teacher some face in school. Don't sleep in class all the time, just occasionally." 11-0 Nurarikushan nodded, "Oh, I understand." Kirisumafwiu, and then Kirisumafwiu and Nurawakana were mostly talking about Nurarikuo, who made it clear that the protagonist of this home visit was Nurarikuo. After learning about Nurarikuo, Iso Zaida gradually developed a strong interest in this monster student. I didn't expect that I was really only 16 years old. In the hundreds of years of monsters, I was still 2 months away from adulthood. It is conceivable that Nurarikuo will still look like this hundreds of years later, but he will be more mature. Just like the grandfather of Nurarikushin whom I met outside, I heard Nurarikushin say before that he moved to this house 400 years ago. In other words, Nurarikuo's grandfather lived for at least 400 years, and these 400 years have not made him older. He is still young and looks like he is in his 20s. That's the lifespan of a monster. Not long after, the home visit was over. After learning about Nurarikuo's family situation and seeing the monsters chatting and spanking in the yard, Kirisumafwiu was still a little uneasy. It turns out that this is how monsters get along with each other. They don't look much different from humans. Kirisumafwiu lamented that monsters get along with each other just like human society. They have their own social circles. They look scary, but if you feel the surrounding atmosphere carefully, it seems that not so scary anymore. Nurarikuo stood next to Kirisumafwiu, looking at the playful little monsters, and said, "These guys are weak monsters. My grandfather's original intention of establishing the Nura group was in order to give these weak monsters a home and prevent them from being persecuted by other powerful monsters." The team grew stronger and stronger until it became the Nuragumi, the strongest monster organization in the Kanto region. Chirped Kirisumafwiu, who was listening carefully to Nurarikuo's words, suddenly noticed something at her feet calling her, so she lowered her head and saw a small white monster, only about the height of a palm, looked thin and weak, and his mouth looked like a 3. He didn't look like a powerful monster at all. Nurarikushin glanced at the little demon, stretched out his right hand, and the white demon climbed onto a wooden pillar and jumped into Nurarikushin's palm. It was so small that not only was it not scary, it was actually cute. It's called Sunaguchi, and he's also a monster. This house was conjured by him. Can it conjure this house? Kirisumafwiu looked intently at the Sunaguchi in Nurarikuo's hand. This little monster was quite cute, not to mention. Hands out. Oh. Kirisumafwiu obediently stretched out his hand, and then Nurarikuo let Sunaguchi jump into Kirisumafwiu's palm. Looking at the white little monster in front of him, Mafwiu Iso smiled. 3 generations. Just as Kirisumafwiu was looking at Sunaguchi, directly in front of the two of them, more than a dozen monsters with completely different auras from other little monsters came together. These monsters looked like monsters with good strength and high status. Kirisumafwiu stood behind Nurarikuo in fear, looking at these Cotter monsters. These monsters are all the Cotters of the Nura group that Nurarikuo held a meeting with just now. Because it was very late yesterday and Nurarikuo had not come back yet, they stayed at our house for a day until Nurarikuo came back from school today. Afterwards, a meeting was held to allocate territory. Chapter 86. Nurarikushin looked at the bald wooden fish Bodhidharma walking in front and asked, "How is it?" "The meeting is over, there are no other questions." Muita Bodhidharma replied, 3 generations, you have completed the general distribution, and we have already discussed the details of the cities, counties, towns, and surrounding islands under the jurisdiction of each major county. These are all in the summary of the report, the Cotters have no objections. Now we are waiting for the opinions of the 3rd generation. Bring it to me and see. Nurarikushin reached out and took the report from Muita Bodhidharma. The territory of the 4 kingdoms is very large. Instead of letting the Cotters go there in person, these territories are divided under the names of these Cotters and let them find suitable monsters to manage them. After all, the hometowns of these chiefs are all in Guanji. The report given by Muita Bodhidharma was very detailed. Some large cities were handed over to whichever group contributed more, and Nurarikuo saw no problem. Nuliang Rikushin closed the report and said to the dozen or so Cotters in front of him, "Very good, let's allocate them according to the details." Bodhidharma added. "But remember, the original intention of our Nuliang group is to protect the weak and obtain. You must restrain the members under your command and not harm others at will. This is also the creed of our Nuliang group that has been continued to this day. If I know that any of you are conniving and protecting your subordinates, don't blame me for being rude." Nuliang Lushan's expression was serious, and the black aura from his body gushed out. The powerful demonic aura and fear enveloped the hearts of all the major Cotters, and all the major Cotters were shocked and retreated. Niugui's eyes widened, "Demon King. This aura is many times stronger than that of the demon commander. He is definitely the demon king. Unexpectedly, their third-generation general has unknowingly been promoted to the level of the demon king. The six-tailed fox took a deep breath. Hiss, the demonic energy displayed by the Sandame actually reached the level of a demon king. The ghost girl Asakahara was shocked and said, "Oh my god, the third generation is too strong. You must know that the second generation reached the demon king when he was more than 100 years old, and the third generation was already a demon at the age of 16. My lord, how outrageous is this? Like the second generation, one is better than the other. In this way, I, the first generation general of the Nura group, have restored the strength of the great demon king. Together with the third generation and the third generation's Mount Madara, the strength of the two demon kings is enough to dominate the country's monster organizations." Ichimoku was extremely excited to enter the Tao. Since the death of the second generation, the Nuliang group has never been so prosperous. Now the entire Nuliang group has one big demon king, two demon kings, more than a dozen demon commanders, and more than 100 demon generals. Which monster organization can stop it with this strength? Feeling the fear in Nuliang Rikushin, the cadres became more respectful and nodded in agreement, promising to restrain their subordinates and not let them act recklessly. Regarding the reaction of the monsters, Nuliang Lushan said with satisfaction, "Now that everything is clear, you can all return to your own territory." "Yes, Sandame, I'm going to take my leave." The cadres spoke one after another, and then left the scene in an orderly manner. Kirisu Mafuyu stood behind Nurarikuo, looking at the majestic and domineering Nurarikuo, an inexplicable emotion grew in his heart. Nurarikuo turned to Mafuyu Kirisu behind him and said, "Teacher Kiri, let me take you home." "Okay, thanks." Originally, Kirisu Mafuyu subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after looking at Nurarikuo, he agreed by accident. "Then let's go." Nuliang Rikuo waved his hand and called for a pair of carriages. This carriage was just like an ancient carriage. The difference was that the carriage did not have horses, but a monster that could carry people flying. It was also a symbol of status. Only some high-status people, only high-ranking cadres can be found, and the general like Nurarikuo is naturally not bad either. The car he uses is still a noble car. "Go up." The car stopped at the door, and Rikuo Nura took Mafuyu Kirisu into the car. Then Mafuyu Kirisu told him where he lived, and the car drove there. In the carriage of the car, Kirisu Mafuyu and Nurarikuo were sitting alone facing each other. Nurarikuo leaned his right elbow to the side and propped up his head to look at Kirisu Mafuyu in front of him. Noticing Nurarikuo's fiery gaze, Kirisu Mafuyu felt a little uneasy, raised his head and asked, "Nura-kun, what are you looking at?" Nurarikushin didn't care that the other person was his teacher, and teased, "I didn't realize it before, but now that I have seen it up close, I see you are quite cute, Mr. Kirisu." 2. Kirisu Mafuyu said these words with a blush, because she didn't know how to answer at all. If an ordinary person teases a teacher, Kirisu Mafuyu will naturally respond with a cold face, but in front of her is Nurarikuo, and she cannot use human common sense and ordinary people to restrain him. So she didn't know what to say. Nurarikushin asked, "Teacher, do you have a boyfriend?" Kirisu Mafuyu answered honestly, "No, I'm an older leftover girl, and I haven't found my ideal type, so we haven't talked about it." Nurarikushin nodded, and then said without any surprise, "That's it, what do you think of me? Do you want to talk to me?" "You?" Shina Mahiru looked at Nurarikuo's handsome and charming face. The way he held his head was more like a domineering president. Kirisu Mafuyu couldn't help but recall the sense of security and domineering Nurarikuo felt in his home. He was indeed a little moved in his heart. Although he was his student, he was also a monster. He couldn't be treated as an ordinary student. Treated. But remembering that Nurarikuo said that there was his woman in that monster house, Kirisu Mafuyu calmed down. "Nuliang-kun, please stop making fun of me. Didn't you say there is a woman at home?" The smile on Nurarikushin's face did not diminish, and he said honestly, "Yes, there are more than one, there are two, and there is another one outside, a total of 3, but they all know each other. Although I am passionate, but don't be sentimental and treat them equally, it's not like raising a canary. Teacher, if you want to find your ideal type, consider me if you can, how about you? You are honest." Facing Nurarikuo's words, Kirisu Mafuyu rolled his eyes. He really admired Nurarikuo. While thinking about chasing women, he exposed his old background. He said that he had several women and was not afraid of exposing others. Scared away. Nurarikushin said narcissistically, I am confident. I don't think there are many people who can be better than me in terms of appearance. In terms of family life, I am the best in my own monster organization. I have power, rights, money, and he is good looking and young, and the monster has its own rules in doing things and does not harm the weak. With so many advantages, I would flirt with whomever I liked and pursue girls. I wanted to have a harem but was timid and hesitant. I was worried about this and that, so why not start a harem? Could it be that I was waiting for women to take the initiative to pursue me? Why don't you just be a coward and the master of demons and monsters? Of course, I will not use force, but exchange sincerity for sincerity, so I will ask you, teacher, to consider it, and not necessarily choose me. Nurarikuo's words left Kirisou speechless for a moment, because what Nurarikuo said was right and she couldn't refute it. There is no doubt that when looking for a man, you really have to find a man like Nurarikuo who has all the advantages in one, but there will definitely be no shortage of women in the future, but since you enjoy such resources, you must not ask for anything. So Nurarikuo's words made Kirisou a little moved. After all, the first condition is that appearance is everything, not to mention Nurarikuo himself is so outstanding. If you want to find someone like Nurarikuo in this world, an outstanding person is lucky enough. Kirisou own conditions, pride, and status as a teacher are vulnerable to Nurarikuo, so she won't put on airs like a teacher. The car was flying and suddenly stopped. Without waiting for Nurarikuo to ask, the car directly reported, Sande, it's Lord Bishamon. Lord Bishamon blocked the way in front. Bishamon. Hearing this, Nurarikushin did not expect to meet Bishamon here. Teacher Kirisou, you wait here, I will go see her. Good. Kirisou naturally had no objections, but she was a little curious about the name Bishamon. Was Bishamon the Bishamontan she knew? After getting out of the car, Rikuo Nura stood on the clouds and mist raised by the car. He saw a beautiful blonde goddess sitting on a lion standing in front of him. She was wearing a leather jacket and holding a whip, giving her endless heroic spirit. Lu Sheng, it's really you. Bishamon flew over on a lion, pushing the military cap on his head, showing surprise. She was cleaning up filth in the city when she suddenly saw a car flying in the sky. This car seemed to be from the Nilayong group. She had seen such a car from the Nilayong group before. I was wondering if it was Nurarikuo inside, so I stopped in front to see who was inside, and it turned out to be true. Nilayong Rikushin clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect that our Valkyrie would still be cleaning up dirt at this late night. She is really dedicated. This is my job as the god of war. Where are you going and taking a carriage? I never thought you were so cowardly. Bishamon is the god of war, and her profession is to fight and remove dirt, so she will go out no matter it is day or night. Nurarikushin explained, I don't need a car myself. I am sending someone back, so I sent a car. Giving it to someone? A woman. Bishamon didn't even have to guess. If Nurarikuo could deliver it in person and take a car, it must be a woman. Nurarikushin smiled and said, my teacher at the school in the human world was doing a home visit today and I asked her to meet my Nura group. I hope she can sleep in class openly in the future. Do you want to meet her? The teacher from your school, then I really need to meet him. After saying that, Bishamon went directly to Chechnya without being invited by Nula Yang. After entering the car, Bishamon finally understood why Rikuo Nura would use the car to send him there. A beautiful woman with a mature figure and a baby face was also his teacher in human society. Haha, man, there is indeed a purpose in doing things. You are. Kirisou looked at Bishamon who walked in. The sense of nobility on the other person made Kirisou feel urgent. Coupled with his flawless and extremely delicate face, and his long blonde hair that reached his heels, judging from his temperament just know that he is not an ordinary person. Let me introduce you. My name is Bishamontan. You are Rikuo's teacher. This is the first time we meet. Hello. Although Bishamon tried his best to calm down, the temperament he couldn't help but reveal still made Kirisou feel ashamed. Kirisou is already a rare beauty in the eyes of others, but when she saw the woman in front of her, she didn't know that her appearance, height, temperament, and figure were far inferior to her. Bishamontan? Are you the legendary Valkyrie, Bishamontan? Kirisou thought about the name Bishamontan. Isn't this the name of the god that people believe in, or the name of the Valkyrie? Thinking back to the fact that this place is in the sky now, and Nurarikushin is a monster, it is natural that the person he knows cannot be an ordinary person who only has the name of a god. In other words, Mr. Nuliang still knows God. The most incredible thing is that there is really a god in this world. Aren't gods all folklore? They are more mysterious than ghost stories. Nuliang Lushan also came to the car and listened. After listening to Kirisumafuyu's words, he helped Bishamant answer, "Teacher Kirisu, you are right, she is the strongest Valkyrie, Bishamantan, and she is a true god." "Hey, you are really a god, but you two are not in the same place at all in terms of status, so why do you look so familiar?" After being shocked, Kirisumafwiyu expressed his doubts. The relationship between gods and monsters should not be familiar from the beginning, and Bishamantan is even more heroic. The sassy and powerful Valkyrie is no match for Rikuo Nurao, the master of demons and monsters. It's true that our innate identities are not the same, but our acquired identities are. As for your question about why we look so familiar, didn't I tell you before? There are two women at home. Is there one outside? No, that's it. In order to make his words more authentic, Nurarikushin put his right hand around Bishaman's waist, and kissed Bishaman's perfect face with his mouth. Faced with such an intimate move, Bishaman just glared at Nurarikuo but said nothing. Seeing such an exciting scene, Kirisumafwiu's CPU almost burned out. There is actually a relationship between a god and a monster, not to mention the strongest Valkyrie and the master of demons and monsters. That relationship. How did Nuliang Lushan do it? This is too far off the mark. A monster conquered the Valkyrie. This was a real god, the kind who was good at killing, not a god with a love brain. Regarding what Nurarikuo said to Kirisumafwiu, she was a little speechless, but she didn't blame him for anything, and said, "You guy, you even told your teacher such a boring thing. Okay, there is Shiwa in the city, I still have a lot of things to do tonight, so I'm leaving first." Nurarikushin took Bishaman's hand and said softly, "Then be careful and don't get hurt, otherwise I will feel sorry for you." Bishamant showed a confident smile, "Don't worry, it's not like you don't know the strength of my Bishamantan." Nurarikuo watched Bishaman leave and continued to take the car to Kirisumafwiu's residence. "Nuliang-san, you are really powerful, you can even defeat a god." Kirisumafwiu looked at Nurarikuo with a complicated expression. It was really unimaginable. Is Nurarikuo really 16 years old? Nurarikuo said, "It's due to personal charm, so what if he is a god? Aren't gods just living things?" After the car flew in the sky for about 10 minutes, it arrived at the place mentioned by Kirisumafwiu. 0.5 Nurarikuo stood on the car and looked down. This is a very simple single apartment. There are no stairs. There are only 3 floors. Each floor has more than a dozen rooms. The space of the rooms definitely not big either. You live here? Nurarikushin was a little surprised. This house felt a bit small. Kirisumafwiu didn't think it was small, and said, "Yes, I'm just a teacher, not a big boss. How can I have the money to live in a high-end apartment? Having such a place is already very good. It's also close to the school. It takes less than 20 minutes to commute to and from get off work by tram. As long as you are happy, let's go and have a look in your room." Nurarikuo didn't think much, he directly picked up Kirisumafwiu and jumped out of the car, landing lightly in front of the first room at the second staircase. "No need, it's getting late, you'd better go back and rest early." Kirisumafwiu stood at the door of her house. When she heard Rikuo Nura said that she wanted to go in and take a look, she immediately panicked. You must know that her room was in a mess, with garbage scattered everywhere, and clothes service littering. If Nuliang Rikuo saw it, wouldn't it be a direct social death? When the time comes, my image will fall to the ground. The house of a girl living alone is so messy, and it is not what a girl should be like. After that, I will be looked at with contempt by Nurarikuo. What should I do? Nurarikuo did not stop what Kirisumafwiu said, "I am a yokai, and yokai themselves are nocturnal creatures, so you don't have to worry about the time. Besides, it's still early, that is, ordinary people I haven't bought any of these yet. You really want to go in and take a look? What's so shameful?" Kirisumafwiu said a little shyly, "It's just that the room is too messy, I'm afraid it will contaminate your eyes." Nurarikushin laughed and said, "Haha, I have never seen anything. I have seen monsters, ghosts, and gods. Is there anything else hidden in your 10 rooms that can make me, a monster like you. What's more terrifying than a monster's eyes? Please ask for flower evaluation votes and monthly votes to add some data. Chapter 87. Nilayong Lushan said with great interest, then open the door and let me see what can pollute my eyes. All right. Kirisumafwiu lowered his head like a defeated rooster, took out the key from his pocket, inserted it into the door lock, and then opened the door. After turning on the light on the wall at the door, even Rikuo Nura, who was used to seeing many big scenes, was stunned for a moment. At the entrance of the entrance, 3 bags of garbage packed in white garbage bags and a large bag are placed there. If this person is normal, but all the way from the entrance door to the inside, packaging bags, cans and other things are littered. And then there were all kinds of clothes piled here and there, and the sink was filled with takeout boxes and packaging. Teacher Kirisu, is this a pig's nest for you? This was the first time for Nura Rikuo to encounter such a messy room. Are there really girls who don't understand hygiene like this in real life, let alone a teacher like Kirisu Mafwiu? When Nura Rikuo saw her room in such a mess and was called a pig's nest, Kirisu Mafwiu seemed to have lost the color of her life. She weakly said, "It's so rude, Nura-san. Although I am dirty, what can I say? It's my room too, I'm the type who's not very good at tidying up and cleaning." That's true. Nura Rikushin walked into the room with a look of disgust. It was too messy. It was hard to believe that this was the room of a 26-year-old female teacher. It was countless times worse than Mahiru Shina's room that she visited last night. Mahiru Shina's room was clean and tidy. She did everything by herself, grinding coffee, baking cookies, and cooking. On the other hand, Kirisu Mafwiu is the two extremes. She only eats bento boxes, and she looks like she doesn't know how to cook, and she just piles the food she has eaten together. Nura Rikushin picked up a piece of pink women's underwear from the ground with his thumb and index finger, something called a cover. He said speechlessly, "Teacher Kirisu, there must be a limit." "Ah! What are you holding in your hand? Put it down quickly." When Kirisu Mafwiu saw the extremely private piece of pink clothing in Nura Rikuo's hand, she screamed, her face turned red, and she flashed to Nura Rikuo's side and snatched it away at a speed faster than a sprinter. That item! Holding her own personal belongings, Kirisu Mafwiu's heart was beating wildly. It was really embarrassing. Not only were her personal belongings seen, but they were also held in her hands. It was also too embarrassing. Nilayong Rikuo looked around and said, "The place itself is not that big, but you have left it so messy." "Teacher, you said that you are not good at organizing and cleaning. It is true that you have these things. As soon as you start to move your hands, the kind that don't know what to do at all." Kirisu Mafwiu nodded repeatedly and said, "Yeah, since you've heard of it, you can understand me, and don't talk nonsense to other students when you get to school." Nilayong Lushan promised, "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who gossips, but I still hope you can sort it out. Aren't the garbage bags at the door very good? Other garbage should be handled according to this standard. As for the clothes, you can put them all in one place first and don't throw them around. If a girl lives in such a mess, she will be gossiped about." Listening to Nura Rikuo's somewhat shabby words, Kirisu Mafwiu nodded and said, Okay, I know everything, and I will try my best to deal with it." After coming out of Kirisu Mafwiu's house, Rikuo Nura looked at the Ashaki still in the sky and waved his hand to let him go back first. "Rikuo Nurao, 10 people don't like to do ojaki." Nura Rikushin was walking on the bustling street as a human being. It had been a long time since he walked around alone at night. Today he just had the opportunity to enjoy the life of the next person. Walking on the bustling streets, there is no transportation here. There are only young people walking, some are students, some are office workers, most of them are in groups or couples. They are talking and laughing, chatting on the street. The food stalls and entertainment stalls were also crowded with people. Various voices mixed together to form a cacophony in the ears. Nura Rikuo was gnawing on a piece of roasted corn he had bought after queuing for 2.5 minutes in his hand. "I see a lot of coquettishly dressed women fishing for men on the street. This is normal on the street. As long as the price is right, or you see a handsome guy and just pay for nothing, it's possible." After wandering around for half an hour, Nura Rikushin gradually lost interest. When he just left the lively street, he noticed someone approaching him behind him. Nura Rikuo stopped and looked sideways. He thought it was some monster targeting him, or at worst it was a thief or robber. Unexpectedly, it's a beautiful senior girl wearing black stockings. After seeing clearly the person following him, Nurarikushin put his hands in his pockets and said, "Senpai Sakurajima, I didn't expect it was you. I thought it was a bad guy following me. Hey, minister, can you see me?" Sakurajima Mai's expression remained unchanged, but her tone fluctuated slightly. "Why, are you in a state where you can't be seen by others now?" Listening to Sakurajima Mai's tone, Nurarikuo guessed her current state. On the train going to find monsters last Friday, Sakurajima Mai and Yatsuya Maiko respectively told their experiences. One was unable to be seen by others, while the other was able to see ghosts after opening his yin and yang eyes. So from what Sakurajima Mai said, her current situation cannot be seen. "Yes, just half an hour ago, according to my past experience, this state should be over in half an hour. What I didn't expect is that, minister, you can see that I should be beyond the ability to control the flames. Is it within the scope of superpowers?" Mai Sakurajima knew that Riku Nura could control blue flames, but even if he had this superpower, it probably didn't include his eyes. She looked for Hanake Nura during the time when she couldn't be seen. The other person could see her, but Hanake Nura was an onmyoji and practiced yin and yang eyes, so she could see things that ordinary people couldn't. But Nurarikuo is different. He is just a superpower. A superpower can mutate himself and use special powers. It has no amplifying effect on his eyes or anything like that. Moreover, when the flowers bloomed on the train and Nura killed the evil spirit, Rikuo Nura showed that he did not see the ghost, so it does not make sense that he can see her now. Seeing that the other party had this doubt, Nurarikushin deceived him and said, "Maybe it's because of my special physique. Since I am a superpower, other parts of my body will be more or less enhanced, and you are not invisible or disappearing, nor do you die. Maybe it's just that the sense of presence is super low, so ordinary people can't see it, but people like me can see it." "That's right." Nurarikushin's explanation was so reasonable that Sakurajima Mai had no doubts. "Did you buy a doll?" Nurarikuo noticed that Mai Sakurajima was holding an ancient doll wearing ancient clothes and with G hair. It seemed to be quite old at first glance. Sakurajima Mai held the doll in both hands and said, "I bought this doll in an antique shop half an hour ago." The stall owner said that this is a doll with a history of more than 100 years. It used to be a princess of a big city. The price is not high. I saw that it looks good and has a sense of age, so I bought it and put it in my room. Nurarikuo looked at the doll and narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "Senpai Sakurajima, I think you'd better throw away this doll." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this doll?" Mai Sakurajima instinctively believed in what Riku Nura said, because Riku Nura himself had special superpowers, and he also knew something about demons and ghosts. Therefore, he would definitely not be aimless. In addition, he had indeed experienced demons, ghosts and onmyoji recently, which made the ordinary world she knew no longer ordinary. So, there must be something wrong with the doll in her hand. Thinking this, Shima Mai moved the doll aside. After the doll was thrown away, the doll that was originally lying on the ground automatically stood on the ground, and a black energy emitted from the doll. "You threw me away again, you threw me away again." The doll with G hair suddenly spoke, and its black hair grew longer and thicker, instantly wrapping around Mai Sakurajima's body. "These hairs are not ordinary hair, they look ordinary but every hair strand is made of iron wire." Ah! Even though Sakurajima Mai, who had always been mature and calm and could remain calm even when she couldn't be seen by others, couldn't help but make a sound of panic at this moment. Cut! When Nurarikuo saw this, he took action directly, holding the Senbonlu-ten swordsman to cut off the hair that tied Rajima Mai. The severed hair was released from Mai Sakurajima's body and fell to the ground. Within a few seconds of landing, it struggled and shook like a loach before completely losing movement. The puppet opened its mouth and said in a sinister voice, Hey, I didn't expect that there is a powerful character. Not only can he see through me, but he can also cut off my hair. He is more capable than the onmyoji who used to deal with me." After saying that, the doll released a red light and turned into a young woman wearing red clothes and with curly hair standing in front of the two people. During her 200 years of life, she encountered many powerful onmyoji who wanted to get rid of her, but she sucked the brains of each one of them and turned them into her own nourishment. Sakurajima Mai stood behind Nurarikuo with her heart beating fast. She was really startled just now, her heart was still beating violently, and she was extremely nervous. Unexpectedly, a doll she bought almost killed her, which made Sakurajima Mai secretly feel unlucky. If I hadn't met Nurarikuo in this place, I would have just followed him, otherwise I would have taken this doll home. Thinking about it now, I feel a chill. Nuliang Rikushan looked at the long-haired woman in red in front of him with a knife, and said, Fu Sangshen, for hundreds of years, he was abandoned as a doll, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, accumulating resentment, gaining a healthy soul, and transforming into a harmful monster. The Fu Sangshen in front of me is not weak in strength, and has a demonic aura that is at the level of a demon general. Moreover, it is not the kind of monster that Notarabang encountered last time that has the demonic aura of a demon general but no matching strength. According to Nuliang Rikushan's guess, this Fu Sangshen has been practicing Taoism for at least 200 years, has absorbed a large amount of the essence of heaven and earth, and is quite powerful. Fu Sangshen. After listening to Nurarikuo's words, Sakurajima Mai also knew what kind of monster it was. Although Fu Sangshen is called a god, it is actually a spirit ghost. It is a monster transformed from an old artifact that has been used for hundreds of years. Some of these Fu Sangshen are kind, and naturally some are vicious. The one in front of me is obviously vicious. As a doll, it was abandoned by one owner after another, and was left in the utility room and ignored, so it accumulated a lot of money. A large amount of resentment, and over 100 years, produced an evil soul attached to the doll. Mai Sakurajima was a little worried and said, Butcher, are you sure? Nature Nuliang Rikushan is naturally confident that he is just a god of death. Although he has good moral conduct, it is not a big deal. Although Nuliang Rikushan is in the human state at the moment, he cannot release the demonic energy with the strength of the Demon King. But with his karma fire and Senbonzakura, he has good combat effectiveness even in human form. I don't know whether to live or die, but you, a little human being, want to deal with me. Fu Sangshen looked at Nuliang Lushan's face that showed no fear, and seemed to want to kill her with a knife. In all her years of living, she had never seen someone so overestimating his own abilities. He was arrogant, and arrogant even if he had some strength. This kind people often die the quickest. So much nonsense. Nuliang Lushan's body was wrapped with karma fire, and the Senbonzakura in his hand was also burning with karma fire, and he slashed forward with a knife. The flaming blade formed by Senbonzakura and karmic fire flew towards Fu Sangshen. Fu Sangshen snorted disdainfully. Her hair can grow and change indefinitely, which is the best way to attack and defend. The long hair on the back of her head grew rapidly, forming a defensive wall of black hair in front of her. The slashing blade entwined with karma fire struck her hair. Although the hair was not completely cut off, the karma fire had already burned on her hair. What a weird fire! Fu Sangshen's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly cut off his burning hair. Even the demon fire released by the monster should not spread quickly on her hair, but this blue flame did it, and her hair touched it like dry wood. It was obvious. It shows that this fire is no ordinary fire. Human, die! The hair on Fu Sangshen's back surged wildly, like a living creature attacking Nuliang Lushan from her left and right sides. Nurarikuo glanced at Sakurajima Mai from the corner of his eye. Before his long hair rolled up, he wrapped his left and right hands around Sakurajima Mai's waist and jumped up into the air. Keep jumping on the roof. 920 Avoid. He himself didn't care, but Mai Sakurajima was just an ordinary person, and if she was touched by these hairs, she would die or be injured. Don't even think about running away. Fu Sangshen shouted and quickly caught up, his hair growing out like a bottomless pit. Sakurajima Mai, who was held in Nurarikuo's arms, looked at those hairs that kept coming, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it was me who held you back. Why don't you leave me, or this hair will kill both of us. Nurarikuo glanced at Sakurajima Mai calmly and whispered, if I can't protect you alone, then I won't be around. Hearing this, Mai Sakurajima remained silent and watched Riku Nura jump several meters high. She was very surprised in her heart. Is this a person with superpowers? He could easily jump over a height of more than 5 meters, and the running speed is also extremely fast, almost 100 meters in less than 5 seconds. Nurarikushan looked back at the long-haired man who was chasing after him, stopped by a lake in a park, and then turned around to free Senbonzakura. Let's scatter, Senbonzakura. As Nurarikuo spoke the words of liberation, the Senbonzakura blade turned into thousands of pink cherry blossom petals and scattered. Under the control of Nurarikuo's thoughts, they collided with the chasing long hair. The long, tough hair and Senbonzakura's cherry blossom petals are constantly being stirred and cut by the blade. However, Fu Sangshen's hair seemed to be harder, and Qian Benzakura was gradually blocked back. Nurarikuo hugged his sister with his left hand, and held the handle of the Senbonzakura sword with his right hand. He saw blue karma fire burning in the pupils of his eyes, and karma fire ignited on every Senbonzakura blade in front of him, intensifying attack power. What? Flames can't be used like this. Fu Sangshen looked at the Senbonzakura blade wrapped in karma fire. She had the upper hand but suddenly fell into a disadvantage. She hurriedly cut off the burning hair and retreated to distance herself. Although Senbonzakura is cool, the lethality of just the initial release is still too low. Nurarikuo let Senbonzakura's blade reorganize into the blade and put it back. Although Senbonzakura is cool, her attack power is a bit low, and the swastika requires a lot of demonic power. Now Nurarikuo human form cannot be understood. After putting away Senbonzakura, Ryorikuo took out the Mimikiwa, which has critical damage to monsters. Sakurajima Mai, who was held in Nurarikuo's arms, looked at the knife in Nurarikuo's hand and wondered where he took it out, as well as the knife that could have dispersed into cherry blossoms just now. Now in Matsuda, Nurarikuo is dressed in a kimono, and there is no room to hide two swords. Could it be that he has a fourth-dimensional pocket? Senior Mai, just stand here and I'll be there soon. After saying that, Nurarikuo took out the Yamakimaru from the scabbard with his backhand and rushed forward. Court death. Fu Sangshen saw Nuliang Lu Sheng put away the weird knife and then took out another knife and rushed towards him. Although it was a little strange, it was obviously not the time to think about this. She wanted to get rid of this person as soon as possible. Class will do. This is the territory of the Nura group. If she makes too much noise and delays for too long, attracting the attention of the monsters of the Nura group, then she will be doomed. Nurarikushin held the Yamakimaru and used his knife to cut off the long hair stabbed by Fu Zangshan easily. Chapter 88. The sword of Miyakiri-maru was created from the beginning to be a demon-killing sword to deal with all demons and monsters. It has a restraining effect on monsters with evil spirits. And this hair is also part of Fu Sangshan's body, so it doesn't require as much force as Senbonzakura's to cut it off. As Nurarikuo continued to approach, any hair that came from around Nurarikuo was cut off by him. Impossible, this knife of yours can cut off my fear so easily. Fu Sangshan screamed, her hair was covered with fear, which allowed her to grow hair infinitely to attack, but now Fu Sangshan discovered that her fear was shrinking, the hair was reduced sharply. The fear attached to her hair was cut off. Nuliang Lushan did not say anything, but cut his hair coldly with a sharp knife. Oj! When the Miyakirimaru blade made a crisp sound, its blade was already touching Fu Sanangshan's forehead. Fu Sangshan looked at the cold demon-killing knife in front of her with cross-eyed eyes, and she was so frightened that she dared not move. It's over, Fu Sangshan. Without giving Fu Sangshan time to speak, Nurarikushin pressed the Yamakimaru on her forehead and slashed downwards, cutting Fu Sangshan Banshee into two pieces. Ah! Fu Sangshan let out a shrill scream, and like an evil ghost, he turned back into a doll after being split in two, but similarly, the doll was also split in half from the middle. Dy. Nurarikushin exhaled. This demon-repelling sword Miyakamaru is really much easier to deal with monsters. It increases the combat power by at least 40%. Minister, how can you just deal with Fu Zangshan like this? Mai Sakurajima walked up and looked at the doll that was split into two halves on the ground. It was so strong before, but Rikuo Nura changed his knife and was killed in only a short period of time. It has been solved. The main reason is that this Fu Zangshan's attack method is a bit single. She only has hair. When faced with close combat, she can only bow her head. Of course, it would not have ended so quickly if it had not been for the use of Yamakimaru. The main reason is Yamakimaru's powerful ability to exorcise demons. Thank you, Chief. Mai Sakurajima stood in front of Rikuo Nura and thanked her sincerely. If Rikuo Nura hadn't discovered that there was a god in this doll, if Rikuo Nura hadn't saved her, if Rikuo Nura hadn't seen her, there was such a dangerous being who didn't forget to take her with her. Mai Sakurajima knew that she would definitely not escape tonight. She glanced at a trace of sweat on Nurarikushin's forehead, stretched out her right hand and wiped it away with her sleeve. Nurarikuo looked at Sakurajima Mai in front of him and wiped his sweat. Unexpectedly, he was sweating a little this time. Sure enough, the human state was no better than the monster state. He was sweating and a little tired after just a little exercise. He said, "You're welcome, Sakurahima-senpai. You are a member of the club. If you call me bouncer, I will naturally protect you. Moreover, my senpai is so beautiful. If she dies here, it will be a loss for the day." Listening to the change of title in Nurarikuo's words, Sakurajima Mai didn't mind and said, "It seems that Junior Rikuo is not as honest as he seems on the surface. He turns out to be a talker." Nurarikushin chuckled and said, "Since senior sister Mai knows that I am a junior, she should also know the true nature of men. They say that men are not bad and women will not love them. I don't want to turn myself into an introverted and socially fearful otaku. Senior Mai, don't buy the kind of goods with unknown origin and time in the future. People who don't understand may buy fusangshan. If you are unlucky and the fusangshan you meet is evil, next time but I'm not around anymore." The two of them walked out of the park where they had dealt with fusangshan, and came to the street again. The street here was not like the lively street just now. There were not many passers-by around this street, but there were many people selling national food on both sides. Small shop. After this experience, I will definitely not buy that kind of thing again. I don't want to die yet. Speaking of fusangshan just now, Sakurajima Mai still feels a little confused. She almost lost her life tonight, but luckily she met Nurarikuo, who seemed to be her noble person. If even the shop owner didn't know that there was a fusangshan inside the doll, Sakurajima Mai would have wanted to argue. While walking, Rikuo Nura stopped and stood at the foot of the road looking at Mai Sakurajima. "What's wrong? Is there anything strange about me?" Seeing that Riku Nura didn't leave but instead focused on herself, Mai Sakurajima asked curiously. She also lowered her head and looked at her body. "There should be nothing strange about it." Nurarikushin touched his chin and said, "It's nothing strange, I just like to look at my senior's beautiful legs with black stockings. I can't take my eyes away." Mai Sakurajima didn't expect Riku Nura to be so straightforward all of a sudden, and she was caught off guard. She also knew that many men like to see women wearing black stockings, which stimulates their hormones, but Riku Nura said it so openly and honestly. "First time encounter." "Just kidding, I just think you look familiar, Mai senpai. I thought you looked familiar before but I couldn't remember where I saw it." When Rikuo Nura was in the club, he felt that Mai Sakurajima looked familiar, but he couldn't remember it. However, since he definitely looked familiar, he must have seen her somewhere. He had never had the chance to ask before, so this time when the two of them were alone, he asked out his curiosity. Facing Nurarikuo's question, Sakurajima Mai explained, "You think I look familiar, maybe because you have seen my previous TV series or commercials, because I debuted with the same star and was still acting when I was a freshman in high school. Career, I temporarily left the entertainment industry to study in school during my second year of high school." After what Sakurajima Mai said, Nurarikuo suddenly said, "Young star debut. Why do you look familiar? I remember seeing you on advertising stickers and magazine covers in the streets a few years ago. Photos, your reputation should be at the level of an A-list celebrity." Mai Sakurajima did not deny it. "Yes, I was indeed a first-line star a few years ago, and about 70% of the people in the country have watched my TV series. But in the past 2 years, I got tired of it, so now I focus on studying. I didn't expect my senpai to be a big star. This is quite surprising. No wonder she has such an outstanding figure." Nurarikushin accidentally pinched something because he hugged Sakurajima Mai just now while avoiding Fusangshan's attack. Sakurajima Mai's face turned red when she recalled it. She didn't pay attention because the situation was urgent just now, but now she felt shy when Nurarikuo mentioned it. Sakurajima Mai's face was a little unnaturally rosy, but this was a physiological phenomenon, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, she crossed her hands under her chest and said, "Junior Rikuo, I now have reason to doubt that you just said you like to look at my black stockings. I mean it sincerely, not as a joke." Nurarikushin's face showed a surprised dark color, but his tone was playful. "You have noticed it, I don't think any man would not be interested in the beautiful legs with black stockings. If you say you are not interested, you must be embarrassed and lying, commonly known as menzeo, and I am not menko, but bold. If you don't mind, you can let me see more." Mai Sakurajima said expressionlessly, "Hitai, but you can watch it if you want. You don't have to inform me so openly. It's useless even if I don't allow it. After all, you have eyes." Nurarikushin smiled and said, "Haha, Mai senpai, you are quite interesting. If it were another girl, let alone a man who is not very familiar with it, even if it were a new boyfriend who said this, he would definitely be shy." He was speechless, not as calm as his senior sister. Mai Sakurajima said calmly, "I have lived an acting life under the spotlight since I was a child, and my mentality is definitely not comparable to that of girls who are most popular in class or school. 2. Rikuo Nura remembered that Mai Sakurajima debuted as a child star, and her mental endurance must be much stronger than that of other girls. Then the two of them stopped talking at the same time and walked quietly for a while. Sakurajima Mai saw a pastry shop that interested her, so she stepped forward and said, "Hello, please give me 5 pineapple buns." However, when faced with Sakurajima Mai's words, the staff did not react at all. Only then did Sakurajima Mai realize that she was still in a state where she could not be seen, and Sakurajima Mai felt depressed. "Hello, please give me 5 pineapple buns." Mai Sakurajima turned around and saw Rikuo Nura standing next to her, repeating her words. "Okay, 5 pineapple buns, total 295 yen, thank you for your patronage." Nura Rikuo showed up in front of Mai Sakurajima with a plastic bag containing 5 pineapple buns. Mai Sakurajima stared at Nura Rikuo for a few seconds, then took it from him without hesitation. She took out 2 pineapple buns from the plastic bag, one for herself and one for Nura Rikuo. Mai Sakurajima stared at the pineapple bread in her hand and said self-deprecatingly, "I don't know when my supernatural phenomenon will get better, or if it will get worse, making me completely invisible in this world. When the time comes, the boat will be straightened. Don't worry too much. Eat and drink as you should. I can see you, and your existence will not disappear." "Well, this pineapple bread is not bad." Nura Rikuo took a bite of the pineapple bread, which was rich in milk flavor, sweet but not greasy, and really good. "Can you really see me all the time?" Mai Sakurajima didn't say it, nor did she show it, but because of the strange things that happened to her, she was indeed anxious in her heart, afraid that her symptoms would get worse, and she would be in this state 24 hours a day until no one could see her. Nura Rikuo had a confident smile on his face. "Of course, you also know that I am not an ordinary person, and I am more powerful than the onmyoji Hanakan Yusha." "Thank you, Rikuo, I am really relieved with your words." Mai Sakurajima looked at Nura Rikuo and smiled rarely on her face. This was a sincere smile without any falsehood. "You're welcome. The pineapple bread is really good." "Really? Then do you want to return it and buy some more?" "Okay, I think the remaining 3 are not enough for my breakfast tomorrow." "Then let's go back and buy some more." Nura Rikuo grabbed Mai Sakurajima's wrist and turned to walk towards the bakery. Mai Sakurajima looked down at her hand, an unconscious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she trotted forward following Nura Rikuo's pace. After returning home, Nura Rikuo went to Kikyo's room. In the room, Kikyo and Shirakuni and Rinrincho were both there, plus a little girl with brown hair lying on Kikyo's bed. Shirakuni and Rinrincho saw Nura Rikuo coming in. She said, "Rikuo, you are back, and this little girl just woke up, but when we asked her name, she didn't say it." Kikyo, who was sitting by the bed, stood up. "Rikuo, her condition has improved a lot. You has come to see her before. The high fever has subsided. There are no other problems. She is just a little weak and a little depressed." Yet, Nura Rikuo stood by the bed and looked at Miyano Shiho who was sitting on the bed. At this time, Miyano Shiho was still a little lowly, very cute. And Miyano Shiho also raised her head and looked at Nura Rikuo. "Is it him who took me out of the sewer?" Miyano Shiho recalled that she was saved by this person before she fainted, and she sighed in her heart. Originally, she refused to continue making medicine for the organization because of her sister's death, and was then locked up. She wanted to commit suicide by swallowing the medicine she had hidden, but she didn't expect that the medicine would turn her body into the size of a 7-year-old child. Then a trace of desire to survive made her escape from the sewer, and was finally rescued by this person. Judging from the architecture of this room, it should be an antique house specially designed by a rich person. It is different from the current buildings and has a very ancient design. In today's society, only rich people can afford to design it. However, Miyano Shiho did not dare to reveal his identity and name. The organization is pervasive. If the organization knew that he was here, then with the organization's behavior of preferring to kill the wrongdoer, they would definitely kill everyone in this family. The organization that Miyano Shiho belongs to is a transnational criminal organization that commits murders and arson. It has power all over the world and rich assets. It secretly controls many clues and characters in the political, economic, and scientific circles. The organization operates in an extremely secretive manner, its members all wear clothes as black as crows, and it has many killers, making it notorious. So Miyano Shiho planned to leave here after she recovered a little bit of mobility, so as not to cause these innocent people to be harmed by her. Even important government officials can be assassinated once they are targeted by the organization, which shows how crazy the black organization is. Begui Yuan Linlandi asked, "Little sister, do you know your name, where you live, and who else is at home?" Miyano Shiho didn't speak, just shook her head. She didn't dare to speak, so it was better to draw a line with these people. Nurarikuo put his hand on the shoulder of Hakian Rinlandi and helped Miyano Shiho. "Rinlandi, she should have escaped from a certain human trafficker organization. Her mental state is not stable yet, so don't force her. Let her stay temporarily." "Wait a minute, Rikuo." Beguian Linlandi pulled Nuliang Rikuo aside and whispered, "Nuliang has a great cause, even if 100 children come, it won't be a problem, but ours is a monster organization. She knows at such a young age that we are the monsters will be frightened after being organized." Beguian Rinlandi is also worried about Miyano Shiho, worried that she will be frightened by the monsters of the Nuragumi family. "Nu, Wang Wang Zhao," Liang Lushan chuckled and said, "Don't worry about this. Although our Nuliang group are monsters, they are not harmful monsters. They are a bit ugly, but they are kind-hearted and most of them are kind-hearted. They have been with me since my grandfather's generation. My grandfather took on the Nura group just to protect them. They are not the kind of monsters that bully and scare people." "Is that so?" Begui Yuan Linlandi still feels that it is inappropriate to let ordinary children live in the Nuliang group. "Do not worry." Nurarikuo came back to Miyano Shiho and said, "Since you don't want to talk about yourself, you don't have to say anything. Just rest here and recover." "Thanks. There is no need to say the word thank you. If we meet twice, you have already said thank you twice. I will let people clean up the house and let you live in it. It is important to recover your health." Kikyo didn't say anything at the side, just let Nuliang Lushan arrange everything. "Lu Sheng, that guy asked me to bring this, so he drank a few bottles of Yaoming bar. As for treating me as a subordinate, I am the Demon King, the Demon King." Outside the room, Madara walked in on all fours, holding a tray on his head and a bowl of medicine on the tray. Because he secretly drank a few gourds of wine, he happened to be caught by the poison just now, so he was treated as a coolie by the poison and came here to deliver medicine and stay. "Cat, did the cat speak?" Miyano Shiho stared blankly at the very happy cat on the ground. He walked in with a tray on his head, but this was not the point. The point was that the cat actually spoke when he walked in. Miyano Shiho was sure that he heard correctly. The cat really spoke. She immediately looked at Nurarikushin and the others, and saw that their expressions did not change, indicating that they knew that the cat could talk. Madara also noticed Miyano Shiho sitting on the bed and asked, "Hey, human child, Rikuo, whose daughter is this human girl?" Nurarikushin naturally knew that Madara was joking, so he picked up the tray from the top of his head and kicked Madara out of the room. Roll meow. Chapter 89. A miserable cat meow echoed in Nuragumi's home. "Just now, did the cat speak?" Miyano Shiho rolled his throat, obviously a little confused. She is a science student, so naturally she doesn't believe in ghosts and gods, and everything depends on scientific basis. But just now she heard with her own ears that a fat cat spoke. Kikyo sat on the edge of the bed again, stroking Miyano Shiho's hair with his hand, and said softly, "Well, it is talking, but don't be afraid, it won't hurt you, and if you see other strange things later, there is no need to be afraid of living creatures. Just remember that you were brought back by land creatures, and no one in this family will hurt you." Looking at such a gentle Kikyo, exuding the brilliance of motherhood, Miyano Shiho was a little at a loss. "In my mind, I can't help but think of my mother when she was a child. She had the same look, the same gentle tone, and the same kindness." However, Miyano Shiho immediately threw away the thoughts in his mind. Kikyo was about the same age as her, and he couldn't mistake her for anything. Strange creatures, wait, what exactly is this place? I just saw a talking cat. Combined with what Platy Kodan said, what kind of strange creature is this? What kind of weird place is this? Is she already dead, or is she just in her dream now? It's okay to tell you. I should also let you know where you live. I think you can afford it. This is the headquarters of the #1 monster organization in Kanto, the Nura Group. Nurarikuo knew that Miyano Shiho seemed to be a child, but he was an adult with an adult soul, and he was not an ordinary person, but a person with extraordinary experiences. The body is hers too originally, my body was still mature before, but because of taking the medicine, it became rejuvenated. Miyano Shiho, are you sure you're not kidding? The corners of Miyano Shiho's eyes twitched twice. God damn, the headquarters of the #1 monster organization in Kanto. It seemed that he had indeed not woken up. It's okay if you don't believe it. Anyway, I will believe it when I see you, Kikyo. Nurarikushin handed the medicine in his hand to Kikyo. Since it was brought by Madara, it must be the medicine for Miyano Shiho to regulate his body. Then Nurarikushin turned and left without saying anything else. A female character that Miyano Shiho, Habara Ai and Nurariku also liked very much in their previous lives. She has a charming personality. After leaving Kikyo's room, Rikuo Nura spent half an hour taking a bath in the large bathhouse before returning to his room. It's still more comfortable to take a bath in the pure water at Bishamon, but my own bathhouse always feels like something is missing. Rikuo Nura sat on the branch of the 400-year-old cherry blossom tree and recalled that his bathhouse was just ordinary hot water, while Bishamon's house was pure water from the shrine. Taking a bath in it did have a huge impact on the body and mind. Benefit. I don't know if there is any extra purified water in Bishamon. If I can pack it back and change the water in the bathhouse to purified water, it would be very comfortable. With this thought in mind, Nurarikushin put his hands behind his head, leaned against the cherry blossom tree and looked up at the half-circle moon in the sky. At this time, in the yard of the family, Yeji was not digesting the news he had just learned and what he had seen with his own eyes. Just now Kikyo took Miyano Shiho around my house for a while to let her get used to it. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. There are really many unscientific things in this world. The legendary monsters really exist. They all look strange, but there are still some monsters that look like normal people, but they are a minority. Most of them are still as strange and weird as the rumors say. However, those monsters were not unfriendly to her. On the contrary, their attitude was extremely good, which gradually relaxed Miyano Shiho's nervous heart. Miyano Shiho exhaled and asked, Sister Kikyo, that brother who rescued me, who is he? Miyano Shiho now looks like a child. Although her body has only become smaller, she still looks like a child to others. She will not take the initiative to reveal that she has become smaller because of taking medicine. Therefore, children need to call others in the same way as children, such as brothers and sisters. Kikyo said, he is the third-generation leader of this monster organization. Apart from his grandfather who has retired and is no longer involved in the organization, he has the highest status. The leader of the monster organization. Miyano Shiho felt that he was lucky enough to be picked up by the monster leader. Wait, this is a monster organization, so if you stay here, the people from the black organization won't come looking for you, and even if they are found, will they dare to fight the monsters? You must know that monsters have abilities that humans cannot understand at all, so when you stay here, you don't have to worry about the organization finding you. Moreover, these monsters are also very friendly to you, and they are not vicious monsters that will eat people at every turn. At this moment, Miyano Shiho didn't want to leave. At first, he wanted to leave because he was afraid that the Nurarikuo and his family who had saved her would be implicated in being exterminated by the organization. But now, are all the monsters in the house implicated? It would be a great mercy not to destroy other people's man clan. Whoever dares to destroy man clan of the monster organization cannot achieve such a dream even in daydreams. Hey, are you the kid picked up by the Sandame? You're quite cute. That's fine. When you grow up, you can become the Sandame's woman. A little monster only 40 centimeters tall, with a natto-covered grass bundle on its head and a smell of natto on its body stood in front of Miyano Shiho, with his hands on his hips and said proudly. Miyano Shiho looked at this little natto monk who was shorter than herself, and was not too surprised, because among the monsters she just saw, there were many that were about the same size as the little monster in front of her, some were slightly larger, and some were slightly bigger. It's smaller than this little monster, like the size of a palm. Kikyo's tone was a little serious and said, Little monk Natto, she is still a child, don't scare her. Little monk Natto shrank his head, and cautiously said to please, this. Mrs. Platycodon, I was just joking, I didn't want to scare her, he he he. Seeing that little monk Natto admitted his mistake, Kikyo said kindly, you're not even trying to scare her. She's only a few years old. Why did you say this to her? Besides, Sheng didn't come to save people for this purpose. How could you? Don't tarnish the image of you 3 generations in the group, or he will deal with you. I see. Then the little monk Nato suddenly ran up and yelled, how can we cultivate? You 2 ghosts with hands and eyes and ghosts with fart swords, get out of here, Nato. If you 2 hadn't talked nonsense, I wouldn't have done it either. You will say so, if Ben Nato is punished by the 3rd generation, even the devil will not let you go. Mayano Shiho looked at the Nato monk who ran out speechlessly. He was so cute. It turns out that the world of monsters is also so lively. It was very different from the serious atmosphere he imagined. Kikyo lowered his head and looked at Mayano Shiho and said, don't take what Nato monk said just now, he is talking nonsense. Well, but those monsters just called you Mrs. Platy Kodan, are you the wife who saved my brother? Mayano Shiho looked at Kikyo and felt that Nuliang was so lucky to have such a beautiful, virtuous, and gentle woman as his wife. Kikyo nodded and said, yes, I am her wife, and so is Linlin Dai, who was watching you in my room before. Mayano Shiho paused for a moment, and then he felt relieved. Riku Nura is a monster, and this is a monster organization. Monsters are different from humans. Moreover, Riku Nura is the leader of a monster organization. He is powerful and has several wives. Also normal. Mayano Shiho looked at Kikyo Shiro's clothes and wondered, but Kikyo-san, are you also a monster? Why are you wearing a Maiko's costume? Aren't Maikos the opposite of monsters? I am a Maiko, not a monster. Are you really a Maiko? How could a Maiko combine with a monster? Could it be that he kidnapped you? Mayano Shiho couldn't help but think of those cottages in the TV series. The leader of the cottage kidnapped a beautiful girl from the village to his cottage to be the wife of the cottage. She felt that Kikyo was in this situation now. Nura Rikuo is a monster, and he specially kidnapped a Maiko like Kikyo to be his wife, which is not a real trick. Kikyo smiled and said, you know quite a lot at such a young age, but I was not kidnapped by him, I was voluntary. Voluntary. Mayano Shiho didn't understand that the 2 of them liked each other voluntarily. What she didn't understand was that the Maiko fell in love with the monster, and the monster fell in love with the Maiko. It was incredible that these 2 professions were born to be enemies, and that they could actually come together. I also lamented Nura Rikuo's ability to make such a beautiful and gentle Maiko fall in love with him without relying on forceful means. He was indeed very skilled. Immediately the 2 of them were walking, and Kikyo led Mayano Shiho to Nura Rikuo, because just now Mayano Shiho said he had something to ask him. Looking at Nura Rikushin who was leaning on a branch, Kikyo said, Lushan, the little sister, Chuff, you brought back is now able to get out of bed and walk around after drinking the poisonous medicine, and she is also seen in the group. It's too shameful, she said she wanted to see you now, so I brought her here. Meet me? Okay. Nura Rikuo turned over and fell from the cherry blossom tree. His movements were smooth and coherent, and then he walked towards the 2 of them. Mayano Shiho looked up at Nura Rikuo. No matter whether he looked at it roughly or carefully, he looked exactly like a human being. There was no trace of anything related to a monster at all. However, I thought that monsters can change, so I didn't care about Nura Rikuo's appearance. Maybe the current appearance is what he has become, so that he can walk in human society. Nura Rikushin lowered his head and looked at Mayano Shiho, and asked, tell me, what do you want from me? Can I stay here? This was Mayano Shiho's careful consideration. Instead of leaving and living a precarious life, avoiding the black organization, it would be safer to live here directly. Although this is a monster organization, she can see that the atmosphere here is really what she imagined. Difference in. Afraid that Nura Rikuo would disagree, Mayano Shiho added, if you need me to do anything, I can do it, laundry, cleaning, cooking. Maybe I don't know some things but I can learn them, as long as I can stay. Don't drive me away here. Kikyo asked in confusion, aren't you going home? I have no home, no parents, even my sister died not long ago, and now I am the only one left. Mayano Shiho was depressed when talking about this matter. Her own sister was killed by the organization, and now I am really alone. I see, you are the only one left, Lu Sheng, or we can keep her. Kikyo said sympathetically after hearing that Mayano Shiho was now an orphan with nowhere to go, and that he had just escaped from a human trafficker. Mayano Shiho's eyes were full of expectations, hoping that Rikuo Nura could keep her. As she said, she had no family anymore, and she was being hunted by the organization. It could be said that she had nothing but herself. Therefore, it is safest to live in a monster organization. Even the people in the organization probably don't know that monsters really exist in this world. Del. Nurarikuo touched his chin and looked at Miyano Shiho. Miyano Shiho felt uneasy. He didn't know if Nurarikuo would keep her. If he didn't let her stay, she would have to live a life of wandering and precarity. Nuliang Lushan immediately raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Okay, it won't be a problem for me to have a child living here." "Really, that's great, thank you, Lu give birth to a brother." Since she was left by Nurarikuo, Miyano Shiho naturally needs to have a sweeter mouth, and with her current body size, it will not make people think she is pretending to be young. Kumo was also happy that Miyano Shiho could stay. "Little sister, now I know your name, otherwise we wouldn't know what to call you." "Well, I want to start a new life again, and I don't want to use my previous name anymore." Although Miyanashi retained it and knew how powerful this monster organization was, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she still felt that she should not reveal her real name. "Since you don't want to recall the past and want to live a new life, then I'll give you a new one. What do you think of heir AI? Nurarikuo also understands that Miyano Shiho doesn't want to say his name, but this just allows him to propose the name heir AI. Compared to Miyano Shiho, she still likes heir. Click this name to address. Huiwen AI. Huiwen AI. Huiwen AI. Miyano Shiho tasted the name heir AI carefully and felt that it suited her very well. "I like this name very much. Thank you, brother Lu Sheng. Then I will call you heir AI from now on. Since you don't want to recall the heavy past, it's better to start your life again. Xiao AI, from now on, this is your home. You can play with my sister Xiao Feng. You the two of us are only 3 years apart, so we should be able to play together." In response to what Kikyo said, heir AI nodded, but in her heart she didn't feel that she, with the soul of an 18-year-old adult, could really play with a 10-year-old child. "Go okay, Xiao AI, just have a good sleep tonight. It's very safe here. Don't worry about anyone disturbing you." Nuliang Lu said with a hint of business. Heibara AI didn't think that the organization could still enter here. Even if Jin came with all the killers in the organization, he would only leave his own life here. This is the base camp of monsters, and it is safer than the human army. You should be able to sleep well tonight without having to worry anymore. After Kikyo sent heir AI to the new room arranged for her, Kikyo returned to her room. However, when he saw Nurarikushin in his room, he was a little surprised and said, "Lushan, are you looking for me for something?" "Jija, I heard from Linlindi that you wanted to wait for me to come back last night, but I had something to do last night and couldn't come back. Now, madam, it's late at night, should we get some rest? As the old saying goes, a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Hearing this, Platycodon grandiflarm's beautiful and flawless face instantly turned rosy due to shyness, but she did not escape and whispered, This is my first time. I heard Linlindi say it hurts." "You lighter. Don't worry, I have experience." Nuliang Rikushin stepped forward and hugged Platycodon grandiflarm's slim waist and walked to the bedside. "It is true that a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Isn't that what makes people happy?" The next morning, Kikyo opened her eyes and looked at the red stain left on the bed. Thinking of last night, her heart rose rapidly again. After becoming a Miko, Kikyo never thought that she would fall in love with and devote herself to a man, because she felt that she could control her emotions, but deep down in love, she really wasn't herself. Can restrain it. Looking at Nurarikushin sleeping next to her, Kikyo turned sideways and looked at him quietly. Now Nurarikushin, this moment belongs only to her. Nuliang's eyelids moved, and then the sleepy man opened his eyes and sat up. "When did I become a demon?" Nurarikuo noticed the changes in his hairstyle and body. He was still in a human state when he went to bed last night, but now he is in a demonic state when he wakes up. Kikyo pulled the quilt to cover her body and sat up. She said, "In the middle of the night last night, when you fell asleep, you began to become a demon. After you became a demon, your hair was directly pressed against me. On the forehead." Recalling the hair that Nurarikushin automatically produced when he was sleeping last night, Kikyo felt a little funny. "Really, what time is it now? The sun is already so bright." Nurarikuo looked at the sun shining outside the door. "It must be getting late now." Platycodon looked at the time and said, "It's already 9 o'clock. Chapter 90. "What, it's 9 o'clock, so wouldn't I be late for school? Nurarikuo blinked his eyes twice. He had never been late for school in so many years, but he was late today. Sure enough, his beauty misled me. Nurarikushin quickly picked up the clothes scattered on the bed and put them on. He glanced at Kikyo, who was holding on to the quilt to cover her delicate body. He stepped forward and kissed her, and then said, "Jikyu, just rest at home. I'll ask my mother to prepare some nutritious food for you, and I'll leave first." Seeing Nurarikushin so eager to go to school, it was hard to imagine this lord of 10,000 demons. Kikyo couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't be too anxious. Since you are already late, what does it matter if you are later? That won't work. I'm leaving first." After Nurarikuo walked out of Kikyo's room, he went to wash up and brush his teeth. The little monsters he met along the way said hello one by one. "Good morning, Sanday. Sanday seems to have woken up late tonight." "Hello, 3 generations." Nurarikuo also responded with a smile. His Nura group has a cheerful atmosphere, and he doesn't like that kind of heavy and rigid organization, where everything must be done according to the rules. "Sanday, are you still going to school today?" The snow girl who was sweeping fallen leaves in front of the courtyard was a little confused when she saw Riku Nura running out with 2 pieces of bread in his mouth. This was the first time in so many years that Riku Nura was late for school after sleeping so late. She thought that Nuliang was not going to go today, but now it seems that she is not going. "Of course. I've been going to school rain or shine for so many years. Although I'm late today, I can't miss school. Let's go, Bingley." "Okay, hey, I'll leave the sweeping job to you." Yukiana hurriedly followed Nurarikuo and threw the broom in her hand at Kuritabo, who was passing by. "Sweeping the floor? Isn't this always Suwa's job?" Kuritabo was a little confused when he held the broom. It was okay to ask him to kill monsters, but he couldn't sweep the floor. Moreover, when he came to sweep the floor, he was either Yukiana or Sumo. At the same time, Nurarikuo and the snow girl Bingley were riding a large fox demon on their way to school. Madara flew in the air and said with a loud voice, "I said, does a trivial matter like going to school require me, Madara-sama, to take action?" Nurarikushin rolled his eyes at it and said, "Why else would you do it? Just drink at home. Didn't I help you kill a demon king the day before yesterday? Is that kind of old, weak, sick, or disabled a demon king? Stop talking nonsense and concentrate on driving." "I'm flying, not driving." "I said Bingley, please don't take advantage of your bad hands." Nurarikushin felt the Yukiana sitting behind him hugging his waist, and his other hand went up to touch it. "Oh." After Nurarikuo said a word, the snow girl calmed down and hugged Nurarikuo's waist from behind, with her face pressed against Nurarikuo's back. After arriving at the school, Madara landed directly on the playground openly. The moment he landed, a strong wind blew up, shaking the glass in each classroom. Because if a monster doesn't want to be seen, it is invisible to ordinary people, so there is no need to worry about being exposed to the public. However, people with yin and yang eyes or special psychic abilities can see. For example, Yatsuya Miko, a first-year student, and Hanakane Yura, who can feel the evil spirit. At this time, Hanakane Yuzu, who wanted to feel Madara's huge demonic aura, hurriedly ran from his seat to the window to check. After seeing that it was Riku Nura, Yukiana, and Riku Nura's mount, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just some powerful monster that came here to destroy them. "I'm probably late." "If you're late, just be late. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" Hanakane Yura secretly complained that riding such a super monster to the school, in the past and present, "I am afraid that there is only one like Nurarikuo." On the podium, a bald old mathematics teacher looked at Hanakai Yuan Yuro's strange behavior, and he asked, "Hanakai Yuan classmate, what are you talking about?" Hanakane Yura didn't know how to explain it. After thinking about it, he found an excuse and said, No, I just saw a strong wind and was a little curious." The old teacher was speechless and said, "What's so curious about the wind? It's so strong. Is it possible that you haven't seen the wind yet? Go back to your seat and continue the class." "Yes." Hanakane Yuro nodded to the teacher, then returned to his seat and continued to listen. Among the teachers next door, Yatsuya Miko happened to be sitting by the window and carefully recording the content of the teacher's class. The strong wind just blowing the glass also attracted her attention. When Yatsuya Miko subconsciously turned her head to look, she saw a 3-meter-tall, 6-meter-long monster with a fox head appearing on the playground, which almost scared her silly. Although the previous ghosts were scary, they were only 2 meters tall at most. But now, when Yotsuya Miko looked at this big fox monster, her heart beat faster in an instant. She was nervous and scared. Just when Yotsuya Miko was about to pretend she didn't see it, she spotted 2 figures sitting on the big fox demon, a man and a woman. The woman was very cute, wearing a white kimono. Her face felt like she had seen it somewhere before, and it looked familiar. As for the other man, he was wearing a black kimono and a blue heiori. What attracted Yotsuya Miko most was his extremely handsome face and exaggerated hairstyle with white top and black bottom. The Lord of Demons and Demons. Yotsuya Miko was shocked when she saw Nurarikuo's monster form. Isn't this the master of demons and demons that Iri Sawamura and the former minister are looking for? How could he appear in school? Yotsuya Miko couldn't figure it out. It's incredible that such a powerful monster lord should appear in school. After Nurarikuo and Yuki Ono got off Madara's back, they noticed a line of sight. He turned around and looked up, just in time to meet Yotsuya Miko's eyes. It's her. Nurarikushin knew that Yotsuya Miko had powerful yin and yang eyes and could see ghosts and monsters, but Nurarikushin was not at ease about this. Instead, Madara let him play as he pleased, greeted the Yukiana, and then walked towards the teaching building. And Yotsuya Miko, who had just made eye contact with Nurarikuo, felt that her heart was about to stop. When she met the eyes of the monster master, it was over. She must have been targeted. Yotsuya Miko was uneasy and broke into cold sweat. Then she pretended to look away casually, feeling very frightened in her heart. After entering the teaching building, Nurarikuo and Susuanu transformed from monsters into human appearances. Nurarikuo turned into a 100% human, while Yukio Naga turned into a human being with a restrained demon spirit. The appearance of a human is the same as that of a human being. Although the monsters look somewhat similar, they are still different. After the two separated, they each returned to their classrooms. Nurarikushin opened the classroom door and saw that everyone was looking at him. Nurarikushin said calmly, "Teacher, the alarm clock broke this morning and didn't go off. I'm sorry for being late." "Oh, it's Nula Yang. It's okay. You're not late for long. Go back to your seat and listen to the class." The bald old teacher didn't say anything when he saw her. Instead, he had an easygoing attitude. This is the kind of treatment someone who ranks 10th should receive. If you dare to be late even if your grades are poor, see if this little old man doesn't scold you and then call the head teacher to deal with you. "Rikuo, you've never been late or skipped classes, what happened today?" Shina Mahiru, who was sitting on the left side of Nurarikuo, knew that Nurarikuo was a monster, and admired him for never being late or skipping classes from elementary school to high school. Today was the only exception. "Well, I took a walk until very late last night, so I was a little late." Nurarikuo replied in a low voice. He couldn't say that he and his wife were having S**x until very late, so he couldn't pick up girls. So he had to fool around. He couldn't eat any good food if he was stubborn. So that's how it is. Shina Mahiru nodded to show his understanding. Nurarikuo was a monster, and monsters were active at night. No wonder Nurarikuo was often seen catching up on sleep in class because he didn't get enough sleep. The day's classes ended as usual. Just after school, Kirisuma Fuya walked in wearing black high heels. "Classmates, I have something to announce before school is over. Next Monday, our Sakura High School's first grade will hold a 3-day forest school activity, so please only bring your daily necessities before Monday. You don't need to bring tents or food. The school will arrange all of this." The forest school is an outdoor activity held in every high school. Each of the 3 grades in high school will conduct a forest school on its own, starting with the first grade, then the second grade, and the third grade. Wow, a forest activity? I didn't expect the school to start the forest school so soon. I thought it would start a month later. Yes, the forest school started in the 3rd week of school. This is quite fast among all schools. I'm looking forward to it. The forest school is an outdoor campus activity once a year. Get close to nature, breathe the air of nature, have a picnic, and climb mountains. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After listening to Kirisumadoka's words, the students in the class burst into a high level of enthusiasm. There is no need to go to class for these 3 days. Just camping and playing outside is really wonderful. A forest school? I feel like the classes are boring. Although other students are very excited, Nurarikuo is relatively indifferent. He has been to many places across the country, even to the warring states in other time and space, and to the Penglay Island that opens every 50 years. It's just a wild forest school. Others can go to the club or go home after class. Nura-san, come with me. After the students were excited, Kirisu Mafuyu asked other students to leave school first, and asked Nurarikuo to go with her alone. Again, you won't have to visit your home, right? Nurarikuo complained in his heart. Bullmaster, don't forget today's club activities. We still have to go out to find that urban legend. Sawamura Eri came to Nurarikuo and said. The day before yesterday, she waited for Nurarikuo for 2 hours in the club, so this time she wanted to remind Nurarikuo not to forget it again. Nurarikuo knew Sawamura Eri's worries. Don't worry, they will be here soon, you go first. Nurarikuo will definitely not forget this time, and after saying that, he left the classroom and followed Kirisu Madoka. Following Kirisu Madoka, he came to a conversation room, which was used by the teacher to lecture students in order not to disturb other teachers in the office. Please give flowers. Kirisu Madoka still felt a little unnatural when facing Nurarikuo alone. Recalling what happened last night, she was obviously her student but asked her to consider being his woman, and she pinched her underwear after returning home. Madoka Kirisu felt a little stuffy, so she opened the window and sat on a chair, crossing her beautiful legs in black stockings and high heels, and then said, Hey, Nura, didn't you tell other students about what happened last night? Nurarikuo shrugged, Don't worry, I said I'm not the kind of big mouth, I won't go out and say that you look clean and tidy on the outside, but you are actually a sloppy girl at home. Madoka Kirisu gritted her teeth after hearing this, and then forced a smile and said, You. Nura classmate, after you left last night, I overcame myself and tidied the room specially. Now I guarantee that it will be brand new. So I came to you specially to let you see if my house is clean, so as to change your view that I am a sloppy girl. Oh? You have already cleaned up such a dirty and messy room. Did you ask a housekeeping company to help you clean it? Nurarikuo was very surprised by this. It took only a few hours to clean such a dirty room, but Kirisu Mafuyu could clean it just because it changed his impression. How can I spend money to ask someone for help? Why should I waste money on something that I can obviously do well by myself? Although I am indeed a loser in life, I am also a teacher. I know it is said that where there is a will, there is a way. 11 Kirisu Mafuyu wanted to hire a housekeeping company, but when she thought about hiring someone for help with only a few dollars, wouldn't it be delicious to order 2 more takeaways with this money? In addition, Nurarikuo's contemptuous look before leaving must not be underestimated by Nurarikuo, so Kirisu Mafuyu gritted his teeth and spent 3.5 hours to complete the cleaning. The room is clean now. So she wanted Nurarikuo to see the results of her efforts and change her impression of herself. I see, okay, then after I finish today's club activities, I will go and see if your house is as clean as you said. Kirisu Mafuyu patted his thigh and stood up and said, Then it's settled. Because the strange detective team deliberately searched for urban legends that were close to them yesterday, Rikuo Nura and his team of 6 took the bus there, and it only took 40 minutes to arrive. In the bus, all 6 people were sitting at the back. Rikuo Nura and Mai Sakurajima were sitting together, Yukiana and Soro Kaiken were sitting together, and Eri Sawamura and Mitani Maiko were sitting together. Nurarikuo sat down and Sakurajima Mai took the initiative to sit down. Yukiana originally planned to sit next to Nurarikuo, but Sakurajima Mai got on the bus before Yukiana, so Yukiana was a step behind. They could only sit across from each other, but unexpectedly Hanake Nura actually sat next to Yukiana, which made Yukiana, who had a phobia of onmyoji, lean aside in fear. Yatsuya Mitoko hesitated for a moment, and then said, Minister, everyone, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Nurarikuo encouraged, Yaidani-san, since you have something to say, you might as well say it directly. We are all our own people here, and there is nothing we can't say. Mai Sakurajima, Yura Hanakane, Eri Sawamura, Maiko Yoshitani, and Hingra Oikawa looked at Riku Nurao, they were all one of their own. This meant something else. It would be better to say that we are all members of a community, but they didn't care, but wanted to hear what Yatsuya Maiko would say. After all, Yatsuya Maiko has a powerful yin and yang eye. Even she said that she was not sure whether she should say it or not. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. Mitani Rikuo encouraged herself, and Yatsuya Maiko no longer concealed anything. She glanced at the other people on the bus and whispered, Just this morning, I was at school. I saw a 3-meter tall, 6-meter long monster with a fox head on the playground. 11 After hearing this, Eri Sawamura exclaimed, "What? Such a big monster actually appeared in our school, but there was no damage to the school. He just appeared and left 10 times minister 3 meters high and 6 meters long. Wouldn't that height be as high as the second floor? It's so unusual for such a big monster to appear in school and destroy nothing." Yatsugamiko shook her head and said, "The point is not that this is a fox monster, but that there is another monster on the back of that fox monster. Iri, you have seen it too, and you said to save it. You're Lord of Demons and Monsters. You said it was the one. Are you sure you got it right?" Sawamura Iri stood up immediately, her tone very excited. She had been looking for the Master of Monsters for nearly 2 months to no avail, but he actually appeared in school in the morning. This made her uncomfortable. "Of course you read it right. After meeting him, I can really understand why you want to see him again, Ying Lily. He is so handsome. I even looked at him, but I'm scared." He withdrew his gaze, and when he looked again, the demonic master had disappeared. To be honest, Yatsuya Maiko was afraid of the group of people at the time, fearing that the evil lord who was staring at her would come to her door, but in the end she felt that her worries were unnecessary. Chapter 91. Come to think of it, that monster has saved Eri Sawamura and Yura Hanakane, and is also the master of demons and monsters. He has a generous heart. How could he come to trouble him just by seeing him and looking at each other? Yeah, I'm really scaring myself. Hanakane Yura also said, "I have also seen this. That fox demon is the mount of the monster lord. It is a very powerful monster. Even in my family of onmyoji, few people can surrender it." Yaluo saw it too. "I really envy you guys for having yin and yang eyes. Why didn't I see him? I still have a lot of things to say to him." Eri Sawamura looked disappointed. Every night when she closed her eyes, she would dream of Nurarikuo at that time. Sometimes when she fell asleep, she would feel that there was some unknown liquid somewhere. It was really embarrassing. Mai Sakurajima, who had been silent until now, spoke up and said, "But why does the Lord of Monsters come to Sakura High School? Isn't it strange?" Hanakane Yura turned around and looked at Nurarikuo. There was nothing surprising. He was just late for school, so he rode a powerful monster to school. This is the Lord of Monsters. Hanakane Yura feels that she has completely lost her mind to deal with the Lord of Monsters, Nurarikuo. The monsters she wants to kill are all harmful monsters. But for Nuliang Lu Sheng, she couldn't find any reason to deal with him, and she still owed Nuliang Lu Sheng 2 lives. Nurarikuo changed the topic and said, "Maybe he just came here for a patrol. After all, he is the Lord of Monsters. He must have many territories. This Sakura High School may be one of his territories, so there is nothing to talk about. Yes, let's just go with the urban legend we are going to now." Oikawa Hingrai, who had no sense of presence just now, stretched out her hand and said, "Wait a minute, besides the fox demon and the master of demons and monsters, didn't you see anything else?" She felt that her existence was being questioned. She was obviously with the 3rd generation. "How come you two are blind? Didn't you see such a big 480 snow girl standing beside you? It's very sad. What else? It seems like nothing. Yaluo, did you see anything?" At that time, Yatsuya Maiko's attention was only on the demon foxes and demons. As for the snow girl, she had instinctively forgotten about it. "I didn't seem to see anything." Hanakane Yura knew what Oikawa Hingrai meant, but she suddenly felt guilty at this moment. "You." Oikawa Hingrai puffed up her mouth and turned away angrily, not intending to talk to anyone. "Bingley, what's wrong with you?" Yatsuya Maiko was a little puzzled, wondering why Oikawa Hingrai was suddenly angry. "Humph, it's nothing." Oikawa Hingrai grunted twice and was sulking alone. The 6 of them chatted and laughed for 40 minutes, got off the bus after arriving at the station, and then walked to their destination. The destination was a small road in an old-fashioned neighborhood off the beaten path. When passing by a food stall, Nurarikuo spent his own money to buy each of the girls an octopus dumpling and a bottle of drink. As the only male in the club, Nurarikuo naturally had to be more generous. And for Nurarikuo, money is just a number. As the general of Nuragumi, the money at his disposal is astronomical. "Here we are, it's the path ahead." Nurarikushin asked everyone to stop and looked at the empty path ahead. Mai Sakurajima leaned against the surrounding wall, also looking at the mythical path, and said, according to urban legend, this road will make a sound every night. If you hear the sound and don't answer, then there will be eaten. But for people who don't know that there are real ghosts and monsters in this world, it is an urban legend, but for people like us who already know that there are real monsters and ghosts, the first thing that comes to mind is that there are ghosts or monsters eating here people. Ordinary people do not believe in monsters and ghosts, so they spread the bizarre events they encounter as urban legends, which may attract some people seeking death. But if you have really encountered ghosts, monsters, etc., you will believe that these are not just urban legends. Behind every urban legend, there are real ghosts and monsters. Once you are driven by curiosity and insist on exploring urban legends, the mortality rate will definitely be over 90%. I have smelled a hint of demonic energy. Please be careful, this demon is not weak. As an onmyoji, Hanake also knows that these urban legends are very true, so she also hopes that she can get rid of these harmful monsters and ghosts and restore peace to the world. There really is a demon. Sawamura Iri and Yotsuya Mitoko were hiding behind each other in fear. Even though Sawamura Iri was obsessed with the Lord of Monsters, she was afraid of other monsters, but this could not stop her adventurous spirit, because this place was there are real onmyojis and superpowers, so I'm not particularly afraid. There is indeed a demon, and its strength is just a demon soldier, a fish. Nurarikuo also felt this demonic energy. To him, the demon king, this demonic aura was weak and pitiful, but to Hanake, it was not weak. As the sun sets, it's time to meet the devil. This is the time when demons and ghosts are particularly active. Hanake took out the shikigami paper and held it in her hand. She turned to face the crowd and said, why don't you stay here for now, while Nurikun and I go in to take a look. The other girls looked at each other, and it was Mai Sakurajima who made the decision, let's just wait here. If there are any special circumstances when we go in with you, we will only be dragging oil bottles at the scene, so we will just watch from the outside. Alright. After experiencing last night's incident, Sakurajima Mai knew that if she followed them in without the strength, she would definitely become a loser, so she stayed here to watch Nurarikuo and Hanake slay the demons. That's fine, there's no need to go in. Senpai Sakurajima is right, then let's stay here. Yotsuya Miko and Sawamura Iri didn't have any objections either. They were both defenseless girls, and Hanake and Nurarikuo were both masters of subjugating demons and slaying demons, so they didn't go into medicine to cause trouble. As for Oikawa Hingrai, she had no objection, so she didn't say anything. There was no fear on Nurarikushin's face. He put his hands in his pockets and walked forward at the lead, saying, let's go then. Let's see how terrifying this urban legend is. Compared to Nurarikuo who was relaxed, Hanake had a solemn expression, holding the shikigami paper in his right hand, with the word explosion and runes written on the talisman paper in his left hand. Although the monster this time is powerful, it is not as good as the Notarabang that has more than 100 years of Taoism that I encountered last Friday, but it should not be underestimated, and I am not considered a little monster. Walking next to Rikuo Nurao, Uro Hanakin asked, classmate Nurao, does this monster belong to your family? Nurarikushin said, Uro, you can't slander me casually. Although the Kanto region is the territory of our Nura group, there are also many wild monsters that do not belong to the Nura group. Yet, of course, even if our Nilayong group is some monster who doesn't understand the rules and eats people, our group will make them pay the price, because our Nilayong group is not an organization that relies on cannibalism to gain strength. Therefore, it is rare for monsters from the Nura clan to challenge the majesty of the Nura clan. Your Nura group is different. In my area of Kyoto, there are monsters eating people everywhere. Hanake Nura comes from further away in Kyoto, where there are quite a lot of monsters, most of which are for the purpose of eating people. Therefore, most of the onmyojis of the Hanake family stay in Kyoto, with only a small number of young and potential onmyojis. Will be sent to other places for training. Nurarikushin said proudly, that is, our Nura group has good control. Even if you were a vicious monster in the past, if you join the Nura group, if you want to get the protection of the Nura group, you must abide by the rules of our Nura group. The two of them entered the path. The moment they stepped into the path, the two people who were sensitive to evil spirits realized that they had been targeted. However, the other party had not exposed themselves yet, so the two of them kept walking. Onmyoji. Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the entire path. Because the monsters in this path saw the talisman held by Hanake Nura, This kind of thing can only be used by onmyoji. Burst. Boom. After the voice came out, Hanakan Ura turned around and moved the talisman paper in his left hand to the left rear, and the talisman paper hit the wall and exploded on the spot. He, I didn't expect that a yin-yang master would come to my place. Spreading urban legends can really attract many people. Ha ha ha, if I eat you, I will definitely go further. After the talisman paper exploded, in the opposite side of the explosion, only a rat face with big buck teeth appeared on the wall. Nurarikuo was surprised. Rat? And it's the first time I've seen a rat that can drill through the wall. Humph, I'm Iron Rat, a pair of iron teeth and copper teeth. I don't know how many people I have eaten, and I can hide in the wall. I am a big demon among all monsters. You are a human, but also an yin-yang master. It seems that you came to find me specifically. It's interesting, it's really interesting. Spreading urban legends can really attract you guys who don't know how to live or die. Ha 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 ha. As Iron Rat spoke, he walked out of the wall, with red hair and a handsome face. It looks like a rat, walking upright, 2.5 meters tall, with a pair of big buck teeth exposed. Ordinary people would have nightmares if they saw it. You are just a rat, doing evil here. Today, I, Hanakan Ura, will destroy you in the name of onmyoji. Tanlang. Wyokwa. Hanakan Ura threw out 2 shikigami in a row. After being thrown out by her, the shikigami turned into a white wolf and a warrior in armor in mid-air. The height of the 2 shikigami is not small, not shorter than the 2.5 meters of the Iron Rat. 2 small shikigami, but how ridiculous. Iron Rat waved his hand, and hundreds of small red rats rushed out of the wall and rushed towards the 2 wohen. These red rats looked exactly like Iron Rat, just like ordinary rats, but much more ferocious than ordinary rats. These rats had green eyes, and came to the 2 shikigami in absolute numbers and then pounced on them. Tanlang, Wyokwa, kill these rats. Hanakan Ura gave the order, and the 2 shikigami took action immediately. Tanlang cut the rats that pounced on them with his sharp claws, and Wyokwa waved his spear and swept away a large number of rats on the ground. Although Tanlang and Wyokwa killed some, these rats seemed to be endless, and this would never work. Nurarikuo looked at the rats that were red like blood flowing on the ground, and reminded Hanakan Ura, to deal with this kind of thing, you need to attack on a large scale or directly attack the Iron Rat. You 2 shikigami don't have this kind of attack ability. You will be swallowed up sooner or later if you deal with so many rats. Large scale attack? Yes, Nura-san, don't you have the fire of karma? Use fire to burn them. Hanakan Ura thought of Nurarikuo's blue fire of karma. Isn't this fire capable of large scale attack? Moreover, it is effective and quick against these rats. The fire of karma in Nurarikuo's pupils ignited first, looking extremely evil, and then stretched out his right hand, with the blue fire of karma burning on his hand. He said, I want to burn them, but your shikigami is standing in front of me. Will it burn your shikigami as well? No. Hanakan Ura pouted and said no, then ordered the 2 shikigami, you 2 should ignore these rats for the time being, and go directly to deal with the Iron Rat. Leave it to us, Miss Uro. Wu Chu, wearing armor, received the order, jumped up with a spear in hand, and used the wall beside him to stab Taishu. Don't overestimate your ability. Taishu grabbed the spear with both hands, but the impact made him slide back 2 meters. Day. Tanlang roared and pounced on Taishu and bit his shoulder. Ah! Taishu screamed in pain, and immediately let go of Wu Chu's spear, and drilled into the wall in the blink of an eye when Tanlang bit him. This is also Taishu's innate ability, which can hide in the wall. Tanlang scratched the surface of the wall that Taishu had just drilled into, leaving a deep scratch on the wall. Stupid dog, I'm here. The Iron Rat appeared from the right side, biting Greedy Wolf with his teeth that were sharper than Greedy Wolf in tit-for-tat manner. Ouch! Greedy Wolf howls. Iron Rat's main attack method is his big buck teeth, and the attack history is very powerful. Wu Chu rushed forward and swept away thousands of troops with one move, but Taishu turned around at the critical moment and used Tanlang as a human shield. The weapon spear swiped Tanlang's body and completely beat Tanlang into shikigami paper. The women standing outside the alley heard the noise coming from inside and couldn't help but look inside curiously. Sawamura Irie said nervously, it seems that they have already faced off against the urban legend monster here, and I don't know what the outcome will be. You don't have to worry about this. Nura-san is very powerful. He can protect Hanakan-san and defeat monsters. Oikawa Hingray stood there with a cute smile on her face, very confident in Nurarikuo. Bingley, you seem to be very familiar with the minister. Have you known each other before? Yotsuya Maiko had met Nurarikuo and Oikawa Hingray before, and sometimes they would whisper to each other. It didn't look like they met after joining the club. Oikawa Hingray tilted her head, then shook her head and said, I don't know him. Like you, I only met Nurasan after joining the club. Is that so? Seeing what Oikawa Hingray said, Yotsuya Maiko did not continue to say anything. On the contrary, it was Sakurajima Mai 5.1 who was looking at Oikawa High Hour. As a more mature woman, she was very confident in her sixth sense. Sakurajima Mai was able to detect Oikawa High Hour. Rei seems to be interested in Nurarikuo. Because she noticed that most of Oikawa Hingray's eyes were only on Nurarikuo. A woman who pays such attention to a man obviously has feelings for Nurarikuo. Feeling Sakurajima Mai's gaze, Oikawa Hingray glanced at her. Facing the large number of red rats in front of him, Nurarikushin waved his right hand that was burning with karma fire. The karma fire suddenly covered the 4-meter-wide street, and spread forward visibly to the naked eye. And go! All the red mice that touched the karma fire made a squeaking sound one after another, and then died and were directly burned to ashes by the karma fire. These mice would die if they touched the karma fire. Any history of resistance? In just a few seconds, thousands of mice were all vaporized by the fire of karma. You're really awesome. Hanake Nura stood aside and sighed. It would be quite difficult for her to face such a huge number of rats by herself, but Nurarikuo could kill them all at once with just a wave of his hand. Lots of mice. It's good to have a move with a wide range of attack capabilities, and you're not afraid of group attacks. Nilayong Rikushin put away his karma and said, let your Shikigami step down and I'll deal with that rat. No, you have solved a large group of rats, so leave the big rat to me. I am an onmyoji. How can I stand behind you and be protected by you in everything? Just take a look here. Faced with Nurarikuo's words, Hanake Nura immediately refused. She had been rescued twice by Nurarikuo, the first time by Notarabang, and the second time by Hidden God Punishment Department Tani Tamajong. As an onmyoji, he was rescued by monsters one after another. This gave Hanake Nura's inner self-esteem a big blow. Now this kind of monster is obviously not as powerful as Notarabang and Yin Shenzing Butani Tama. Zhangjiang, she wants to fight on her own, this is also the only way for her to experience and become stronger. Chapter 92. As an onmyoji, if she hides behind others in everything, she will lose her enterprising spirit and the opportunity to become stronger. Hanake Nura does not want to become a protected person, but an onmyoji who protects others. Nurarikushin crossed his arms and looked at him differently. The little onmyoji is quite ambitious. Since you said so, then it's up to you. Lookin', go. Hanake Nura quickly took out the Shikigami paper from his body and moved towards Tetsushua who was fighting Wu. Noticing Huakayu and Yaluo behind him, Wu Chu stepped back to the right with a tacit understanding. Shikigami again. Tai Shu's eyes were fixed on the piece of Shikigami paper flying towards him. Then the Shikigami paper exploded and turned into a deer more than 2 meters high. Lucan lowered his head and hit Tai Shu with the big antlers on his head. Mouse. This is also Lucan's classic way of appearing. He directly collides with the enemy by being thrown out of the Shikigami by Hanake Nura. Iron Rat did not expect that this Shikigami would appear in such a way. He quickly stretched out his hands to grab Lucan's antlers, but his body was constantly pushed backwards. Then Lucan also knew that he couldn't knock it away, so he swung his head upwards hard, and the Iron Rat couldn't hold on to the antlers and was thrown into the sky. Take my shot! When the Iron Rat flew up and fell into the sky, Wu Chu jumped up, raised his spear and stabbed the Iron Rat towards the doctor. Don't be happy too early. Tai Shu rolled over, opened his big buck teeth, and bit Wu Chu's gun head, successfully averting the danger. What? Wu Chu was shocked. He didn't expect that this mouse was very capable. Look at me, water cannon at the funeral of the underworld, Yuluo Max. Hanake Nura's left hand has been equipped with an evil water cannon transformed from the Shikigami Renseta. He aimed at the Iron Rat and fired a powerful water cannon. What? The Iron Rat, who had no regard for Yuluo in the flower garden, looked at the water cannon the size of a volleyball at that moment. He had no time to dodge, and the next moment he was hit in the chest. The whole rat body flew out of the hospital. Damn it, he's just an onmyoji, but he can use so many Shikigami at the same time. Iron Rat fell to the ground and got up in embarrassment, looking at Hanake Nura with unkind eyes. This onmyoji was really difficult to deal with. In the past, the onmyojis he knew could only use one shikigami, but now, this female onmyoji it's really tricky to be able to use so many at the same time. Seeing this opportunity, Lucan took 4 hooves and sprinted in front of the Iron Rat. He raised his front 2 feet and stepped on the Iron Rat. The Iron Rat quickly rolled its body to avoid it. 28 But the next second, Wu Chu wielded his spear and slashed vertically from above. Tai Shu hurriedly used his bare hands to catch the blade and clamped the spear in his paws. Huakai Yuan Yaluo charged up his left hand, ran, jumped up and stepped on Wu Chu's back. He used the strength to jump higher again, and aimed his water cannon at the Iron Rat who was lying on the ground and receiving the sword with his bare hands. Underworld Funeral Water Cannon Yuluo Max, fire at maximum power. Hanakai Yuan Yuluo shouted loudly, and immediately fired a water cannon as big as a basketball from the mouth of the water cannon, hitting the Iron Rat on the ground hard. No. Tai Shu's eyes widened and he could only watch helplessly as this attack that made him feel very dangerous came straight at him, but he was pressed by Wu Chu's spear and could not move. The next second, Huangkan's funeral water cannon accurately hit the Iron Rat on the head, killing it directly. Wu! Lu Kun shouted and jumped up high. Huakai Yuan Yaluo, who was falling, caught him and landed on the ground. Phew, I succeeded. I destroyed a monster that was not weak. Huakai Yuan Yaluo happily got off Lucan and looked at the dead red rat in front of her. She killed the Iron Rat with strong demonic power by herself. However, he immediately felt a sense of weakness, and summoned multiple shikigami to attack at the same time. In addition, Hanake Nura has not yet mastered his training, so he does not have much mana, so he uses multiple shikigami. With rapid consumption, although the Iron Rat was eliminated, she herself also became weak. Hanake Nura was no longer able to maintain her shikigami, so the 3 shikigami exploded white smoke at the same time and turned back into shikigami paper, while she herself staggered a few times and fell back. But he didn't fall to the ground, but leaned on a hard chest. How's it going? Can I still leave? Nura Rikuo stood behind Hanake Nura and used his chest as a wall for Hanake Nura to lean against so that she would not fall. I can leave. Leaning against Riku Nurao, smelling the masculine scent of Riku Nurao that was unique to him, Yurikaikan couldn't help but blush, and then stubbornly tried to stand firm. But the consumption was too high, and a total of 4 shikigami were used in the battle. 2 of them lasted for several minutes at the same time, and finally the shikigami Renzan was used. Especially the last attack, it took more than half of Hanake Nura's strength to hit her strongest move so far, so now she can't even stand still, if it weren't for Nura Rikuo's back. She had fallen to the ground. Don't be so brave. You can't stand up on your own anymore and you still say you can walk. I'll take you away. As he said that, Nura Rikuo put his arm around Hanake Nura's back, then bent down slightly and put his right hand through Hanake Nura's calf, which was wearing a skirt and no stockings, and hugged the princess. Stand up. Huakai Yuan Yuluo opened her eyes wide and said with embarrassment, You, what are you doing? How can you hug me like this? It's so embarrassing. Feeling the delicate body struggling in his arms, Nuliang Rikushin said naturally, What's the matter? It's not the first time I've been hugged like this. Be quiet. Isn't this the first time I hugged you? When did I? Hanake Nura was about to say when had I ever been hugged by you like this, but she shut up mid-sentence. Because I thought about the last time I was kidnapped by the Hidden God Punishment Department Tani Tamajong, and finally fainted in front of Nura Rikushin, and was taken to a monster neighborhood by him. Nura Rikushin must have been talking about that time. You remember, so there's nothing to be ashamed of, let's go. Last time was different from this time, okay. Last time I fainted and didn't feel anything, but this time. Hanake Nura lowered her head, feeling the warmth of Nura Rikushin's hand on her leg, and felt a very strange feeling in her heart. Nura Rikushin walked forward with Uro Kaikaiwan in his arms. Behind him, the body of the 2.5 meter-sized Iron Rat burst into flames. It was quickly burned completely, leaving only a few traces of it. The messy path seemed like they had just fought monsters here. Look, they're coming out. Is Uro injured? Otherwise, why would he be carried out by the minister? Let's go take a look. Mai Sakurajima, Mitani Yatsuya, Eri Sawamura, and Hingrei Oikawa trotted over immediately. Seeing the other members coming over worriedly, Rikuo Nura said, Don't worry, Yuro just killed the monster by himself. Now he is just exhausted and exhausted. Just rest for a while. Hearing that she was just tired, Yotsuya Miko breathed a sigh of relief and said, so that's it, Yura is really amazing, worthy of being an onmyoji. Mai Sakurajima nodded and said, yes, you are already so powerful at the age of 16. In a few years, you will definitely be even stronger. It's a pity that I didn't go in, otherwise I would have included Yura Hidetake's appearance in my album. Sawamura Iri said with some regret. Seeing that everyone was praising Hanakan Yura, Oikawa Ire reluctantly said something, especially when seeing Hanakan Yura being hugged by Nurarikuo again, this made Yukiana's teeth itch with anger. After that, a group of people found an open space, where there happened to be a long bench, which could be used for Yuro Kaikaiwan to rest. Nurarikushin put his hands in his pockets and looked into the distance. They were at a high place and could see the houses below them all in full view. The cherry blossoms are so beautiful. Yotsugamiko looked at the several cherry blossom trees planted around the bench. People in this country like cherry blossoms. They plant cherry blossoms everywhere so that they can always see cherry blossoms while walking on the road during the cherry blossom season. And now it is April, when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. There are countless cherry blossoms in the streets and alleys. The pink petals are flying in the wind, which is very beautiful and moving. In their Sakura High School, since it is named after cherry blossoms, there are naturally many cherry blossoms planted there. Yes, you can never tire of beautiful cherry blossoms. It would be great if you could see them all year round. Mai Sakurajima also likes cherry blossoms. The trees are full of cherry blossom petals. She thinks that cherry blossoms are the most beautiful flowers in the world. Sakura. Nurarikuo turned his head and looked at the 4 cherry blossom trees. Speaking of which, he had 2 skills related to cherry blossoms, one was Sakura Shunpo and the other was Senbonzakura. Sakura Shunpo leaves cherry blossoms in place to confuse the enemy when Nurarikuo moves at high speed, while Senbonzakura is a complete attack method. The blade decomposes to look like a cherry blossom, but it is actually a blade. After the swastika is detached, the number of petals is even more. Calculated in billions. If you just take it out to watch, it is still very good and has a great visual impact. Just be careful not to accidentally hurt your own people. After resting here for more than 10 minutes, Hanakai Uenuro had recovered a lot and was able to walk around on his own. Then they set off on the way back together without stopping back to school. Since today's club activities have ended, then everyone went back to their homes. Of course, all the pretty girls, Riku Nura, took the initiative to reimburse them for their fare. After all, he is the minister, and he is also the only male. He still needs to have a gentlemanly demeanor, not to mention that this small amount of money, even if it falls on the ground, Rikuo Nura don't even take a look. Oikawa Hingrei also left alone first. She had to go back and help Nura Wakana cook together. Although Kikyo would also help now, Yukio Naga felt that she could not be outdone by Kikyo. As for Nurarikuo, he was walking slowly back alone. Just when Nurarikuo was leaving alone, a chase broke out near him. You're a crazy woman, why do you keep shouting and killing each other when we meet? Can't you stop for a few hundred years? Yato held his sacred weapon, the long sword that he turned into, to resist the whip drawn from above. Snapped. The sound of a whip was heard. Upon seeing this, Yato hurriedly rolled to the right to avoid, then jumped 10 meters high and landed on the roof of a private residence. Then he looked at his attacker. She has long golden hair, flawless beauty, fair skin, and a hot figure. She is wearing a leather jacket and a military cap. She is sitting on a lion in midair with a murderous look. Bishamon looked down at Yato with a scum-like look, and said loudly in a very heroic voice, Yato God, I have said since you killed many of my artifacts that I will kill you as soon as I see you. You have escaped several times in the past 100 years, this time I must kill you here. Yato immediately retorted, you unreasonable woman, if I hadn't chopped off those filthy artifacts of yours, you would have been replaced a long time ago. Why don't you be grateful to me for saving you? Shut up. Bishamon took out a pistol artifact with his left hand, used the omen weapon to aim at Yato, and then fired. What a madman! Yato raised his weapon to cut off the incoming bullets, then turned around and ran away, continuing his escape. Dark thoughts in my heart angry, he took a job to help find a small fragrant pig. Unexpectedly, he happened to run into Bishamon who was removing dirt. The other party attacked him without saying a word. He and Bishamon have been related for hundreds of years. The reason is that the artifacts of Bishamon's previous generation were not in harmony with each other. They questioned each other and became filthy, which constantly hurt Bishamon. Make Bishamon miserable. Naturally, Bishamon would not kill his own artifact, so at that time, Bishamon's artifact, Miyama, approached Yato, who was still the god of Fukutsu at that time, and asked him to help kill the defiled artifact. No longer cause Bishamon pain. Yato took the job, but he didn't expect that from then on, Bishamon would regard him as the object of his venting. After all, Bishamon treated his artifact as a family member, and Yato killed her. The artifact is equivalent to killing her family, and they will be hunted down every time they see her. And Yato couldn't defeat Bishamon, so he could only fight and retreat, and when he found an opportunity, he ran away. After all, he was a god of war, and he had only escaped like this 4 or 5 times. Hey, that's it. Yato, who was escaping, suddenly saw Nurarikuo, and remembered the opponent's strength, and didn't he say that he would trouble Bishamon himself last time, so he just wanted to give him a try. Hey, the Lord of Demons and Demons over there, help me. Yato also already knew that Rikuo Nura had inherited the position of general of the Nura group, and he was already a real 817 demon. He only found out about this yesterday after listening to other little monsters discussing this matter. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice and calling him the Lord of Demons and Demons, Rikuo Nura turned his head in confusion and saw Yato landing in front of him. Nuliang Lushan said contemptuously, "What are you doing? A god of war is shouting for help. There is a strong filth in you." Yato said excitedly, "No, it's Bishamontan. That madwoman is causing trouble for me. Didn't you say you wanted to meet her last time? She happens to be here. Please help me." Madwoman. That's right, you crazy woman. She's going to kill me when she sees me. What is she if she's not a lunatic? Nurarikushin raised his eyebrows, and instantly demonized Yato with absolute strength. He grabbed his right hand and made him kneel on one knee in front of him. Yato was held by Riku Nura, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. He turned to look at Riku Nura's red eyes, and asked in confusion, What happened? What are you doing? Nurarikushin said in an innocent tone, "If you speak ill of my woman in front of me, of course I will capture you and hand you over to her." Your woman? Bishamontan? You must have taken the wrong medicine, Nura, this joke is not funny at all, please let me go. Yato struggled to break away from Nurarikuo's control, but found that he couldn't break free at all and was completely controlled by Nurarikuo. You guys are more powerful. Have you already reached the level of Demon King? In the past, although Nurarikuo was strong, it was not enough to put Yato under such pressure, but now. Yato God. At this time, Bishamon also chased after him, and was a little surprised when he saw Yato being pinned to the ground by Nurarikuo. Yato broke into cold sweat. Since Nurarikuo was unkind to him, don't blame him for being unjust. He immediately said, Bishamontan, this guy is obviously a yokai but he just slandered him. Your innocence, saying that you are his woman, thinking how holy you Bishamontan is, there has never been any scandal, kill him quickly. When the two men started fighting, he took the opportunity to run away, which was perfect. Bishamontan had a cold face, holding a whip in his right hand, holding his military cap with his left hand, and walked over with his long legs wearing long boots, full of strong aura. I thought I could see the scene of the duel between Bishamontan and Nurarikuo, but who knew that Bishamontan's actions in the next second made Yato petrified on the spot. I saw Bishamontan coming to Nurarikuo, and under Yato's gaze, he kissed Nurarikuo's face with his sexy red lips. He looked at Yato with contempt and said, "Well done, you deserve it. It was my man who helped me catch this guy in one fell swoop." Gah! Yato was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this the coldest and strongest Valkyrie she knows? Hasn't she always been more of a man than a man? Her combat prowess is off the charts, she has a bad personality, and she kills without hesitation. Eyes, are you still chasing Bishamontan who kills people? She actually kissed Riku Nura just now, and even took the initiative to say that Riku Nura was her man. In addition, Riku Nura just said that Bishamontan was his woman. What on earth happened? Something mysterious happened. Chapter 93. I told you, Bishamon is my woman, and you called her a crazy woman in front of me. As a man, shouldn't you stand up for your woman? No way. Didn't you say you wanted to meet her before to avenge the dead monsters and injured ox ghosts of the Nuliang group? When did this happen? Didn't you already call her and tell her not to? Should I go to the theater? Why didn't you inform me? Yadu said pitifully that the last time he was at Nurarikuo's house, he heard Nurarikuo say that he wanted to fight Bishamontan. As a result, he waited for several days but didn't receive any notification from Nurarikuo, so he thought he was giving up. After seeing him again, he actually surrendered to the enemy? Nurarikushin suddenly remembered, and he apologized. Oh, it seems that there is indeed such a thing, but I forgot to inform you. Then you guys got together, right? Oh my god, what's going on? A god and a half-demon form a pair. This news is too explosive. The union of a monster and a human is already a big deal, and the child born is a half-demon. And the combination of a half-demon and a god is even more earth-shattering. What will happen to the remaining children in the future? 1/4 human blood, 1/4 monster blood, and 2/4 god's blood, right? Bishamon said, Lu Sheng, just leave this guy to me. I have something to settle with him. No, Nura, we are friends. If you hand me over to this madman, hand me over to Bishamontan, I will definitely be torn into pieces. Please don't. Yadu begged Nuliang for mercy with tears and snot in his nose. He no longer has the majesty of God. Nurarikuo turned to look at Bishamon and asked, Bishamon, let's talk about the grudge between the two of you first. This guy can be considered my friend after all. Yadol looked at Nurarikushin and Bishamon with aggrieved eyes. He seemed as helpless as a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. All right. Bishamon naturally gave Nurariku face, so he told the secret from hundreds of years ago. Only she, Zayama, and Yadu knew this secret. Bishamon told Nurariku some time ago of the past events. This was the only one I didn't mention. After all, Bishamon's artifacts were suspicious of each other and eventually became tainted, and then were killed by Yato. It was not a glorious thing, and they would definitely not be exposed. The other gods only knew that all of Bishamon's artifacts were slaughtered in one day, and Bishamon was depressed for several years before he slowly recovered. Bishamon was talking, while Yato was supplementing things that Bishamon didn't mention. Not long after, Nurarikushin already knew the general idea, and he let go of Yadu's hand. Yadu felt his body relax, and then hurriedly retreated to distance himself. Lu Sheng, you. Seeing Nurarikuo let go of Yato, Bishamon frowned. Nurarikushin patted Bishamon on the shoulder with his hand and persuaded, Bishamon, calm down. If you insist on saying it, it would have been thanks to Yadu. If he hadn't helped you kill those who ignored you. The artifacts that are safe but suspicious of each other, and then fight, will completely turn into filth, and you will also fall to death. I know that you have feelings for your artifacts, but those artifacts have hurt you. Feelings belong to feelings, and responsibilities belong to responsibilities. I know that even if you die, you will not really die, but will be reborn in another generation. But after the replacement, it's not you anymore, so I still want to thank Yadu for helping you kill those filthy artifacts. After saying that, Nurarikuo winked at Yadu. Yadu hurriedly understood, and with his right hand, the companion weapon that fell on the ground returned to his hand, and then quickly escaped from the place. Bishamon didn't speak, and watched Yadu leave. After Yadu left, Joshiman hugged Nurarikuo. Bishamon. Bishamon whispered, I know everything you said. I know that this has nothing to do with Yadu God, but that I failed to educate my artifacts well, making them distrust each other and being tolerant to them every time. In the end, it led to disaster. I felt pain in my heart when I saw them become defiled. I knew that they could not change back, but I couldn't do it anyway. If it hadn't been for the Lord Yato to take action, I would no longer be me. To be honest, I was very conflicted in my heart. I was grateful and hating Yadu God. In the end, I was selfish for a while and decided to hate Yadu God as the way forward to give myself a reason to get out of the psychological shadow. Otherwise, I will always be so confused and don't know what to do. Listening to Bishamon's confession to him, Nurarikuo hugged her and patted her back gently. After listening to this, Nurarikuo sighed, it turns out that you know what you are doing in your heart, but now you can relax. I am by your side and can listen to anything you say. Yadu saved you no matter what. It's quite unlucky to be chased by you so many times. In this way, next time I invite him to have a nice meal and make it up to him a little bit. What about you? So don't chase him down just once you see him. Bishamon didn't speak, just nodded and then hugged Nurarikushin so tightly, as if he wanted to melt him into his heart. Feeling his body tightening more and more, Nurarikushin reminded, okay, if you tighten it any tighter, I will almost be strangled to death by you. Upon hearing this, Bishamon immediately let go and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was a little selfless for a moment, and I just wanted to hold you tightly and dare not let go. Nurarikushin took Bishamon's soft hand and said, don't worry, I won't disappear. You can come and sleep with me tonight. It's okay if I sleep on you as a pillow. A smile appeared on Bishamon's face, okay, this is what you said, tonight I will squeeze you dry first, and then I will treat you as a real pillow without even the strength to resist. Nuliang Lu Sheng, ___________. After separating from Bishamon, Nurarikuo returned to his home and saw the small figure in front of his room, staring blankly at the cherry blossom tree with his hands behind his back. Xiao Ai, I'm alone in a daze. Nuliang Lushan stepped forward, came behind Haiwan Ai and rubbed the opponent's head. Feeling the warm hand on her head, Haihara Ai turned around and looked up at Nuliang Rikushin. She said, I have been in this group all day, and I don't know what I am going to do. The monsters I couldn't get into the conversation, so there was absolutely nothing to do. Haiwan sighed. In the black organization, she was focused on work every day and had almost no personal time. As a scientist, she was preparing drugs every day. Now that she was suddenly free, Haiwan Ai felt that she had nothing to do and was very bored. At the end of the day, while wandering around the Nura group, I realized that although this house was very large, they were all monsters, and she was a human being, so she had nothing to talk about with the monsters. Although the monsters were relatively respectful to her because she was picked up by Nurarikuo, they had nothing to do at the end of the day and felt a little bored. You have nothing to do, Xiao Ai, why don't you go to school like an ordinary child? You won't feel bored when you go to school. You are at this age when you should have fun with other children. Behind Nuliang Lushan, Begui Yuan Linlandi came over. Go to school. Haibara Ai attended several grades of elementary school when she was a child. However, due to family reasons and talent, Haibara Ai no longer went to school with others, but studied alone. The last time she went to school was 2 years ago. I went abroad and attended a well-known biology school abroad. Begui Yuan Linlandi stood on the left side of Haibara Ai, crossed her arms and said, yes, you are 7 years old now, isn't it the age when you should go to school, so that you can learn knowledge without feeling bored? Lu student, what do you think? Nurarikuo agreed, children really need to go to school and make friends in school so that they won't feel bored. Just go to school. Nurarikushin knows that Haibara Ai is actually an adult, but now that his body is a child, he is still a child. Since Haibara Ai also wants to be a child to hide from others and does not want to tell his true situation, Nurarikushin respects the other person's opinion. Haihara Ai lowered his head and remained silent. Going to school is indeed interesting, but if it was just an elementary school, wouldn't it be too boring? They are a group of 7 or 8-year-old children, and the things taught by the teacher are still for a 3-year-old to Haihara Ai. That kind of topic. But she is indeed a child now, and it seems strange not to go to school. Then Haiwan lamented, okay, I'll go to the school and have a look. Nurarikushin nodded and said, there are schools in the group that are developed in the human world, including elementary, junior high, and high schools. You should go to the elementary school in the Nura group that is developed in the human world. Ah, the Nura group has a school in the human world. Haibara Ai finds it incredible that the Nuragumi is a pure monster organization. There is a school in the human world? Nurarikuo explained, although the Nura group is a monster organization, the largest population in the world is still humans. Times also progress with humans. Of course, the Nura group must keep up with the pace of the times. Moreover, the food and clothing of the Nuragumi are all bought with human money, so it is natural for them to do business in the human world. And since the Nura group is the largest organization in the entire Kanto region, its power in the human world naturally needs to be strong. So that's it. I thought the monster world had a special food chain, but I didn't expect that it also uses money from the human world. Haiwan Ai was ignorant about this. He thought that they were already part of a monster organization, so he would just grab whatever money he wanted. However, he didn't expect that monster organizations would also follow the trend and have companies in the human world. Now that I've decided, I'll let the demon arrange it, and I can enroll directly tomorrow. Begui Yuan Linlandi said, okay, Lu Sheng, Mom has called us to go to dinner. I came here specifically to call you. Xiao Ai, you can come too. Okay. In a small canteen, several kinds of dishes were placed on the round table. There were already several people in the room, including Nurawakana, Kikyo, Yuki-ana, and Bishamon, who had just arrived. Okay, the food has been prepared. Linlin Dai has gone to call Lu Sheng and Xiao Ai. You guys sit down first, and you can start eating after they arrive. Originally, there were only 3 people in the small cafeteria, Nurarikuo, Nurahuedeo, and Nurawakana, and each of them had 1 meal. But as the number of women in Nurarikuo increased, they changed the canteen and took out a round table. Nurahuapiao, who had regained his youth, went to other places to eat in order to avoid suspicion. Of course, now that he is no longer the general, he often fools around outside and eats for free every day, which is very embarrassing for all officials. People who often eat here include Nurarikuo, Nurawakana, Plati Kodan, Kaed, Shiraki and Rinlindi, and Yuki-ana. Now we have Habara Ai. As for Bishamon, this is the first time we come here tonight. Have a meal. Nurawakana faced Bishamon in casual clothes and said with a smile on his face, Bishamon, this is the first time you come to eat with us today. You are welcome to order multiple times. We are a family here. She was very satisfied with Nurarikuo finding Bishamontan as a woman. After all, she was a god. If a child was born in the future, with both demon blood and god's blood, she didn't know how strong they would be. There is also Kikyo, a shrine maiden with powerful spiritual power in her body. Although the child born with Rikuo will be a half-demon, he has demon blood and spiritual power. I really look forward to what kind of little treasure will be born. Precious. Okay, Mrs. Wakana, we are all a family, I will definitely not be polite. Bishamon also had a smile on his face. At this moment, she was no longer wearing a heroic military uniform. Instead, she was wearing a white plain skirt. Paired with her heroic face, she looked quite cool. The contrast is both handsome and beautiful. Although she doesn't directly call Nurawakana their mother like Kikyo and Begui and Rinlindi, she still respects her in her heart. After all, she is Nurarikushin's mother, although she is older than her. Nurawakana is older, but the other person is older than him in terms of seniority. Mom, I'm here, Bishamon, why did you arrive so early? When Nurarikuo came to the small cafeteria and saw Bishamon, he was a little surprised. Although he said that Bishamon could come to sleep with him at night, he did not expect him to come so early. Bishamon joked, what do you mean, don't you welcome me to come early? Nuliang Lushan chuckled and said, of course not, I just didn't expect you to come so early, let's sit down and eat first. Hey, who is the little girl next to you? She already knew Plati Kodan's younger sister Xiao Feng, but she didn't expect another child to come, who looked younger than Xiao Feng. Nuliang Lushan stretched out his hand and slapped Haiwan Ai on the head, and said, Haiwan Ai, I picked up an orphan from the sewer. I was imprisoned by human traffickers before. After I escaped, I had nowhere to go. But I just happened to pick him up, and now he lives in the Nuliang group. Facing Nurarikushin's sorry tricks, Habara Ai just rolled her eyes helplessly, and then looked at Bishamon seriously. Her golden hair reaches to her feet, her flawless face, even Haiwan Ai, who is also a woman, was a little stunned when she looked at her. In addition, she has a strong temperament like a strong woman, which should not be ordinary. Nurarikushin introduced, Xiao Ai, let me introduce you. Her name is Bishamontan, and she is the Valkyrie. Now that you know that there are monsters in this world, it is natural that there are gods. Of course, she is a true god. God. Habara Ai's mind was a little confused. It was already incredible that there were monsters, but he didn't expect that there was a real god, the legendary Valkyrie Bishamontan. But even if there really is a god, why would the god appear here? You must know that now we are eating home-cooked food and waiting for the Chinese people. Judging from his appearance in the home-cooked meal, this Bishamontan, Zhao Li Zhao, has a good relationship with Nurarikuo and his party, otherwise he would not be able to come to the meal. And the relationship. Haiwan Dian thought that the communication between Nurarikushin and Bishamontan just now was very easygoing, just like a family. She thought of a very incredible possibility, and this possibility might be the truth. Nurawakana clapped her hands and said, come on, don't stand still, sit down and eat quickly otherwise the food will get cold. Everyone, sat down, Nurrawakana looked at a large table of people, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that a week ago, Lu Sheng was so awesome all of a sudden, and found me one after another. 3 daughters-in-law, speaking of you 3, who will give birth to the baby first, so I can also take care of my grandson, how great. After Nurrawakana finished speaking, Begui and Rinlandi, Kikyo, and Bishamon looked at each other with some unnatural expressions on their faces. All 3 of them had already given to Nurarikuo, but as for having children, it's still early. Moreover, 2 of them have taken the elixir of immortality. One is a god and has infinite lifespan. It is too early to have children. Bishamon has nothing to worry about. Even if she really wants a child, she doesn't have to ask for it. She is a god, and it is difficult for her body to mutate. As for Kikyo, Begui and Linlandi, and Nurarikuo, they didn't want to have a child too early, so they took safety measures. Nurarikushin interrupted the somewhat awkward atmosphere and said, Ahem, Mom, can you not talk about this while eating? My dad only gave birth to me when he was over 300 years old, so don't worry. Yes, you all have a long lifespan. It's true that I'm a little impatient, haha, let's eat, eat, eat. When Nurrawakana mentioned this, it was based on the reactions of Nurarikushin and others. It seems that they have not thought about having children for a while. On the other hand, Haiwan Ai, who was eating rice silently, felt certain in his heart that even the god was Nuliang Lushan's woman. This guy was too capable. After dinner, Rikuo Nura summoned Crow Tengu at the door of his room. Sunday, I wonder what you want to see me for. The Crow Tengu flapped its small wings and flew in midair to respect Nurarikushin. Chapter 94. Nurarikushin stretched his hands into the sleeves of his kimono and said, Crow Tengu, don't you think there have been more urban legends in our territory in recent years? Urban legends? There are more, but those urban legends are just created by some monsters below the level of monster generals, or some fierce ghosts. They are not very strong, so you don't need to pay too much attention to them, right? Crow Tengu is the leader of the Tengu party. The Tengu party is responsible for reconnaissance, security, and other tasks. Although they know that urban legends have increased a lot in recent years, they don't take it to heart. Because the demons and monsters behind these urban legends were not strong enough to threaten the Nurong group, and they were not members of the Nurong group, they were left alone. But it's better to control this kind of thing a little. Send out a team of monsters to eliminate half of those urban legends. Nurarikuo seems to be talking about a simple thing. There should be urban legends, so that people know that there are monsters or ghosts, and have a sense of awe for them, but they also need to be in moderation and should not be excessive. Yes, Sunday, I will organize the manpower right now and let my 3 idiot sons and daughters lead it myself. After receiving the order, the Crow Tengu immediately flew out to summon the 3 feathered crows and issued Nurarikushin's order. The moon and stars are sparse. Tonight is a good weather for 100 ghosts to walk at night. Rikuo Nuliang looked up at the bright moon in the sky. It was very bright and there were many stars, but the light was all used up. Nurarikuo grew in stature, and his hair changed from brown to a special hairstyle of a slicker, white on the top and black on the bottom. There is also a black and diagonal stripe on the white part, like an S-shaped stripe. Nurarikushin walked out of his yard and said to the snow girl who was staring at the sky in a daze, Bingli, summon all the monsters in our family, it's time for the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. The snow girl turned around and saw the demonized Nurarikuo. She quickly stood up and said excitedly, Yes, Sunday, I will go immediately to inform the 100 demons. After the snow girl left, Nurarikuo looked at Bishamon not far away and said, Bishamon, I will come back a little later tonight, probably around 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. I do not mind. Bishamon shrugged and said, as long as Nurarikuo can come back in the evening, her visit will be worthwhile. Soon, Rikuo Nurao stood in front of the courtyard of the Nurao group. Behind him, all kinds of strange monsters gathered. There were those that flew in the sky, those that ran on land, those that swam in the water. There were monsters from sea, land, and air, and some were as small as a slab. The monsters are as big as 4 meters tall. Yokai, I didn't expect that Sunday would organize our 100 Ghost Night Parade again tonight. Haha, I think the last time I went on the 100 Ghost Night Parade, I saved Madame Butterfly from that guy at Yuansing Temple last week. Yes, although the 100 Demons Night Parade is good, it cannot happen every day. And now it is the first 100 Demon Night Parade after the 3rd generation succeeded the general. It is of great significance. The 100 demons behind Nurarikuo are all looking forward to it. The 100 demons night walk, it's time to show their presence in 543 waves. At the same time, Heir AI, who was reading books about monsters in her room, noticed the movement outside, opened the door and walked out. What's going on? Although Heir AI cannot see the yard outside, he can still feel that the atmosphere in the entire group is different. In front of Heir AI's door, Nato Monk and a group of monsters of similar size happened to be trotting by. She asked, Nato Monk, and everyone, what happened? Seeing how eager these little monsters are and the different atmosphere in the group, could it be that something went wrong and they were attacked by other girls? The little monk Nato stopped and looked at Heibara AI, and said, It's you little kid. The Sandame is summoning the Hyaki night parade to prepare for departure. Let's go with him to see if we can get into a position and go out with the Sandame in a majestic manner. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Heibara AI thought of the book about monsters she had just read, which had an introduction to the night parade of 100 ghosts. It is said that the place where monsters live and the place where humans live are actually on two different levels in space. It's just that humans are active during the day, and monsters appear at night. When night comes, the whole road is deserted. At this time, many strange monsters will appear, like a procession at a temple fair, walking on the road with ferocious faces. It is known as 100 Ghosts Walking at Night. I won't tell you any more, Tamuki, let's leave quickly. Oh. Nato Monk and a group of small monsters quickly slipped past Heibara AI. 100 Ghost Night Parade? I'll go take a look too. In the past, people who heard about the night parade of hundreds of ghosts or saw it in documents did not believe it at all and thought it was made up. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. With strong curiosity, Haiwan AI also ran and followed Nato Monk and other little monsters to the front yard. When Heibara AI came to the place, she saw the monsters in front of her. Although she stayed at Nuragumi's house all day today, she didn't see many monsters, mostly like Nato Monk little monster. But now, she knows what the real Hyaki Yaka is. Hundreds of monsters of different shapes stood together, with a long queue behind them. These monsters all looked very strange. They were indeed monsters, but they were different, but some of them were similar to humans. Just like in the ones at the front. Yukiana, Sumu, and Kuritabo have all seen monsters like Heibara AI. It is said that they were the third-generation leader Nurarikuo's valet before he was the young master and did not inherit the title of general. Now they have been promoted to cadres and can recruit monsters themselves. My own monster group. Among them, a man standing at the front, wearing the same kimono and feathers as Nurarikuo, attracted Heibara AI's attention. The man was 1.8 meters tall and extremely handsome. His long white and black hair extended to the left rear in a straight line, and he had a very sinister smile on his face. Little monk Nato, is the one standing at the front the same as brother Lu Sheng. Although it was hard to believe, Heibara AI still believed that the handsome man with the strange hairstyle was Nurarikuo. Although his appearance now is very different from what he had seen before, the clothes and the monster standing at the front who looked like a leader made him look like no one else in this Nakang way. Moreover, Nurarikuo is also a monster. The appearance he saw when he saved her and before was probably a change. The current one is his true monster appearance. Little monk Nato put his hands on his hips, puffed up his chest and said, Of course, handsome, that is the real cunning ghost posture of the third-generation general. What you saw before was the appearance of the third generation of humans, and this is the time of demonization. Haiwan AI stared at Nilayong Rikushin and continued to ask, He is very handsome, but is his human appearance fake? Nato Monk replied, Of course it's not false. The third generation is a half-demon, his father is the second generation, and his mother is a human, so he has two faces, a monster and a human. Both faces are the third generation himself. The difference is one body is a demon and the other is a human, so he is half-demon. So that's it. Heibara AI finally understood some things about Nurarikuo, a half-demon with two different appearances, human and monster. Although the human state is handsome, he looks sunny and warm, while the monster state is more handsome, but more cold and domineering. The eyes revealed in the red pupils are powerful and aggressive, two completely different extremes. It seems that we don't have a place this time. Next time, we must ask Yukiana to inform us early so that we can find a place to stand next to the third generation. Let's go to Miao Ghost Night Walk together. Nato Monk glanced at Nurarikushin's side. They were already occupied by other little monsters, such as Sanzakuchi and Straw Hat Monk. They arrived late and had no space left, so they had to take advantage of the opportunity next time. We're all here, then, let's go. Nurarikushin took the lead and walked toward the door. The hundreds of ghosts behind him followed Nurarikushin's steps in a mighty manner, looking majestic and majestic. When passing by Habara Ai, Nurarikushin turned to look at her, showed her a smile and kept walking until he led the 100 ghosts out of the main door. Finally, a thick fog rose at the door. Hundreds of ghosts disappeared in the garden at night. In a relatively lively neighborhood, Kazumajayakashiu had just finished eating from a small restaurant outside and was taking a walk to digest. It's already 8 o'clock. It's time to go back and continue working on my book, otherwise the editor will keep urging me. Kazumajayakashiu looked at the time. After eating and taking a walk, it was time to go back and write a novel. The reason why Kazumajayakashiu fell asleep in class was because she had to write the Wang Luo novel until very late every night. It was not impossible to stay up all night if she had inspiration. The type of her novels is romance. It seems a bit incredible for a sophomore girl in high school who has never been in love to write a romance novel. But it was actually written by Shiho Kazumajayaka, and her novels are also well known on the internet, and she also earned a lot of royalties. Maybe I can get published in the future and become a real writer. Why are there so few people at this intersection? There were quite a lot of people just now. It's strange. This is Kazumajayakashiu's first time to visit this gorgeous street. It seems to be called 8th Street. These numbered streets are shopping streets with a lot of people. A straight road with several horizontal stripes. There are several lanes branching off from the intersection, and there are many shops on the left and right sides of each lane. After crossing an intersection and wanting to leave, I found that the number of people on the road I was walking on had dropped sharply. Forget it, it's so easy to leave with so few people. Kazumajayakashiu took this matter to heart. The reason she took this road was because she thought she could always get out from here. After all, this kind of street extended in all directions. There were many people on the road like the one she just came from, so she had to keep avoiding it before walking, but the road is quite wide. Behind Kazumajayakashiu, there were several footsteps of leather shoes landing at the same time. This made Kazumajayakashiu's heart skip a beat. There was no one there just now, so why did there suddenly appear so many footsteps behind him? There were quite a few people listening to this sound, at least 6 to 7 people. Kazumajayakashiu remained silent and continued to walk forward, but the pace of his steps accelerated a lot. Brother, this woman thought she could escape our grasp. Hehe, such a top-notch woman, young and beautiful, with such a great figure. If brother is done with it, don't kill her, but leave it to us to play with. Listening to the dirty words coming from behind, Kazumajayakashiu felt fear for the first time. She did not dare to look back and could only continue to move forward, turning into running. Humph, can you run away? Now that you have come to Bafan Street, you are my CE's prey. Such top-quality prey are rare, so how could I let you run away? Behind Kazumajayakashiu, a group of men wearing suits of different colors followed leisurely Kazumajayakashiu in school uniform and with beautiful black stocking legs that made people unable to take their eyes away. The leader was a man wearing a white suit, with a handsome face and blonde hair. The man's name is CE, he is the boss of this group of people, and he is not an ordinary person, he is the leader of the Old Rat Group. The Old Rat Group has 54 members, all of whom are big rats. They opened the cowherd mansion in the human world and used their transformed handsome looks to attract beautiful women. The Old Rat Group was early a few years ago, it was a small group under the Nura Group. Because he couldn't restrain his wild nature and often harmed humans, he was kicked out of Nura by the general at the time. The group left them to fend for themselves. After leaving the Nilayong group, Jushu brought a group of members to the 8th Street and became the Dark Knight Emperor of the 8th Street, controlling the entire street. None of the women he targeted could escape his grasp, and now, she was eyeing Kazumajayakashiu, who had a perfect figure and appearance. She looked at the figure of the woman in front of her, especially those black silk thighs are round and plump, not comparable to those thin legs like chopsticks. It would be so cool if they were placed on the shoulders. Ah, rat! Kazumajayakashiu was running, and there were thousands of normal-sized rats blocking her way. Looking at these disgusting rats, Kazumajayakashiu didn't dare to move forward. Only then did she turn around and look at the people following her. They were 7 dog-like people with expressions on their faces. A malicious smile. Kazumajayakashiu said nervously, "What do you want to do?" The corner of Zinja's mouth raised, "What are you doing?" Of course I want to FK you. Come with Master Zinja, I promise to make you feel so happy, ha ha ha. No, I'm going back, don't follow me. Kazumajaya Shia shook her head, why was she so unlucky to encounter such a thing? Go back? You can't go back. Seiya sneered and approached. Kazumajaya Utah stepped back subconsciously, then stepped on a furry object, which scared her and she immediately retracted her steps. Looking back at the mice staring at her, these mice were too weird, could it be that they were trained by these people? Since they want to go back, why stop them? Women are flowers, and if you force them, they will be crushed. A cold and domineering voice came, which made Seiya and his old mouse group members all stunned. Who is playing tricks? This 8th Street is the territory of our old mouse group. Seiya felt the strong demonic energy in front of him, and he was scared to show his mouse face in a hurry. The other brothers also showed their appearance of mice in suits, which looked very scary. Kazumajaya Utah was so scared that she leaned against the wall. Even though she was the top student in school and a popular goddess, she was just an ordinary person after all and had never seen monsters. Now seeing a group of men who looked decent and dressed brightly in front of her turned into big rats in clothes, the shock was still quite great for her. Rats again? I'm going to fight rats today. In front of Seiya and other members of the old rat group, a mist appeared out of thin air, and in the mist 10 shadows were looming. Finally, a man wearing a black kimono and a blue haori, with a handsome appearance and a handsome hairstyle, walked out first, followed by all kinds of strange ghosts behind him. Ah! Kazumajaya Utah looked back and saw these monsters that were more numerous than the rats just now and looked even more strange. Only the few people in the front were okay, but the monsters behind were completely unbearable to look at. Nurarikuo noticed the woman who was blocked by Seiya, and he didn't expect that she was someone he knew. Just now, when they passed by this place, they found some weak demonic spirits. Then Nurarikuo asked what was going on here and learned that the old rat group was doing evil here, occupying the 8th Street and claiming to be the Emperor of Darkness, so Nurarikuo brought his 100 ghosts to take a look. It happened that Seiya and a few rats were attacking human women. Since they saw it, they naturally had to be a hero to save the beauty. Although the hero saves the beauty, it is cliché, but it is the most effective. 100 Demons Night Parade. Seiya looked at the large number of monsters in front of him and was so scared that he stuttered. How could the 100 Demons Night Parade come to a small place like Hakiban Street? It's impossible. What? It's the 100 Demons Night Parade. How is it possible? How could the 100 Demons Night Parade of the Nura group appear in Hakiban Street, and just face us? If you want to dispatch the 100 Demons Night Parade, you must have a leader. It is said that some time ago, the 3rd generation of the Nura group just took the throne and destroyed the Shikoku 88 Demons Night Parade. Seiya's brothers were all a little frustrated. Why did they encounter the 100 Demons Night Parade when there were so many other things to encounter? Are you the 3rd generation? Chapter 95. Seiya looked at Rikuo Nura standing in the front. Judging from his temperament, position, and appearance, there was no doubt that this man was definitely the leader of Hyakiyaka and the 3rd generation general of the Nura group. Nuliang group? 100 ghosts on the night? Yokai. Kazumajaya Kashu even wondered if she was dreaming now, otherwise how could she encounter monsters in reality? Nuliang Rikushin sneered and said, Old rat group, so majestic. This entire Kanto region is the territory of our Nuliang group. When did this 8th Street become your old rat groups, occupying 8 Fanja, be the Emperor of the Night here? If you are the Emperor of the Night, then who am I? Facing Nurarikushin's question, Jushu said with sweat dripping, Yes, I'm sorry for the 3rd generation, I just made a slip of the tongue. What I said was that this is the 8th Street under the control of the Nura group and the old Shu group, and that Emperor of the Night is not self-proclaimed, it is just a random rumor spread by my subordinates. How can my old rat group be comparable to the 3rd generation? I just inherited the Nura group and destroyed the 88 ghosts and night monsters of the 4 countries. The 3rd generation general, the regiment is the real Dark Knight Emperor village. Nuliang Lushan said, I don't remember that your old rat group was under the banner of my Nuliang group and you were running rampant on my territory. Do you think it's dark under the lamp? Do you really think that I, Hyakiyaka, am a vegetarian? As Nurarikushin's murderous intent spread out, the monsters behind him couldn't wait to kill them without Nurarikushin's orders. No, run quickly. Seiya was so frightened that he couldn't even think of resisting, so he directly pushed one of his men aside to resist the enemy's advances. Nilayong Lushan said lightly, "Kill these guys, go and destroy all the old rat group, leaving no one behind." A big Tengu with the strength of a demon general laughed wildly 3 times, "Ha ha ha, the third generation has spoken, you stinky rats are in trouble, your family will be wiped out." King Wei, who has the strength of a demon soldier, said disdainfully, "They are just a bunch of stinky rats in the sewers. They secretly occupy the territory of my Nilayong group for their own use. They are really looking for death." As the 100 demons under his command rushed out, only Yukiana, King Dianbo, Sumo and other trusted cotters were left around Nurarikuo. With their strength, there was no need to compete with the other 100 demons for this experience. After the 100 ghosts were killed, Nilayong Rikushin looked at Kashomajayakashiu, and Kashomajayakashiu also happened to look at Nilayong Rikushin, and their eyes met. Kashomajayakashiu looked at Nurarikuo and the monsters around him. They were much better than the ugly monsters. Among them, the Kappa looked a little more like a monster, with his head without a neck and his head floating alone on the body. Everyone else looks like normal people. But Kashomajayakashiu knew that they looked like normal people, but their true identities turned out to be monsters. And are there really monsters in this world? In modern society, there is no such thing. There is no confirmation of the existence of Maiden in the news or on the internet. Therefore, the legends about monsters are all from TV movies, animations, or novels, but everyone believes that such supernatural creatures cannot appear in reality. After all, this is an era that believes in science. After looking at Kashomajayakashiu for a few seconds, Nurarikushin walked up with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, but Yukiana and others did not step forward, but just stood there and watched. Seeing Nurarikushin walking towards her, Kashomajayakashiu was nervous and frightened, but she did not retreat because she knew that even if she retreated, she would not be able to go far. She was just a lamb to be slaughtered. What do you want to do?" Kashomajayakashiu was so nervous that her mouth was dry. God knew what these monsters would do to her. Nurarikushin stretched out his hand under Kashomajayakashiu's direct gaze, gently touched the other person's cheek with the back of his hand, and said, "Don't be nervous, Kashomajayaka, you are the woman I just saved, of course it won't do anything to you." When Nurarikushin's hand touched her cheek, Kashomajayakashiu shrank down as if she was electrocuted. But when she heard the handsome monster in front of her say her name, Kashomajayakashiu felt incredible. Kashomajayakashiu panicked and said, "How do you know my name? I probably haven't told you before. What is it like when a completely strange monster suddenly tells you that I know your name?" Anyway, Kashomajayakashiu has realized it. She is very scared now, and everything in the future is full of unknowns. Will she die here today? Nurarikuo leaned on the wall with his hands, and pressed Kashomajayakashiu against the wall. His handsome face kept moving forward and said, "I am abrupt, but we should know each other. After all, you want to be friends with me. Don't you want to be friends with me now?" Damn, where did this st come from? The snow woman turned around angrily, and she couldn't bear to look at it. Ao Ta Fang said with a smile, "Snow woman, don't care too much about this, after all, the third generation is responsible for the mission of revitalizing Nura." The snow woman looked at Ao Ta Fang with anger in her eyes. "The mission of revitalizing Nura? Who said that, the first generation or the third generation?" Ao Ta Fang touched the back of his head with his hand and whispered, This, I said it, ha ha ha. Dy. The snow woman blew out a breath of cold air and froze Ao Ta Fang directly on the spot. Then she turned her head away proudly and said, "Humph, if you can't speak, don't talk nonsense. How could the third generation be like what you said? And even if you want to revitalize the Nura Oni bloodline, you should find a pure monster bloodline, so that the Nura Oni bloodline can be better continued." Looking at this handsome face close at hand, Kashomajayakashiu blushed. Although it was a monster, this height, this half-exposed chest, and this face, as well as this attack's actions, made Kashomajayakashiu imagine a lot, and her heart beat in a bad direction. "We know each other? I want to make friends with you? Nura Group, Nura. Nurarikuo? You are that Nurarikuo." Although she blushed and her heart beat because of Nurarikuo's handsomeness, Kashomajayakashiu could also forget what Nurarikuo just said and connect the information she had learned so far. "Isn't it that at school yesterday? Is it the junior student who met in the school, who had a similar experience as me? He also got the first place in the class, slept in class, and was called to the office by the teacher. Then at noon, I took the initiative to find him in the cafeteria, and sat together to eat and chat. Oh my god, my junior student turned out to be a monster. Nurarikuo looked up and down at Kashomajayaka Utah, and said after she lowered her head and said, I remember now, yes, I am Nurarikuo, Kashomajayaka, I just saved you, how are you going to repay me? Nurarikuo was still more reserved in human form, but after he turned into a monster, he let go of himself and was very strong. Repay? Repay? How do you want me to repay you? That kind of thing, no, no. Kashomajayaka Utah shyly lowered her head, and pulled her skirt to her private parts with her hands to cover something. Nurarikuo chuckled at this, oh, don't worry, I'm not such a casual person, then, walk with me. Walk together. Yes, it's the time of the night parade of 100 demons. As a human being, it's almost impossible for you to join the ranks of the night parade of 100 demons. Let's go and see how the old rat group is doing. Can they withstand my attack of the night parade of 100 demons? The last woman who could follow the night parade of 100 demons was Nurarikuo's mother, because Nurarikuo's father Nurakoibon saved Nurawakana who was possessed by an evil spirit during the night parade of 100 demons. The two got to know each other, and then Nurakoibon took Nurawakana with him many times during the night parade of 100 demons, and then the two naturally got together, and finally Nurarikuo was born. Nurarikuo didn't care about Kashomajayaka Utah's wishes, and he pulled her hand and walked forward domineeringly. Kappa, Prst Utes and others hurried to catch up. Kashomajayaka Utah's mind was blank, and she let Nurarikuo hold her hand and follow him. Looking at Nurarikuo right in front of him, how handsome and dashing he was, his heart that had just calmed down was once again in a state of turmoil. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Kashomajayaka Shiu did not ignore the feeling in her heart, but paid attention to it. In the past, Kashomajayaka Shiu treated the boys who struck up a conversation with her like bedbugs. A vicious tongue could degrade people to their very core, making those who struck up a conversation with her and covet her body leave in despair. And Kashomajayaka Shiu has never fallen in love with anyone, because those boys are not her type at all. They are skinny, otaku, and wretched. In short, none of them can be looked at. But now, Kashomajayaka Shiu knew why those boys wanted to strike up a conversation. With his unique and extraordinary temperament, his handsome appearance, his status as a monster, and his status as a monster, he is able to command so many other monsters, making him the richest and handsomest girl monster. No matter who he is, he will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Kashomajayaka Shiu, who was called the flower of the mountain in school and could not be conquered, is excited at this moment. The hero saves the beauty, which is the most deadly. He led Kashomajayaka Shiu all the way to the door of a splendid villa. There were some ghosts at the door, and others had already entered. Nurarikushin chuckled, do these organizations with little strength like to make the place where they live so flashy? Nurarikushin vaguely remembered that there seemed to be some kind of snake group before. The villa they lived in was also very luxurious. The less powerful they were, the more they cared about appearances. Go in and have a look. When Rikuo Nura entered the villa with Shiu Kashomajayaka and other monsters behind him, the battle here was already over. This old rat group is just a small organization. The Hyakuki Yaka brought by Nurarikuo, 2 monsters with the strength of the demon soldiers can defeat this old rat group, let alone the 100 ghosts together, it is completely more wolf and less meat. Most of them can only watch from the sidelines. A big centipede crawled over and reported, 3 generations, all the members of the old rat group were killed, but there is a cell hidden here that contains the tortured corpses of young human women. Kashomajayaka Shiu's delicate body trembled when she heard this. If Nurarikushin had not arrived in time, her fate tonight would be the same as those women who were tortured to death, being insulted and killed. I shudder when I think about it. I am lucky to have met Nuliang Lushan, otherwise I would have been tortured by these rats and it would have been difficult to die. Let's go. Nurarikushin took the lead to walk out of the villa. He didn't even glance at this fancy villa. Before leaving, he threw out a ball of destruction with his right hand. The karma fire ignited everything it touched, and the blue flames covered the entire villa in just a few seconds. Kashomajayaka Shiu stopped and looked at the villa that was constantly burning with blue flames. He was moved by Nurarikushin and at the same time felt a sense of awe. Although Nurarikuo is very kind to her now, in the final analysis, he is a monster with great power and influence, and she cannot get along with him in a normal way. The third generation actually let human beings follow us on the 100 Ghost Night Parade. Yes, I think back to 16 years ago, the second generation also took Mrs. Wakana on the Hyakuki Night Walk, and now the third generation also brought a human Hyaki Night Walk with him. Haha, maybe we will have a general's wife in the future. Along the way, the 100 ghosts walk at night and the demons dispersed. Wherever they passed, whether they were monsters who could see the 100 ghosts or humans who could not see the 100 ghosts, they constantly provided fear to the 100 ghosts at night. As the 100 ghosts walk, they continue to collect fear, which is also one of the purposes of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. If you see a little monster doing evil, other monsters will take action to kill it without Nuliang Rikushin's orders. Along the way, Nurarikuo overheard some humans talking about some urban legend nearby. Nurarikuo turned around and looked for the urban legend about the woman in red who kept her head against the wall in the middle of the night. There were beautiful ghosts on the bus, old cat ladies, etc. I saw all kinds of monsters and monsters. Their strength was only at the level of little demons. It was rare to have the strength of a demon soldier, and they were completely vulnerable. As for Kazumajayaka Shia, who kept walking with Nurarikuo, her three views were constantly refreshed. It turned out that all the urban legends discussed on the internet were true. It was not that no one encountered them, but almost all the people they met were killed. 0 It's simply terrifying, and what's even more terrifying are the monsters behind Nurarikuo. Those monsters and ghosts in urban legends, just 10 monsters can defeat the originator behind the urban legend. Nuliang, who are you to be able to command so many monsters? I have wanted to ask this question for a long time, but Kazumajayaka Shiu just started asking now. Before Rikuo Nurao could speak, Yukiana, who was standing on the right side of Rikuo Nurao, said, stand still and don't be scared. Lord Rikuo is the largest monster organization in Kanto and Shikoku, with the largest sphere of influence. The third generation general of the Nura clan, he leads the most powerful urban legend Hyaki Yaka, who is also the legendary master of demons and monsters. The hundreds of demons behind us must be powerful. This is just a trivial aspect of the Nura clan. It's just strength. Yes, the most powerful urban legend is the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, a strange legend that has been passed down since 400 years ago. The Lord of Demons and Demons. Kazumajayaka Shiu exclaimed and looked at Nurarikuo with a different look. There is still a big difference between monsters and monsters. The most famous among monsters is Hyakuki Yaka, and the Lord of Monsters, too. He is the Lord of Demons and Demons. Unexpectedly, Nurarikuo turned out to be the master of monsters, commanding thousands of monsters. Seeing Kazumajayaka Shiu's nervous face and tight body, Rikuo Nura patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be restrained, don't you want to be friends with me? I agreed before, and now we are friends. Our Nuliang group will never harm the weak, and we will not offend humans unless they offend me, so don't compare us with the group of stinky rats and other harmful monsters just now. Our Nuliang group has our own principles." Good. That's what he said, but now how dare Shiu Kazumajayaka treat Nurarikushin as a friend? Nurarikuo glanced at the direction of the moon in the sky. It was almost 11 o'clock now. She said, "It's getting late. You have to go to school tomorrow. I'll send you back first, so as not to be troubled by your teacher again." Caught sleeping in class. So Nuliang, the reason why you sleep in class is because you feel sleepy. Kazumajayaka Shiu finally knew why Rikuo Nura fell asleep in class. It turned out that he was doing such an awesome thing. Compared with her writing novels until late at night, it suddenly became boring. She also stayed up late, but what she did things couldn't be more different. Nurarikuo saw the thoughts in Kazumajayaka Shiu's mind and said, "We have different identities and do different things. You don't need to compare with me, just compare with your other peers." That's right. Thank you for your enlightenment. My family lives in XXX apartment. Although the contact time was not long, Kazumajayaka Shiu could feel that although Nurarikuo was a monster, he was not the kind of monster that harmed people. Instead, he restrained his subordinates and told them not to act recklessly, and also killed the monster that harmed women. The mouse organization is a unique monster. And he was also easy to talk to when he was in his human form. In short, Kazumajayaka Shiu was a little in awe of Nurarikuo, but not afraid of him. After all, with his good looks and being very kind to her, how could he be afraid? After Nurarikushin and Hyakuki sent Kazumajayaka Shiu to the apartment, he left with Hyakuki in a cool manner. "Please ask for flower evaluation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 96. Kashoma Jayakashita watched Nurarikuo leave and exhaled heavily. What happened tonight was really bizarre. He was almost caught by those rat monsters, but was later rescued by Nurarikuo and Hyaki Yaka. And then followed the night walk of 100 demons for a walk and eradicate urban legends, which was really exciting. Is Nurarikuo's true identity? I should be the only one in school who knows it. Kashoma Jayakashita was secretly happy that Nurarikuo could directly reveal his identity instead of being like the Riddler who would laugh at her later. He was really an open and honest man. Well, I feel like I've forgotten something again. What is it? There are so many things that I can't think of. Forget it, it shouldn't be a big deal. When Nurarikuo returned to the Nura group with Hyaki Yaka, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something, but there were a lot of things today and he couldn't remember them. But since he couldn't remember them, it shouldn't be anything serious. Wait. Think about it later. At the same time, in a certain bachelor's apartment, Kirisuma Fuyo was sitting in his room, yawning and watching TV. I raised my head and forgot to look at the clock hanging on the TV. It was already past 12 o'clock. Kirisuma Fuyo, who was wearing a red sportswear, sat up suddenly, clenched his fists and said, "Damn it, Nura, this BD, let me go." He promised to come to my house to see the room I had finished, but I waited until 12 not at all. Kirisuma Fuyu's eyes were burning with fire. When he went to school tomorrow, he must give that guy a look and let him know how serious it was to let the teacher dove on him. She had been waiting since she got off work, but she was let go. She was really angry. It was like using her mobile phone to call Nurarikuo, but now it was too late. If Nurarikuo fell asleep, would it disturb his sleep? So she decided to go to Nurarikuo in person tomorrow and ask her to give her an explanation. Even if you are a monster, it doesn't matter, I will be your teacher in school. After returning to the Nura group 643, Nurarikuo went to the bathhouse to take a morning bath, and then returned to his room. Seeing that the lights in his room were still on, he walked in and found that Bishamon was still there. He didn't sleep, but lay on his bed and read an unknown book. "You're back, how about this 100 ghost night walk?" Noticing Riku Nura entering the room, Bishamon put away his books and put them on the bedside table. He stood up from the bed, wearing only a white shirt and underwear. His long, flawless legs were completely exposed in front of Riku Nura, naked. He stepped on the floor and walked to the table nearby to pour a glass of water for Rikuo Nura. Nurarikushin looked at the half-open button on Bishamon's chest with admiring eyes, took the water glass she handed over, took a sip and said, "It's very interesting. Do you want to take you with me next time?" Bishamon smiled and said, "I'll forget it. I'm a god after all. I followed a group of monsters to do Hyaki Yak. Besides, your monsters looked at me and were very unhappy. Why are you still going on Hyaki Yak?" Nurarikushin nodded, "That's right. Those guys seem to be born with fear of you, the strongest Valkyrie. After all, you are a person who has lived longer than my grandfather. Even becoming famous." Speaking of this, Bishamon crossed her arms in front of her, and the already large jade rabbit was ready to be released. She said arrogantly, "That's because I, the mighty Valkyrie Bishamontan, have been crowned the strongest since she was born. With the name of Valkyrie, even if I don't have any artifacts, I can firmly rank among the top 5 among the gods just by relying on my pair of iron fists. Didn't you fall asleep to me in the end? Humph, you are a scoundrel. You are from Karma Fire, 1,000 blades of demon sword, and heavenly lock, treasure of the king. If you dare to face me head-on, you are definitely no match for me." Bishamon is quite confident. If it weren't for the fact that she is a melee fighter, and that Nurarikuo's long-range skills are very powerful, far beyond his own strength, she would definitely not lose. If it was a one-on-one close combat, Bishamon believed that he could take down Nurarikuo in a few rounds. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Everything is based on facts. Indeed, but fortunately you defeated me with those shameless abilities, otherwise where would I find such a good man? Bishamon said and took the initiative to come up and take Liang Rikuo's hand to her peak. "It's very late, you go and lie down on the bed first." "No, this time you go and lie down for me." The next day, Nurarikushin was woken up by the alarm in the room. Hearing the noisy ringtone next to his ears, Nurarikuo suddenly woke up and glanced at the alarm clock placed on the bedside table. He did not remember to put an alarm clock in his room. Then he noticed that Bishamon, who he slept with last night, had left. Bishamon put this for me to prevent me from being late for school. She is a considerate Valkyrie. Haha. Nurarikushin turned off the alarm clock and yawned, then got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face and had breakfast as usual. Then a little demon came to him and told him about heir AI being able to go to school. Nurarikushin waved the little monster to retreat, and said to heir AI who was also eating next to him, "Little AI, the place for you to go to school has been decided. It will be at the elementary school of my Nura group in the human world. Arrangements if you are a transfer student, go to school and live a happy life." Good. Heibara AI just had a chance to re-experience the feeling of going to school and change her mood at the same time. Nurarikuo looked at Kikyo's sister and said, "As for Xiao Feng, Kikyo said that he wants to train you to become a powerful Miko, so you should learn from your sister." Xiao Feng said energetically, "Yes, brother-in-law, I will definitely become a powerful witch in the future and protect those in need." Nurarikushin nodded, "If you have great ambitions, then study hard. Kikyo is an outstanding shrine maiden. If you learn from her, you will definitely grow quickly." Kikyo touched her sister's head and said happily, "Yes, Xiao Feng is very smart, and she will definitely become a more powerful Miko than me in the future. Sister, please don't give me a high hat. The spiritual power I know is not as good as yours. If I can have half the strength of you, sister, I will be grateful." Xiao Feng was very open-minded and did not raise her tail in response to Platy Kodon's compliments. She was self-aware and her natural spiritual power was far inferior to that of her sister, so her achievements were limited. As she said, if she had half the strength of Kikyo, she would be satisfied and it would be enough for her. By Giwan Linlandi praised, Xiao Feng did not get carried away by the good words. This is very worthy of praise. Sister Ji Gong, you don't want to be a big cake. It is better to seek truth from facts. It will help Xiao Feng's growth. If you don't have self-awareness, children will inflate their own abilities after hearing this, which is very detrimental to their future development. The Snow Girl nodded in agreement and said, "This is a fact, Platy Kodon, looking too high on oneself is fatal to oneself." Kikyo also listened to the words, and she admitted directly, "Sorry, it's my fault. What I just said was indeed not based on the actual situation. I just wanted to praise Xiao Feng, and I didn't think that my words might bring trouble to Xiao Feng. Come on, Xiao Feng, I will teach you severely in the future, can you bear it?" Xiao Feng also said seriously, "Sister, you should have taught me strictly a long time ago. If you were too gentle, I would slack off." Okay, let's not discuss these things for now. Let's eat quickly, otherwise the food will get cold. Nurawakana interrupted everyone who wanted to continue talking. If the discussion continued, the food that was not hot in the first place would become even colder later. After a simple breakfast, Nurarikushin took Heibara AI to the school she was going to. Nurarikushin and Heibara AI walked on the street where people were coming and going. As they walked, they said, "You are one of the few humans in our Nura group, and you are still an unarmed child, so for your safety, I will send monsters to protect you in secret. Of course, this is not surveillance, but protection, like the crow over there." Haiwan AI's small body carried a red school bag to cover her thin back. She looked up at the crows standing on the telephone poles on the right side of the road, and there were more than one crows on the surrounding wires and telephone poles. Distributed. Every time you move to a new place, the crow will follow you to ensure that the target person is always within your sight. Are these all crows? There was a warm current flowing in Haiwan AI's heart, and she knew that Nuliang Lushan's intention was to prevent her from being abducted by bad people again. Although her story was a lie, the real situation was quite different. It's not as good as the Nura group outside, and she might be encountered by people from the organization outside. There are still some people in the organization who have seen her appearance or photos when she was a child, so Heira AI did have some worries that she would be exposed by the black organization. People recognize it. Although it is indeed safe to stay in the Nura group, she is a human being and cannot stay in one place 24 hours a day. She will always come out. Now that Nurarikuo is so thoughtful, Heibara AI is touched in her heart. In this world, when her parents died when she was young, only her sister understood her and worried about her. But after her sister was killed by the organization, no one could understand her or worry about her anymore. But now, it seems that she is no longer alone, no longer lonely. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Hui Yuan AI's brown hair, and said, "Not only these crows, but also other birds. I won't tell you if there are too many. I'm afraid you will be too worried. You just need to remember that no one in this world can hurt you. You have me, the Lord of Demons and Demons, behind you, so there is nothing to be afraid of, just tell me if you need anything. One feeling the warm hands on her head, Ai couldn't help but feel a sense of enjoyment. Thanks. Here you go again. You said you don't need to say thank you. Your school is right in front. I'll take you to see the teacher. Nuliang Rikushan took Ai to a higher primary school run by the Nuliang group, and went directly to the principal's office. There were two people in the principal's office, one was a middle-aged woman and the other was a pot-bellied middle-aged man. When the pot-bellied man saw Nuliang Lushan and Ai coming here, he immediately stood up and greeted him, "Hello, you are Mr. Nuliang. I am the chairman of this school. This person next to me is the principal. Hello, I am the principal. Welcome Mr. Nuliang to our school." The middle-aged female principal greeted Mr. Nuliang with a flattering smile. This young man is someone who even the chairman of the board of directors has to come to receive in person. One can imagine his identity. The chairman has a greater status than the principal, and the principal is appointed by the chairman. The chairman of the board of directors didn't know the true identity of Nura Rikushan. He only knew that Nura Rikushan had a very high status. He couldn't offend him easily, otherwise he would go bankrupt in a minute. In response to this, Ai stood next to Nura Rikushan very calmly. In the past 2 days, she had also learned about the development of the Nura group in human society. The Nura group was present in all walks of life, not just business. Even the military and police circles have them. Then I thought about the Nura group being the largest monster organization in the Kanto region. If there was an uprising, it would be possible to directly overthrow the country, so I was relieved to have such energy in the human world. Well, I think you should have gotten the news about his sister, Ai, and she will be attending your school from now on. The chairman promised, "No problem, Principal Chenzi, please find a better teacher for little sister Ai teachers and classrooms." "Okay Chairman, Mr. Nuliang, please rest assured, I will definitely find a good teacher and a classroom with a good environment for little Ai, and little Ai is so cute, there will definitely be many children in the class who are willing to play with her." Principal Chenzi answered immediately. She was really one level above others. She, the principal here, has the lowest status, so she is also the most humble. "Then I'll leave it to you. I have to go to school too, so I'm leaving first. Xiao Ai, if you need anything, you can call me." "Well, don't worry. That's good." Nura Rikushan left this elementary school. He had made arrangements with Ai, and there would definitely be no accidents. "Nuliang, didn't you say yesterday that you would come to my house to see the results of my cleaning? I have been waiting for you for a long time, but you didn't come, nor did you even say to call or send a message. Xi, are you going to let me go like this?" Sakura High School, during recess, at a corridor window where no student union passed by, Kirisumafui especially called Nura Rikuo here just to let her go last night. Looking at the aggressive and beautiful teacher in front of him, Nura Rikuo suddenly remembered what he had forgotten after the Hyakuki night parade last night. It turned out to be this. Nura Rikuo immediately admitted his mistake and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kirisu, I was busy with club affairs yesterday, and I have some things to do at home. You also know my identity, I am a monster. Lord, there are many things that need to be dealt with. I was so busy that I forgot about this matter." "Did you really forget?" "Of course, could it be that I didn't come on purpose? I'm not that kind of person. I really forgot yesterday. Today, I will go to your house after my club is over. I hope Mr. Kirisu's house is now still keeping it good." "Humph, you don't have to say it, so just make an agreement and come to my house after your club activities are over today." After saying that, Kirisumafui left cheerfully on her red high heels. "Have you been lucky to have a peach blossom lately? The peach blossoms are so ferocious, and they are surrounded by beautiful girls." One Nura Rikuo touched his chin and looked at Kirisumafuyu's leaving figure. He felt that his luck had been too strong recently. But it's also his fault that he can't restrain himself from flirting. He wants to flirt with the beauties he's seen before, including Kikyo, Kirisumafui, Kashuma Jayakashiwa, Yatsuya Mitsuko, and Sakura 5.1 Island. My, Hanake Nura, these are all. It's not that Nura Rikuo took the initiative to flirt with Iri Sawamura, but after saving her, Iri Sawamura herself was captured by the plot of a hero saving a beauty. However, good luck is good. If a person as outstanding as him does not have good luck, is it possible that good luck must be given to those incompetent people? Nilayong Lushan has the power to protect them, and he is also a monster. Human laws are useless to him. Just flirt with him. If you get them, marry them all and take responsibility for them. Nurarikushan is very clear about his seriousness. Although he is a little carefree, what man doesn't? The most important thing is that after being obsessed with it, you can still give an explanation to the woman you like. After returning to the classroom, Mahiro Sheena, who was chatting and laughing with other girls in the class, noticed Rikuo Nura who was sitting back. She said hello to the other girls and said she was leaving. After a while, he walked towards Nilayong Rikuo. Sheena-san seems to be very close to Nora-san. Yes, as soon as I saw Nura-san coming back, he left without wanting to communicate with us for a second. But it should be said that Nura-san is indeed handsome, and he is that kind of gentle handsome. He will definitely be a good man who can take care of his wife in the future. Sheena-san also has a good temperament. The two of them will definitely get along very well in the future. The girls who had just been talking to Mahiro Sheena began to gossip quietly. From the perspective of bystanders like them, it was easy to see that Mahiro Sheena was obviously interested in Nura in the future. The attitude of students has changed tremendously. I don't know how the two get along after class, but they didn't show it at all before. Lu Sheng, what's going on? Teacher Tong is causing trouble for you again. Sheena Mahiro was a little worried whether Nura Rikuo would explode because of this. After all, Kirisumafwiu seemed to be calling Nura Rikuo every day these days. Even people with the best tempers can't stand it, let alone powerful monsters like Nura Rikuo. Chapter 97. Nura Rikushan said, "It's not like you're looking for trouble, it's okay, Mahiru, you don't have to worry." Sheena Mahiru felt relieved when she saw that Nura Rikuo's condition was indeed not as bad as she imagined. Mahiro Sheena said with some embarrassment, "Rikushan, after Aishiji-san left, you took over his club and became the minister. Can I join your club?" Mahiro Sheena discovered that since she told Riku Nura about her affairs, she also learned about Riku Nura's identity and even understood her own feelings. "I thought that maybe I could get a little closer to Nura Rikuo, but there are so many people in the school during recess, and Nura Rikuo has club activities after school, basically no other time to get along with each other." So Sheena Mahiru thought about it, and joining Riku Nura's club was the one that spent the most time in contact with him. Moreover, she has not joined any clubs now. She goes home as soon as school is over and has basically nothing to do when she gets home. Therefore, if she wants to stay with Nura Rikuo more, she can only join Nura Rikuo's club. Nura Rikushan was surprised and said, "You want to join the strange detective team? Green Cross invited you to join before. Aren't you not interested?" At that time, I didn't know that monsters really existed, so I really wasn't interested. But now that I know your identity, Rikuo, I'm interested again. I want to join the strange detective team, is that okay? In the past, Mahiro Sheena was not interested in any weird things, because at that time, due to her limited vision, she believed that all monsters and ghosts were fake, but it was different now. It's very interesting to know that there are monsters in this world, and that there is Nura Rikuo, the master of monsters, leading the search for monsters. That's it. From today on, Mahiru is a member of our strange detective team. Welcome to the family. Nura Rikuo stood in his club and introduced Mahiru Sheena to other club members. Sheena Mahiru bowed to the people in front of her like a lady and said, "Hello, I am Sheena Mahiru. Today I join the strange detective team. I would like to ask for your advice in the future." Mai Sakurajima and others also cooperated in applauding Sheena Mahiru to welcome her arrival. Eri Sawamura stepped forward and said, "Sheena-san, I didn't expect you to come to the detective team. I really welcome you." Sheena Mahiru, Hanake Nura and Nura Rikuo are all in the same class, so they all know each other. 19 Moreover, as both are beautiful girls, they are very popular both in class and in the whole school, and they have something in common. "Mahiru-senpai, I am Mai Sakurajima, a third-year student. Please give me your advice in the future. I am Yatsuya Maiko from Class B, please give me your advice." "Hello Oikawa Hingrai from Class C." Sakurajima Mai, Yatsuga Maiko, and Oikawa Hiri each reported their names and classes. They all also knew something about Sheena Mahiru. After all, school had just started not long ago. Because of her beauty and gentle personality, Sheena Mahiru's grades were excellent, so the name Angel has spread throughout the school. Hello. Shina Mahiru looked at the beautiful girls in front of her. She had heard about these beauties when she was getting along with other girls. They were not all unknown girls. They were all well known on campus because of their beautiful appearance. Unexpectedly, Nurarikuo's club is full of beautiful girls. Now including her, there are 6 beautiful girls, and there is only one male, Nurarikuo. Shina Mahiru didn't believe that there would be no other men joining such a club full of beautiful girls. Someone must have come for the beautiful girls, but he was rejected by Nurarikuo. And this is the fact. Rikuo Nura didn't think anything about Ayazuki Itsugu's presence before, because he was the one who started this club, and he was not interested in women at all, and was only obsessed with monsters. Now that he has gone abroad, he is the only male in this club. Letting in other men with impure intentions will only disrupt this club, so those boys who wanted to join were rejected by Nurarikuo. Nurarikuo looked at the 6 beautiful girls in front of him who were very pleasing to the eye, and he said, "Today we will discuss where to go to find strange things on our next trip. I accidentally saw a piece of news last night. There seemed to be a monster in a certain town. The monster's name is Sheng." Mai Sakurajima took out her mobile phone and showed the news video she saw last night to Rikuo Nura and others. Evil charm. Nuliang Rikushin raised his eyebrows. He had heard from his grandfather that the monster like Sheng was a very loyal monster. He was a loyal minister during his lifetime. After his death, he turned into Sheng and continued to protect the Lord's descendants. Nurarikuo Kazuya leaned over to look at it, but because he was the only boy here and the others were girls, so leaning over to look at a small mobile phone would inevitably lead to him being too close or having physical contact with other beautiful girls. For example, Yatsugamiko is on the left and Mahiru Shina is on the right. They are so close to each other that they can even hear each other's breathing. Mahiru Shina turned her head slightly and looked at Riku Nura, who was very close. Although she was a little shy, she did not avoid it. Instead, her shoulders were directly pressed against Riku Nura's shoulders. Yatsuya Miko on the other side is similar, the atmosphere is a bit ambiguous. Noticing this atmosphere, Mai Sakurajima interrupted, "Ahem, Minister, I'd better send this news content to our group, so that we don't have to crowd together." She then forwarded the news to the group. The name of the group is the Strange Detective Group. It was a new chat group established not long ago by Rikuo Nura after the last time Shina Mahiru met Engaging. Nurarikuo added Mahiru Shina as a friend and then joined the group as well. "It's great that Lu Sheng and I have become friends." Mahiru Shina looked at the illuminated icon of Riku Nura in the chat software on her mobile phone, secretly looked at Riku Nura, and felt a little happy for no reason in her heart. Maybe this is what it feels like to have a crush. Mahiru Shina has seen a lot of this on TV. She couldn't understand it before, but after looking at her heart, she realized that secret love is such an exciting thing. Because Rikuo Nura was called by Mafuyu Kirisu, I was worried about him, and because other students praised Riku Nura for being outstanding, I was happy for him. Now, because I have Riku Nura's phone number in my phone and added chat friends and secretly happy. No matter how you look at it, these little emotions are all the little emotions of a secret love state. Nurarikuo didn't know what Mahiru Shina was thinking. He was currently focusing on the news posted by Mai Sakurajima. This is something that has happened frequently in a small village in the past month. There is a monster called Sheng. It stands next to people's beds at night and stares at you like this after they fall asleep. Tianfen's scary. Just imagine, when you are sleeping, there is a monster staring at you by the pillow, how terrible this is. Afterwards, the local villagers were frightened and hired many exorcists, but to no avail. In the end, they had no choice but to leave their homes due to fright. Now only a few households in the village still live there. Seeing that everyone had finished reading, Mai Sakurajima said, "What do you think? There are rumors about evil spirits in this village. What do you think?" Hanakai Uenuro stared closely at the pictures taken on the news, then looked at Nurarikuo and said, "The matter is so big, the news has been on the news, and people have moved away from the village. It is very possible that monsters are really causing trouble. Nun Liang, let's go take a look. As an onmyoji, I can't ignore it. Is Hanakan-san an onmyoji?" Mahiru Shina, who just came here, thought that Rikuo Nura was a monster in this club and had strong fighting power to keep these people safe. Unexpectedly, Yura Hanakan, who also joined here, turned out to be an onmyoji. When Yura Hanakan was asked whether she was an onmyoji, she had a serious look on her face. She said, Yes, I come from the Hanakane family of onmyoji in Kyoto, and I am currently being sent by my family to train, and he is also working hard to become the head of Huakai Yuan. Amazing! Shina Mahiru looked at the capable Hanakane Yura and admired him very much. He was already a powerful onmyoji at the same grade as her. He is on the road to destroying demons and monsters. Unlike her, who is still working hard to attract her parents' attention at the age of 16, she is just like a child in comparison. Sawamura Eri put one hand on her waist and said, not only that, anyway, Shina has joined us, and he will know it sooner or later, so it doesn't matter to tell you. Yura is a very powerful onmyoji, and our leader, Nurarikuo is also a powerful superpower user. Shina, you and the leader should know each other, I wonder if he told you about this. Superpower user, I know. Shina Mahiru turned her head and glanced at Nurarikuo. Although she didn't know what specific ability he was referring to, she guessed that Nurarikuo's identity as a superpower user was to cover up his identity as a monster and use his power. Sawamura Eri asked curiously, so you know Shina-san, I'm curious about your relationship with the president. You even know that the president has superpowers. If it was just an ordinary relationship, she would definitely not let unfamiliar people know that she had superpowers. In addition, the intimate name between Nurarikuo and Shina Mahiru before, it can be seen that their relationship is not simple. When she said this, the other four beautiful girls also gathered their eyes. Nurarikuo saw that Shina Mahiru was a little embarrassed by the other five people, and immediately stepped forward to attract attention and said, let me tell you, in fact, we have been classmates in the same school and class since elementary school, so naturally we have a good relationship, right Mahiru? Shina Mahiru nodded with a smile and added, yes, and when I was in elementary school, I was bullied by my classmates, and it was Rikuo who helped me fight back, so I have always been grateful to him. 11 So that's how it is. They are childhood sweethearts. Sakurajima Mai stared at Shina Mahiru. According to her intuition, this angel schoolmate's feelings for Nurarikuo are not as simple as they seem. Not only are they childhood sweethearts in school, but they also call each other by their first names and know that Nurarikuo is a psychic. Nurarikuo is handsome, has good grades, and is gentle and considerate to girls. There should be no girl who can ignore him. Childhood sweetheart? Hey! After listening to this, Akawa Hire hummed twice. All childhood sweethearts except her must stand aside. Because she saw Nurarikuo being carried out of the delivery room, and she was the first one to carry Nurarikuo except the midwife. The second one was Nurarikuo's father Nurakoiban, and then Nuranakiri. Besides Nurawakana, she was the one who took care of Nurarikuo the most. It can be said that Nurarikuo grew up day by day under the care of the Snow Woman. Therefore, if we talk about who is the childhood sweetheart of Nurarikuo, it should be her Snow Woman. Yotani Maiko said in surprise, it's really fate. From elementary school to junior high school, and then to high school, we have been in the same school and class for so many years. It's a huge coincidence for ordinary students to be in the same class for 2 or 3 consecutive years. You have been in the same class for so many years. Yes, maybe this is fate. Shina Mahiru carefully glanced at Nurarikuo. As long as she could be with Nurarikuo, she would be satisfied. Nurarikuo didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and said, since it has been decided, let's go to that village immediately. I will hire a car now. Rikuo, why don't you take the bus? Hiring a car for a round trip will cost a lot of money. Sakurajima Mai considered Nurarikuo. It would cost a lot to take a taxi once, not to mention that it would cost more to hire a car for so many people. She didn't know Nurarikuo's financial situation. She thought Nurarikuo was just an ordinary family, so she instinctively considered saving money for him. Rikuo. Noticing Sakurajima Mai's address to Nurarikuo, the girls subconsciously looked at her. They remembered that Sakurajima Mai had called Nurarikuo Junior Rikuo since yesterday, and Nurarikuo called her Senior Mai. Although they felt a little strange at the time, they didn't take it to heart. But now he calls Rikuo directly, just like Shina Mahiru? When Yotsuya saw this, he boldly said, yes, Lu Sheng, there is no need to spend more money to go there by car, doesn't the monster like to stand next to people's pillows after they fall asleep? So it doesn't matter even if you go 000 later. 11 Nuliang Lushan waved his hand and said, don't worry about my money. In fact, I am also the second generation of rich people. I am less arrogant than the King's family. More grandiose than a green cross. Sawamura Iri looked at Nurarikuo in surprise. Although she was also a rich young lady, her parents would not give her much money. On the other hand, Aoji Kyoshitsuji had behaved very arrogantly before. The conspicuous bag looks like a nouveau riche, and his family has more money than hers. And Nurarikuo, who seems so humble, is actually richer than Aoji Kiyoshi? Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Shina Mahiru said, I can testify to this, the Rikuo family is indeed very rich. She remembered that Nurarikuo was a monster, and he was the largest monster organization in the entire Kanto region. He was the leader of tens of thousands of monsters, and his family must have a mine. I can also testify. Oikawa Hingrai also raised her hand. Originally, her character was that although she knew Nurarikuo, she was not familiar with him, so she couldn't be overly intimate. But now, she feels that she can take this opportunity to get closer to Nurarikuo in this club. So he explained, actually, there is something I have hidden from everyone. Master Lu Sheng and I have known each other for a long time. I am a maid in Master Lu Sheng's house, and I am responsible for taking care of Master Lu Sheng. Master Lu Sheng. Maid. Except for Hanake Nura, who already knew the situation and was expressionless, the other girls looked at Oikawa Hingrai in surprise. This cute girl turned out to be the maid of Nurarikuo's family. Oikawa Hingrai proudly puffed up her chest and said, yes, I grew up with Master Rikuo since I was a child. You can say that I watched him grow up. Yukiana's position in the Nura group is indeed similar to that of a maid. She not only helps Nurarikuo with laundry and cooking, but also helps him fold quilts. She completes all matters, big and small. Nurarikuo looked at the snow girl, who seemed to be in invisible competition with other girls, and said with a smile, yes, Bing belongs to my family, she is just a maid, but to me, she is a relative, so I never thought of her as a maid. Master Lu Sheng. Listening to Rikuo Nurao's explanation, Yukiana looked at Rikuo Nurao lovingly. No one could love Rikuo Nurao more than her and understand Rikuo Nurao better than she did. The time Yukiana spends with Rikuo Nura is even longer than the time she spends with her mother Nurawakana. Nurarikushin looked at Oikawa Hingrai and reached out to caress the top of her head, while Oikawa Hingrai closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Seeing the two of them being intimate, Sakura Jimamai, Shina Mahiru, and Yatsuya Maiko felt a little bit of a taste in their hearts. Sawamura Iri didn't feel anything, because the person she liked was the master of demons and demons, so even though Nurarikuo is very handsome and strong, he doesn't care. As for Hanake Nura, she told herself that she was onmyoji Nurarikuo and a yokai. Even if they weren't hostile, they couldn't get too close. Happy May Day holiday everyone. In the new January, please give me a monthly vote. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 98. Since it has been confirmed that Nurarikuo is a second-generation rich man, Mai Sakurajima and the others did not hesitate and took the car Nurarikuo called to go to the village where the evil spirit appeared. After an hour of driving on the highway, they arrived at a village near the sea. There are several villages living here, and the evil spirit occurred in one of them. Nurarikuo and others came to the empty village and found that every household in the village was closed, but most of the villagers in this village had moved away, so it was very deserted. As for those who did not move away, I don't know why they are still staying here. So Nurarikuo and others wanted to find some people to understand the situation first. Hanake Nura pointed to the front and said, Nura classmate, there are a few people coming over in front, let's go and ask together. In front of Nurarikuo's group of 7, 5 men in their 30s put their hands in their pockets and walked with arrogant steps. They also saw Nurarikuo and others. Brother, look ahead, there are 6 girls, each one is so pretty, they are so pretty. Yes, brother Hospi, I have never seen such beautiful girls in my life, and there are 7 of them. The man called Hoskawabi looked at the 7 people in front of him with a fierce face, and his eyes were shining when he saw so many beautiful girls. They are all high school students wearing school uniforms, beautiful, young and tender, maybe they are all virgins. If these women come to serve me, just thinking about it will make people feel happy. How did a man get mixed in with a group of beautiful girls? It really makes people jealous and want to beat him up. Let's go and meet them. Hospi walked up with 4 younger brothers, and his younger brothers smiled with ill intentions. Hi, little sisters, are you guys coming here to play together? Unfortunately, this is already our territory. It will soon be turned into a couple's holiday street and a couple's homestay. If possible, let's sit down and chat slowly. I'll pay. Hasegawa deliberately took out a stack of banknotes from his arms and shook it in front of Nurarikuo and the others. In this society, money is omnipotent. No matter how beautiful a girl is, she will bow down for money. But it is obvious that none of the girls standing here are ordinary people. Although Shina Mahiru is not favored at home, her family is at the level of a consortium, and Sawamura Eri is also a rich lady. Sakurajima Mai has been a child star since she was a child. Money is just a string of numbers to her. Hanakan Yura is an onmyoji who is not interested in money, but only in strength. Not to mention Akawahiri. The most ordinary one is Yatsuya Maiko, but she also has yin-yang eyes and can see monsters. She lives a frightened life every day. Money is nothing to her. Seeing that the girls were indifferent to the money in their hands, Hospi and his brothers looked at each other, and then put away their eyes in embarrassment. Hospi's tone became cold, and he said, "What are you guys doing here? If you have nothing to do, get out of here. This is not the place for you." Although he brought his brothers with him, Hospi was not a gangster. Now it is still a society ruled by law, so he naturally could not do anything forced to buy or sell. Nurarikuo took 2 steps forward and negotiated with Hospi. "Uncle, we are here to exterminate monsters. Tell us, who has monsters in this village now?" Hospi frowned, then laughed. "Exterminate monsters, ha ha ha, stinky boy, this is a modern society, you have watched too many movies, there are no monsters here, it's all nonsense on the news." Brother Hospi also said, "Yes, there are still people who believe in monsters these days. It's really a long time to see monsters. Get out of here. This is not the place for you little devils. Yoro, it seems they don't believe in monsters, so you, the onmyoji, should show your skills. Although Nurarikuo can also scare them with karma fire, he should try not to do anything in front of strangers." As Hospi said, this is modern society. If he is photographed and posted online, he will probably some trouble. But Hanakan Yura, who is an onmyoji, is different. In the early years, the head of the Hanakane family appeared on TV and showed off his skills. Although not many people believed it, most people thought it was a statute of limitations. Hanakane Yura took a few steps forward, with a confident smile on his face, and took out a few pieces of white paper with runes and water characters engraved on it, and then threw it out in front of the 5 Hospi people. What made people's jaw dropped was that the thrown talisman papers did not fall to the ground but were lined up in a row. Then Hanakane Yuro shouted urgent as a rule, and each talisman paper sprayed out a large amount of water. Wow! Oh my god! Onmyoji who uses talismans, isn't that the same as the priest? Onmyoji, this little girl is also an onmyoji. Hospi and others were stunned. Only onmyoji could use the power of the talisman. Priest? Who is the priest you are talking about? He is also an onmyoji. Yuluo Hanakai Yuan took back a few talisman papers, and just heard what the Hospi people said about priests, onmyoji, and so on. Hanakan is naturally not the only onmyoji family, there are other small and large onmyoji families, but the Hanakane family's status among onmyojis in Kyoto is higher than that of ordinary onmyojis. The priest is here to help get rid of the evil spirit in this village. The evil spirit is said to be real. Hospi was shocked when he saw that there was actually an onmyoji in Nurarikuo's team, and he didn't dare to have any evil intentions. Nurarikushin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where is that priest now, and who are you?" Hospi said, "The priest is placing exorcism charms at Suganuma's house. It is said that the evil spirits are in that Suganuma house. We are the people hired by the scenic spot developer to negotiate and acquire those houses where the evil spirits are so evil that they dare not continue to live in their homes. Those houses of people. Take us there." Nurarikuo ordered Hospi to go to the Suganuma house with them, but Hospi and others were a little afraid. Although he just said that there can't be monsters in modern society, that's just talk. Even onmyoji has them. How could there be no monsters? So the Suganuma family must have real evil spirits, and they didn't dare. "You just need to take us to the door of Suganuma's house, and then you can leave. Otherwise, do you want to try the power of onmyoji?" Nurarikuo's threat was obviously very effective. Hospi and others looked at Hanakan Yura with a cold expression and immediately agreed. The 5 people from Hospi were walking in front, and the 7 people from Nurarikuo gathered together to follow them. Yatsuya Michael looked at Hanakane Yura and asked, "I just didn't expect there are other onmyojis here. Are they from your Hanakane family?" Hanakan Yura shook his head and said, onmyoji family is not the only one in my Hanakan family. It is impossible to meet someone of the same clan in this place by such a coincidence. But since there is already an onmyoji here who is still causing evil, this onmyoji's strength is not very good, so Yuluo and the minister have to take action. Even before Sawamura Eri saw the priest onmyoji, she knew that the priest's Taoism was definitely not as good as Hanakan Yura's, and he couldn't even get rid of evil spirits. You can't say that. Haven't I been able to defeat Notarabang before? My strength is still far behind. Hanakan Yura still knows how much she weighs. Although she is a genius, she can control several Shikigami alone. She is a very famous genius even in the entire Hanakan family. But talent cannot be regarded as strength. There are still many onmyojis in the family who are stronger than her. That's why Hanakan Yura works so hard to turn talent into strength. Seeing Kainyu Yura being so humble, Sawamura Iri didn't know what to say. However, Nurarikushin said without giving face, indeed, your onmyoji has not been mastered yet. It needs more practice. Whether the onmyoji can survive depends on how strong it is. If you are not lucky, you will not be able to survive. Fortunately, I met a powerful monster, and I don't know how I died. Humph, of course I know this, I don't need you to remind me. Hanakan Yura turned his head and looked at Nurarikuo, and after replying, his mouth quickly bulged, obviously angry at Nurarikuo's merciless words. She knew that Nurarikuo was secretly reminding her of the two incidents involving Notarabu and the Hidden God Punishment Department Tani Tamasho. If you are not capable, you should not be too strong. But as an onmyoji of the Hanakan family, how could she sit idly by and watch? Mai Sakurajima, Mitani Yatsuya and others looked at each other a few times when they heard this. They were novices and couldn't get a word in the conversation between them. After walking with Hospi in the village for about 10 minutes, I came to a house with the lights on that looked quite old and dated. Onmyoji-sama, all beauties and handsome guys, the Suganuma family is in front of you, and the priest is inside helping them exorcise demons, so let's go first. Hospi glanced at the younger brothers behind him, his eyes hinting that they should retreat quickly, and then turned around and ran away without saying a word. Nilayong Lushan didn't care about them, as long as they got to the place. Let's go see if this house is really evil and meet the priest. Nurarikuo took the lead towards the Suganuma house and came to the door, but found no one. Nilayong Lushan did not break into the house, but knocked on the door a few times and asked, "Hello, is anyone here?" At the same time, in a room in Suganuma's house 10 middle-aged and elderly men in their 50s wearing 10 onmyoji robes arranged 10 talisman papers in the room. A middle-aged woman in her 40s said with a worried look on her face, "Master Priest, are these talisman papers really useful? I have pasted many talisman papers before, but they have no effect. Pinza can still see the talismans." Siame stood beside her pillow. The fat middle-aged and elderly man priest had a simple and honest smile on his face, and she comforted him, "It's okay, madam, those exorcists you hired are not professionals, they are all a bunch of liars who cheat on you and I'm from Kyoto. Onmyoji is a professional onmyoji who is specialized in dealing with monsters and ghosts. You must have heard of the name onmyoji." Mrs. Suganuma looked at her daughter Suganuma Nanako, and she said happily, "Nanako, you heard what the priest said, he is a very powerful onmyoji, and he will definitely be able to help you get rid of evil spirits. Let's wait until it works." Shinoko Suganuma is a high school student. She wears a pair of glasses. She is depressed and has not slept well for several days in a row. It is because of evil spirits appearing beside her bed. She always feels like something is staring at her at night. When she wakes up, only then did he realize that there was a man standing next to his pillow with many talismans on his head, covering his face, leaving only his eyes staring straight at him. Shinoko Suganuma was almost scared to death. Later, her mother also invited an exorcist, but it had no effect at all. Today, she invited an onmyoji, who knows if it will have any effect. The priest suggested, "Madam, please forgive me for being honest. The evil spirit that entered your home is of high moral character. If possible, I still suggest that you move away from here. This is the safest way." As soon as the priest finished speaking, Shinoko Suganuma said without any hesitation, "No, this house was handed down from our ancestors. It must not be like this. Mom, I'm fine." Mrs. Suganuma sighed. "Det." The priest sighed hard in his heart. In fact, the evil legend of this small town is he released them, and the evil spirits that cause trouble in other people's homes are also caused by the priest's shikigami. The main reason is that he cooperated with the construction developer, Wang Hao, to help them drive away the residents of the village, then bought houses at a low price, and recently developed the village into a tourist street. It's just that the Suganuma family refused to leave. He had no choice but to take action himself. The talismans he posted were not used to exorcise demons at all, but to gather yin qi. There are even shikigami who increase the fear of Shinoko Suganuma and come out to cause mischief at night, forcing them to leave. If this trick couldn't drive away the Suganuma mother and daughter, then he would have to resort to force. "Hello, is anyone here?" Nurarikuo's voice came from outside the door. Suganuma, his daughter, and the priest looked at each other, wondering if anyone would come here at this time. The remaining villagers who have not left will not come here even if they know there is evil in the Suganuma family, so who is it? "I'll go out and take a look first." Shinoko Suganuma got up and walked out of his room. When he came to the door, he saw Rikuo Nura and 6 beautiful girls behind him. All of these beautiful girls were very beautiful. Equally divided. When Shinoko Suganuma saw it, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Compared with these beautiful girls, she was also the most beautiful in her class, but among Shina Mahiru, Oikawa Hingrai and others in front of the 6 people, their bodies were crushed to pieces. "Excuse me, why did you come to my house?" A handsome guy brought 6 beauties to their evil home. "Are you sure you went to the right place?" Shinoko Suganuma was very confused as to what the group of people in front of him were doing. Judging by the school uniforms they were wearing, it seemed that they were all Takatomi students. After the appearance of Kanako Suganuma, Rikuo Nura noticed a powerful demonic aura. This demonic aura was at least at the level of a demon general, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. Happy May Day and a new January. Please support me with flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 99. Is this the evil spirit? Although it is strong, it does not seem to have murderous intent. It seems that the old man should have said well. He is a loyal monster. He appears here to protect the descendants of the former master. His strength is also good. This loyal monster is exactly what I need. Nurarikushin had been interested in evil monsters before. There were not many loyal and strong monsters who were not evil, so he could conquer them. But why Siame would take the initiative to scare the descendants of the former master is obviously not consistent with common sense. Such a strong demonic energy. Sure enough, there are demons here. Hanakai Yuan Yuluo's heart moved, and she felt the demonic aura, which made her feel tight. This time the demons seemed to be very powerful. Hanakane Yura doesn't know much about monsters like Siame, and they are just rumors. As for the rumors, they are naturally malicious rumors, and they are definitely not good rumors. So in Hanakane Yura's view, it would definitely be bad if a monster appears. Rikuo Nora returned his attention to Shinoko Suganuma. He smiled and said, "We are from Sakura High School, the strange detective team. I am the director, and they are all members. We came here because we heard that there is an evil spirit appearing here. It just so happens that there is an onmyoji among my members, and she wants to come here to help you exorcise evil spirits." Strange detective team, onmyoji. Shinoko Suganuma looked at Hanakane Yura next to Rikuo Nura, and she didn't look very reliable. Suganuma Shinoko said, "I am Suganuma Shinoko, but my family already has an onmyoji, so." Nura Rikuo knew that Kanuma Shouko would say this, so he said, "It doesn't matter, even if there is already an onmyoji, we can still join forces, right?" "That's right, that's true, then come in." Shinoko Suganuma felt that what Rikuo Nurao said made sense. Even the priest just now said that the evil spirit was very good, so it would be good to come to Yin Yang City again. Nurarikushin said in advance, "Thank you, this time we came proactively after knowing the situation here, so you don't need to pay even if we succeed." "Okay, thank you. Then I will take you to see the priest first, the onmyoji who is preparing to help me eliminate demons at my house." Shinoko Suganuma led Nurarikuo and 7 others to her room. The architectural style of this house is quite old, at least 200 years old. Eri Sawamura looked at the architectural style of this house and was very surprised. Although the bungalow where her family lives is Western style, it was built in the past 10 years. But Suganuma Shinoko's house has a strong sense of age, and it is a remnant of a very old house. Yatsuya Maiko was surprised when he heard this. What an old house, it has a history of hundreds of years. There are not many such houses in the country. Most of them were built in the last 10 or 20 years, and they are more than 50 years old. It's already considered an old house, but this house is actually 200 years old. With the rapid development of society, many houses have been replaced by two-story buildings, and ancient houses like this have basically disappeared. Shinoko Suganuma looked at Eri Sawamura, who could tell the age of the house with special eyes, and said, "My house is indeed inherited from my ancestors and has a history of more than 200 years. This blonde beauty with twin ponytails knows a lot about it." Sawamura Iri was praised and said proudly, "I know a little bit, and my name is Sawamura Iri." Shinoko Suganuma led everyone to her room. Looking at the talismans posted all over the walls in Shinoko Suganuma's room, and even on the ceiling, Hanakane Yura frowned. What kind of mainstream method of exorcising mothers is this? The best way to exorcise monsters is to lure them out and fight them head-on. What is the use of sticking talisman paper to exorcise monsters? Pinzi, are they all your friends? Shinoko Suganuma's mother was a little puzzled when her daughter brought so many high school students to her home. Shinoko Suganuma explained, "No, Mom, they are from Sakura High School's strange detective team. This girl is an onmyoji. She said she learned about our situation on the news and the medical expenses helped us eliminate the demon." Onmyoji? Master Priest, what do you think? Mrs. Suganuma didn't expect that there would be an onmyoji who would take the initiative to come up and take care of the reality for free. She just didn't know if it was true or false. Even if it was true, at such a young age, there was definitely no elder like the priest who had the ability. Onmyoji. The priest was shocked. How could an onmyoji appear in this place? Hanakane Yura entered the room, looked directly at the priest, and said, "Yes, I am from the Hanakane family. I wonder which onmyoji family you are from." Hana. Onmyoji of the Hanakane family. Oh my god, he turned out to be an onmyoji from the Hanakane family. In Kyoto, the most famous onmyoji family is the Hanakane family. Whether they are from the main family or branch families, they have been systematically educated since childhood. The priest was shocked. Although he was also an onmyoji, he was only a half-baked onmyoji. The master only joined 10 onmyoji families and learned a dozen basic skills when he was more than 10 years old. After studying for more than 10 years, he achieved little success. After that, he felt that his life would be like this, so he left the onmyoji family and relied on the abilities he learned to cheat and make a lot of money. And I have never met a peer before. I didn't expect that today I would not only meet a peer, but also an onmyoji from the big family of Huakai Yuan. It's not good. If this onmyoji from the flower garden sees the true function of my talisman, I'm afraid he will suffer. The priest was dripping with cold sweat. The talismans he posted were all harmful to people, and there were also talismans of Shikigami mixed in. Ordinary people or onmyojis with short knowledge might not be able to tell. But the person in front of me is the onmyoji of the Hanakane family, maybe he can be seen. Well, I am an onmyoji from Kyoto. As for which family I am, I won't compare myself with the Hanakai Yuan family, so as not to humiliate myself, ha ha ha. The priest had a professional fake smile on his face, and then praised, "I didn't expect that there would be an onmyoji from the Hanakai Yuan family to visit, so the evil charm is naturally not worth mentioning. Mrs. Suganuma, let me tell you, Hanakai the Inu family is the most famous onmyoji family in Kyoto. The onmyojis who come out of it are all elites. A family like me who comes from a less famous onmyoji family cannot be compared with the onmyojis from the Hanakane family." The priest's compliments were just to make Yuro Hanakai Yuan feel good about him and to dilute the other person's doubts about him. Now that the onmyoji from the flower garden is here, I won't show off. She must be more capable than me. I'll take back these talismans first. What the priest said is true. Even if the girl in front of him is a member of the Hanakai Yuan family branch, she is more powerful than him. Even though she is young, the onmyoji who can be trained by the Hanakai Yuan family is definitely not weak. Wait a moment. Hanakane Yura stopped the priest from collecting the talisman papers. What's wrong, the student from Huakai Yuan? The priest was extremely nervous at the moment, fearing that his little movements in the talisman would be seen through. However, the truth came so quickly. Hanakane Yura is an elite genius of the Hanakane family and has the potential to become the head of the family. Although she is a little confused at ordinary times, she is still very serious about serious matters. She noticed the problem just by looking at the talisman papers posted in the room. The talisman papers were not made with high skill, and from her perspective, they had many flaws, and the words on the talisman papers were wrong. Hanake Nura winked at Nurarikushin, and Nurarikushin immediately understood, stepped forward and retreated with Suganuma and his son. What's wrong with this classmate? Mrs. Suganuma looked at Nurarikuo in puzzlement, why she and Shinoko were allowed to leave temporarily. There must be something going on. Nurarikuo couldn't understand the onmyoji's talismans. After all, he was a monster and couldn't figure out the tricks in it. However, Hanake Nura gave Nurarikuo a look and asked him to protect the others. Nurariko Sheng also knew that Hanake Nura must have noticed something was wrong. Seeing that Rikuo Nura had already pulled Suganuma, his daughter, and Mai Sakurajima out of the room, he then took out the talisman under the nervous and doubtful eyes of the priest and said, "Why is it hidden in the talisman you pasted? There are monsters in Shikigami, and those talismans have no effect on exorcism. Instead, they increase the evil spirit. As an onmyoji, what is the purpose of doing this?" Shinoko Suganuma said in disbelief, "What? You said that these talismans of the priest, not only have no exorcism effect, but will increase the yin energy, and what kind of monster Shikigami are there?" Mrs. Suganuma said in confusion, "How is it possible? The priest is an onmyoji. Why? She has not offended the priest, and apart from this old house, her family is just an ordinary family with little money. What does an onmyoji want to do to her family? Why would she do this?" Mai Sakurajima frowned and said, "What's going on? Is this onmyoji a fake?" Shina Mahiru said nervously, "It should be a real onmyoji." Hanakin's classmate said that this place is a monster Shikigami. Only onmyojis have Shikigami. There are good people and bad people. Onmyojis must also have bad yins and yangs division. Oikawa Hingrai said calmly, "Perhaps these bad onmyojis are using exorcism and their own identity as onmyojis to direct and perform for the benefit of others." Yatsuya Mitsuko said in disgust, "It's really abominable. He takes advantage of people's hearts and inflicts insults on people. This kind of bad guy really doesn't deserve a good death." The priest lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen clearly. "He, you really found Cheng Yaojin halfway. I didn't expect you to recognize him at a glance. He is worthy of being a noble among the onmyoji. He comes from the Huakai Yuan family. He is really good." The priest raised his head. The priest whom everyone had seen before was a fat uncle who looked very kind, but now his face was ferocious, looking like an evil ghost. "Since it has been exposed, don't blame me for being rude. So what about the onmyoji of the Hanakai Yuan family? She is just a little girl. I haven't taken it seriously yet. Go." The priest used his ugly face to directly command the Shikigami that had not been taken off by him on the wall. I saw those Shikigami papers melting like ink, and then monsters crawled out from each sheet of Shikigami. Shikigami are spiritual powers or demons that onmyoji has subdued by his own abilities. He seals them in the Shikigami paper. When necessary, he can command the Shikigami paper to release the Shikigami. The game player is equivalent to the summoning system. These monsters are not very powerful. They are basically just a group of low-class monsters. Even the little monsters have never arrived, but they are more than enough to scare and kill people. Although a bad monster is very weak, it is classified as a bad monster, but that is only relative to other powerful monsters, and a bad monster, even several strong men cannot defeat it. Monster. Monsters are always monsters, and they are born with unique powers. Not to mention little monsters like the Nato monk of the Nura clan and the Temoka ghost. In the world of monsters, they may be at the bottom, but they have to deal with a few humans. Just a hands-on thing. Huakai Yuan Yaluo said disdainfully, "Have you revealed your true nature? You worms are not worthy of being onmyojis at all. You must be honest, and you must be one with human form." Hanakan Yura immediately released his Shikigami. Because this is Kanuma Shaoko's room, the space is not big enough, so Hanakan Yura is not suitable for using Shikigami such as Tenlang martial arts. On the one hand, it cannot be used. On the other hand, I am afraid that too much noise will disturb this room. The house was damaged. Therefore, it is safest to use Lien Zhen, who combines human form with unity. Hanake Nuro kicked a monster in the face and kicked it away, then immediately turned to the monster behind him and shouted, "Look at my Euro Max water cannon." The Shikigami weapon equipped on Hanake Nura's left hand immediately fired a water cannon from its muzzle, destroying the unscrupulous monster. Yura Hanakane showed off her skills and suppressed several monsters in this small room. Hanakan-kun is so amazing. You are worthy of being a young onmyoji, and you can deal with so many monsters by yourself. Shina Mahiru was dumbfounded as she watched Hanake Nura show off her power by herself. She was also a girl, but Hanake Nura could deal with so many monsters by herself, which was really amazing. But if you want to develop such courage and ability, you need to cultivate it from an early age, and you must go through long-term and hard training to achieve such strength. The strength shown is strong, but there is a lot of pain behind it. Damn it, the Huakai Yuan family is indeed well-deserved, but you are still a person after all. Go to hell and explode. When the priest saw his Shikigami being killed one after another, he became furious. Today he killed the onmyoji of the Hanakan family. From now on, he would at best live a wandering life. Life is almost like this now, no matter how bad it is, it can't be any worse. And if everyone here is silenced later, no one will know that he did it. Seeing the right moment, he threw an explosive spell at Hanake Nura, who was dealing with a monster Shikigami with his back turned to him. Oops! Hanake Nura noticed the movement behind him but had no time to take out the defensive talisman. Enriqueo Nura stood outside the room, always paying attention to the priest, and had long been on guard against such a despicable person. When he noticed that he was about to make a small move, he immediately rushed out, and in an instant he stood in front of Hanake Nura and stretched out his right hand. The karmic fire formed a semicircular protective shield between him and Hanake Nura. People are wrapped in the middle. The explosive talisman exploded on the karma fire. The explosion and impact of the talisman could not hurt Nura Rikushin and Hanake Nura, who were protected by the karma fire. Euro Max Water Cannon. After Hanake Nura killed the remaining two monsters, he looked at the blue flames on his left and right sides, and then turned to look at Nura Rikuo, who was standing in front of him. I was saved by him again, now for the third time. An onmyoji was saved 3 times in a row by the Lord of Monsters Hanake Yuan, and you didn't know what he was feeling at this time. Chapter 100. Nura Rikushin turned his head slightly and glanced at Hanake Yuan Yuluo. Hanake Yuan Yuluo stared at Nura Rikushin. The damage to her from the sideways attack at this moment was also a critical hit. After 3 consecutive life-saving graces, Hanake Nura looked at Nura Rikuo's side face in a daze. Even when she was in crisis, Huakai Yuan Yoro's heart was not beating fast, but now, her heartbeat was accelerating, her breathing was short, and she felt that there was an inexplicable emotion turbulent in her heart. Yuro! How despicable! Yuro, are you okay? Yatsuya Maiko, Sakura Jimamai and others stood outside the door worried, but they did not dare to go in at will. It would be troublesome if they disturbed the battle between Nura Rikuo and Nura Rikuo, so they could only stand outside and watch. Mother and daughter Suganuma were stunned. They didn't expect that the priest, who was so kind before, said he could eliminate demons, but turned out to be such an ambitious guy, so despicable and shameless that they were almost deceived. Don't worry, I'm fine. It was Nuliang who saved me. Huakai Yuan shouted back to everyone. Damn it, you, who the hell are you? The priest gritted his teeth and asked in a tone that made him want to cry and laugh at the same time. It was clear that the explosive talisman just now could kill the Hanakane onmyoji, but suddenly an extraordinary person who didn't know the details suddenly appeared. What a crime! You don't need to know who I am. Nura Rikushin's pupils burning with blue karma fire were focused on the priest, and a blue flame tied him up like a rope. Except for Nura Rikuo, Hanake Nura and Oikawa Eire, the others present are just ordinary people. If they directly kill the priest in front of everyone, it will be a bit troublesome. This is no longer a killing. He is not decisive, but stupid. That's why Nura Rikuo didn't directly kill the priest at this time. Killing this guy was like crushing an ant to death. There was no need to dirty his body just to crush the ant to death. Instead, there is a fire of karma hidden in the body of the priest, which will burn at a fixed point at night, burning it until not even ashes are left. Even when Detective Conan comes, he can only walk out shaking his head. The priest was bound by the karma fire and flew in the air. He struggled in horror and said, "Damn it, what the hell is this thing binding me to?" Nuliang Lushan's karmic fire can be controlled to hurt or not hurt others. It can attack and can be used defensively like just now. It has many uses. Looking at the priest who was tied up by the karma fire, Yuro Hanake Yuan asked, "Classmate Nuliang, what do you think we should do with him?" Nura Rikushin thought, what about this? Call the nearby police station and take him away. As long as there are no Shikigami and talismans, he is just an ordinary person. He is a lot of garbage who is not good at academics because of his age. I will rely on this method to make money. This kind of scum doesn't deserve to live. Shinoko Suganuma guessed, then the evil spirits in this village are all caused by this priest? The purpose is to scare away the residents here, and then help those outsiders buy the ownership of the houses here at super low prices. Mahiru Shina recalled, outsiders? Are you talking about the group of people headed by Hospi? I remember when we first met, that person said that he wanted to transform this village into a resort for couples. Shinoko Suganuma nodded and said, that's right, it's them. They're really hateful. It's the capitalists who have taken a fancy to our land, so they used despicable means to scare us away, and then purchased the land at a super low price for use. It's really abominable to transform it into the couple's resort they want. How can we repair it? How can we repair it? When the priest saw what had happened, he shouted like crazy. But no one paid attention to him. Nurarikushin found a body to replace the karma and tied the priest again, then confiscated all the talismans on him, and finally called the police. Since this priest is using Shikigami to cause trouble, then there is no evil here at all, right? We can finally feel at ease. Shinoko Suganuma touched her heart and exhaled. It turned out that evil spirits did not exist at all, but that the priest was secretly using his own yokai Shikigami to deceive people. She could finally sleep well tonight. Hanake Nura was just about to say that there were really other powerful monsters here, but she had already felt the monster energy. But as soon as she said a word, Liang Lushan put his hand on Hanayuan Toluo's shoulder and interrupted her. Hanake Nura looked at Nurarikushin doubtfully, while Nurarikushin shook his head at her. Hanake Nura thought about it for a moment, and it turned out that Nurarikuo didn't want to tell them for the time being, so as not to continue to worry them. This idea made sense. Mrs. Suganuma thanked Hanake Nura and everyone. Thank you, onmyoji-sama. Thank you. Otherwise, we would all be deceived by this BD. By the way, I don't know what onmyoji-sama wants to say just now. Tell me. Huakai Yuan Yuluo smiled and shook his head, it's okay. Nurarikushin looked at the sky outside and said to Hanakai Yuan Yuluo, just watch him here and wait for the police to come. I'll go out for a while. Why? Hanake Nura heard that Nurarikuo wanted to deal with the real evil spirit alone, and subconsciously stopped him. Nilayong Lushan turned around and asked, what? Huakai Yuan Yuluo pursed her lips, and then said, be careful. Rest assured. Nurarikushin gave her a reassuring look, and then walked out under the eyes of everyone. Shina Mahiru and others were a little confused, something must have happened, but they were also smart people, and they were concerned about Suganuma and her daughter, so they didn't ask any more questions. After walking out of Suganuma's house, Riku Nura transformed into a monster while walking. His height and hair increased visibly, and his school uniform immediately transformed into the one he wore when he looked like a monster. After all, the boss's coat is meant to be draped over his shoulders, and his cuffs are meant to dance in the wind. After the demonization, Nilayong Lushan followed the faint evil spirit in the air and brought him to the beach to see the evil spirit. This village is close to the sea, so the priest and others thought of transforming it into a resort town for couples, turning the houses here into BNBs to make money. Siame, who was originally a young human warrior hundreds of years ago, has always protected his lord. He is very loyal. He protects him almost every step except sleeping, and has saved his lord many times. But because the lord's wife was jealous of the young samurai being with her husband every day, she suspected that there was something going on between the two. So he took advantage of the opportunity when the lord went out without taking the young samurai with him and locked him in the dungeon. Originally, he just wanted to teach the young samurai a lesson, but he didn't expect that the city by the sea suddenly encountered a tsunami, and the young samurai drowned in it. But the young samurai still wanted to protect his lord after his death, so he became a monster, a descendant of the guardian father. The city by the sea was the predecessor of this village, and Shinoko Suganuma was the descendant of the evil lord. Siame did appear in Suganuma Shinoko's room, but he wanted to protect Suganuma Shinoko and kill the yokai Shikigami sent by the priest to scare people. Feeling the evil spirit behind him, Siame, who was standing by the sea, turned around. Siame was 2 meters tall, with disheveled hair. There was a long string of talismans attached to his forehead, covering his entire face. Only one pair of eyes that can see is left. Because his predecessor was a human, his evil appearance is that of a human, but he looks as scary as a ghost because he drowned after all. It is worth mentioning that Sumo, Qing Tianfeng, Mao Prstut and others were originally human beings hundreds of years ago, but after being killed by monsters, they did not become ghosts but turned into monsters because of resentment. Nurarikushin felt the hostility emanating from Siamei. He chuckled and said, "Don't show such hostility. I think you saw it at Suganuma's house just now. We helped her solve a big trouble. Of course, I'm not here for the Suganuma family, but mainly for you." "For me? What do you mean?" Siamei's eyes stared straight at Nuliang Lushan, not knowing what he meant by this sentence. The sea breeze blew Nurarikuo's feathers and long white and black hair. He showed a sincere smile, stretched out his right hand and said, "I am the third-generation general of the Nura group and the master of demons and demons Siamei. I need you to join me and become one of my 100 ghosts. You are the lord of demons and monsters." Siamei looked at Nuliang Rikuo in front of him in surprise. He was the third-generation general of the Nuliang group and the master of demons. Even a monster like him who lives in a small village like him had heard that the master of demons led Nuliang. The group's 100 demons Yaka defeated the 88 demons Yaka in the Shikoku region. The master of demons and demons not only has a mount that is the demon king, but he also has a move to kill the handsome demon dog Phoenix. His strength is not inferior to that of the demon king, which makes people feel scared. "You said you needed me." Siamei stared blankly at Nurarikushin. Such a powerful being actually said that he needed a monster like him, who was neither high nor low in strength. Although the demon general's strength can dominate a small place, it is not worth mentioning to the lord of demons and demons. Now, he is actually valued by the lord of demons and specially invited him. Nuliang Lushan said very seriously, "Yes, Siamei, you are a powerful monster. I need you to join my 100 Ghost Night Walk and use the sword in your hand to cut down the thorns in the road ahead for me." Siamei saw his former master in Nuliang Lu Sheng, and remembered that the master also said that he needed him. Siamei nodded heavily and agreed, "Okay, I am willing to join the Nuliang group and become the general's sword, doing my best." "Ha ha ha, okay, with your help, Hyaki, will take my strength to the next level. Let's have a drink with me." Nurarikuo didn't expect Siamei to agree so readily. It saves him a lot of talking, otherwise I thought I had to use force to convince the opponent. Good. The chill of handing over a glass of wine among monsters is the meaning of sworn friendship. When encountering danger, you can entrust your back to the other person and trust unconditionally. Nuliang Rikushin nodded, and the two sat on the floor. He took out 2 large ancestral bowls, each of which could hold 2 liters of wine. Then he took out a pot of Yaoming liquor and poured half of it into 2 bowls. After the bottle of Yaoming liquor was empty, Nuliang Lushan threw the jug into the sea and then towards Siamei. The sea breeze blew up the talisman on Siamei's forehead, and Nuliang Lushan saw Siamei's face, which was very delicate and pretty, unlike what he had imagined just now. "Come on, you." After a bowl of wine, Siamei officially became one of Nuliang Lushan's melee. "Siamei, please follow the little demon directly to the Nuliang group's home. The Nuliang group will arrange your accommodation. I still have some things to complete before I can go back." Nurarikushin pointed his thumb outward at a crow Tengu flying in the sky. This crow Tengu was a member of the crow Tengu party. It was not very strong. It only had the strength of a demon soldier, but it was just leading the way for Siamei. "The Nuliang group is enough." "Good." Siamei naturally had no objections. He had stayed in this place to protect the descendants of his former lord for more than 200 years. Now that a new lord needed him, it was time for him to have a new life. After dealing with the evil spirit, Rikuo Nura returned to Suganuma's house and happened to see the police taking the priest away. "Have you dealt with that evil charm?" As everyone was walking in the village to the chartered car, Hanake Nura stood next to Nura Rikuo and asked. "Zero Siamei, is there really Siamei in the Suganuma family?" "Lu Sheng, you just went to deal with Siamei." Mai Sakurajima had previously wondered what Riku Nurao was doing, and what Hanake Nura meant by being careful. Could it be that the battle was not over yet? It turned out that there really was an evil spirit, and it was not caused by the priest. Nura Rikuo nodded and said, "There is indeed an evil spirit, but this evil spirit is not here to harm the Suganuma family, but to protect them." "Protect? Isn't Siamei a monster? Why does he protect the Suganuma family?" When Yotsuya Maiko heard that there were monsters specializing in protecting people, she was filled with envy. This is about Siamei's life experience. Taking advantage of this time, Nurarikushin told the story that Siamei was not a bad monster, but a loyal person. After hearing the story of Siamei, Sawamura Iri was moved and said, "So that's it. Shinoko Suganuma is the descendant of Siamese lord. Even though he died because of his wife, he still volunteered to protect their backs for so long. Is really a kind-hearted monster. Sure enough, many monsters in this world are kind-hearted. Hanake Nura was also surprised by the friendship between the monster. In the past, Brother Long Er said that monsters are black, and their onmyojis are white. But when I really experienced it, I discovered that there is white among monsters, and there is also black among onmyoji. Just like the priest, there are no absolutes in this world. Then she asked, what about the last Siame, Nuliang classmate, could you have killed him? Shina Mahiru understood Nura Rikushin's character and helped him. No, since Rikushin knows what happened to Siame, then he will definitely not kill Nale Siame. Oikawa Hingrei also supported him and said, yes, Master Rikuo is not a vicious person. Hanakaiwan-san, please don't slander Master Rikuo. Nurao Rikushin said with a smile, when I found Siame, I found that the Master of Demons and Monsters was also there. At that time, he had subdued Siame and joined the 100 Demons Night Walk, and I was listening to the two of them. We only knew about Siame after the conversation, and they also saw me, but they didn't take action against me. As Sawamura-san said, the Master of Evil Spirits is quite kind-hearted. Are you bragging about yourself? Girls like Hanake Nura, Oikawa Eir, and Shina, who knew that Nura Rikuo was the Master of Demons and Monsters, didn't expect Nura Rikuo to be so weird. Have you met the Lord of Demons and Demons? Eri Sawamura had the biggest reaction. No one in the room knew that she liked the Lord of Demons and Demons. After all, he was a textbook-level hero who saved a beauty like a novel. Faced with a handsome who wouldn't be tempted by a powerful, kind-hearted, and powerful monster who appears as a hero to save a beautiful girl? Although Sawamura Iri is pretty, she is also an innocent girl who also dreams of having her own hero to save her. The demon lord who appears in that desperate moment undoubtedly directly breaks Sawamura Iri's heart and destroys her. Captive. Nura Rikushin nodded, yes, but the enchanted lord of monsters came and went with ease, and disappeared in front of me in just a few blinks. He was so handsome and charming that even I felt inferior to him. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.